Welcome into our coverage of Ole Miss at Arkansas. That kickoff at 2:30 today in Fayetteville. Right now, 64 degrees, sunny, high today of 69, which is nice. Very windy. There's a wind advisory there, so we'll check in with some people there in Fayetteville as the day goes on and get an idea of what the weather conditions are and do that. We'll have Scoreboard Business around 12:30. Chase Parham will join me at that time. We'll get Ryan Brown with us. Zach Arns of ESPN Arkansas joins. Mike Griffith of AJC joins as well. So we'll have a lot of coverage to you today. We'll watch the game with you on the MPW Digital Watch Party, and then, of course, we'll have hand-raised guys tonight. After Ole Miss and Arkansas, big day in sports. Right now it's 9-0 Auburn beating South Carolina. NLCS Game 6 is today. The Braves can win the pennant, and then someone will win the American League pennant tonight. Game 7 of the Yankees and Rays series is tonight in San Diego. So without further ado, here is yesterday's recording of SEC Football and Beyond with Chris Landry. Chase and I will be with you in about an hour. Enjoy. Welcome into SEC Football and Beyond. I'm Neil McCready. Chris Landry with me as well. We're getting you ready for week number 4 in the Southeastern Conference. I guess we talked on Tuesday. At that point, I guess Vanderbilt and Missouri was about to get postponed or had been postponed. LSU and Florida postponed as well. But we still have some games to talk about. We still have some things to talk about. We'll get you we'll talk a little NFL maybe at the end of the show. We're going to talk about Arch Manning here in just a minute because he was on ESPN2 last night. The high school sophomore, you might recognize the last name, getting a ton of attention after his performance last night on national television. So we'll talk about that in a minute. First, Chris, how you doing?
Neil, I am doing well. I'm excited by the weekend. Got some good games on Friday night and some good matchups. Obviously, the great matchup, Georgia-Alabama, and just excited to talk about it. We're going to miss a couple of those games, well, particularly Florida-LSU. We'll get into that and kind of certainly LSU probably catches a break as they were headed in, not only not playing well, but going to be without their starting quarterback if that game had taken place.
And I'm just noticing on our scroll that I've got to go back and adjust some TV networks because of the LSU-Florida game, when it got eliminated off the schedule, they had to shuffle a little bit. So now Ole Miss and Arkansas shift from ESPN2 to SEC Network, and Mississippi State and Texas A&M shift from SEC Network to ESPN. So there's the shift there for people that are planning your day. If you have DirecTV and you hit the guide button, there's a decent chance that tomorrow they're not going to have some of it right. So don't panic. All of the games are on. You just might have to search a little, but you know where to go. ESPN, SEC Network. It's going to be there. There's no ESPN2 game now, I don't think. Now that the 2 games are off the slate. All right, Chris, we're going to get to the games. There's 5 games to get to. Kentucky is at Tennessee. Auburn is at South Carolina. We mentioned Ole Miss at Arkansas, Texas A&M at Mississippi State, and then of course Georgia at Missouri. We'll get to those games in a little bit. We'll get some other things too. So I woke up this morning. I wasn't glued to ESPN2 last night. I'm certainly someone who's very interested in politics. I'm very interested in presidential campaigns, that kind of thing. And so I watched both candidates had town halls, and so I watched some of their town halls. So I say all that to say that I didn't see all of Arch Manning's performance. But I woke up this morning and I saw some things on Twitter from some national people talking about Arch Manning and how they believe that ESPN is at least flirting with maybe it's not the idea, Chris, but flirting with the prospect of, for lack of a better word, LeBroning Arch Manning. And for the people who don't remember that, Arch Manning, I mean, LeBron James, as a high schooler, everyone knew he was a phenom. You knew that, assuming that his health held, that he was going to be one of the great basketball players in NBA history. And he certainly is and has been. They knew that, and so they started showing some of his games in high school. And they showed, obviously, his McDonald's All-American game, and they followed him, and they did a lot of LeBron James content. And if you watch much of the ESPN talking heads, you know that on a slow day, they can just break out a LeBron debate, and it captivates people. And so, there's talk that this is about to happen with Arch Manning because they think, obviously he's got the big name, Archie Manning's grandson, Peyton and Eli Manning's nephew. So there's a lot there. And then obviously to do it, he's got to be potentially great. So you've watched him. How good is this kid for a high school sophomore?
He's really good. I'm constantly amazed. I know I'm getting old because I tend to notice things a little differently than I did 20 years ago. But so I've gone, been invited to the Manning Passing Academy every year, and usually a guest speaker. This past year, no. In fact, I don't even know if they had it.
They didn't have it.
I don't even, but for obvious reasons, I assumed they didn't, but I wasn't going to be able to go anyway. But so I've seen him, but I'm like, what the hell happened? Did y'all feed him Miracle Grow? Or what's the deal there? Because, I think of him as a kid. Of course, I can remember Peyton and Eli as, freckle-faced kids, and Cooper. And so now they're all grown, and this is Cooper's kid. He's 6'2", 195, and I haven't seen him since he's been 6'2", 195 in person. But he's really filled out. He's really growing. And let's remind folks, class of 2023. So growing is still there. He reminds me of his namesake, of Archie. He moves better than Peyton or Eli ever did. He's got mobility and he's got arm talent. Now, obviously, has all the advantages of being around football people and, being able to get even personalized coaching and extra, all the things that you're going to do, and how do you break down tape, and the ability to maybe to get the technology that other kids don't. So he has the chance. And I don't know the kid, obviously, I'm assuming he's going to be a gym rat. We shouldn't make that assumption because some kids just at some point say, look, I like football, but I don't love it as much as you did, Dad, or you did, Uncle Eli or Peyton. So I don't want to assume anything. But if the assumption is he truly has this passion, he's got every advantage that, even the others didn't, because Eli and Cooper and Peyton had Archie, but Archie was not he was kind of a hands-off, and if they needed something, they came to him, but he didn't push them. And I'm not saying that Cooper or anybody's pushing this kid, but this kid has kind of every resource imaginable because he's younger, and he's got a lot of talent, and there's going to be a lot of hype. And I would imagine if you didn't get a chance out there to see him play on TV, don't worry about it, because you're probably going to see a lot more of it this year and then in future years. So I think it's going to be a great storyline because he's a great talent to watch him develop because he is so young. And yet there's going to be a recruiting process that didn't take place with LeBron, that this is going to be a whole lot of fun. So everybody's already hit me with, where is he going to go? And I'm like, again, class of 2023, who the hell is going to be coaching where by December of 2023 or 2022 in February? I hope I'm alive to see it.
So let me ask you this, because there's some rumblings, and I want to emphasize these are just rumors, but there are rumblings that, academically, you see lots of kids now leave midway through their senior year and start college a year early, or a semester early, I should say. There's some rumblings that academically he could graduate next year. If he were to speed his calendar a year, where would he rank with the class of 22 quarterbacks that you've seen?
He'd rank really well. The kid I like is out of California, the Murphy kid. I'd put him in that group. The thing is, though, you can't really rush it, because even though he could do that, I just think the physical maturity, you just got to let the body kind of develop a little bit. He's just Yeah, he's advanced, and he probably has a better understanding of the game of kids that are in college now because of what we just talked about. But I'd be surprised. I don't know, but I'd be surprised if they would rush him. Now, getting there early, I think academically, I mean, you do things now. Like I've got a nephew. I just found out yesterday that he's going to go into college and he's going to be like a junior in college. I mean, it's like they're taking so much advanced stuff. That's what you're talking about. So I could see them really working the angle of, look, let's advance you academically, but let's not rush you physically, and let's not put you in a college environment before you mentally or physically prepared for that. Because he's not only going to, I mean, the physical development needs to take place. It's easy to say, well, he's been around all the hype and all that. That's not going to be easy, Neil, for a guy like that to have to deal with, because he's going to get more hype than Archie, certainly, and even more than Peyton and Eli, because he's the nephew of and the grandfather of, and I think that's going to be, to me, something that I would think they want to be protective of him to some degree. At least that's what they did with Eli and Peyton as much as they could.
What are you hearing down there about where he ends up?
Well, my thing again, where would he go? I mean, first thing that comes to mind, and I go to like Peyton and Eli. Those kids grew up hearing about, thinking about, watching SEC football. I mean, that I think, at least for Peyton, I don't think playing pro football. I mean, saw his dad do it. I think it was like the goal was to play SEC football, and then it came later. Obviously, I would be very surprised we got to start in the SEC, because I just think now, would I rule out a great program? Would I rule out, a Clemson or something? I'd have no idea if he'd have any interest, but just off the top, I would say SEC. I do think this. Let's start at Ole Miss. Let's assume Lane Kiffin's still there, because listen, if Lane has success, he's going to have other opportunities. He's going to want to stay. If he's there, all right, let's address the elephant in the room. Archie, Peyton wasn't real big on Lane Kiffin. Not real. And then Archie wasn't, because through Peyton, so to speak. And Eli was kind of indifferent, but, they kind of were close family. So, they kind of rely on, Peyton view. Now, anybody that studied Lane, and Lane, and, I've known Lane since he was young, and I know his dad really well. Lane has appeared to mature in person. And I think he's the type of guy that he could grow on them, and to where maybe some of the ill feelings that were had as you get to know Lane, and Lane is kind of self-deprecating, and he's kind of a wry sense of humor. So I could see that. And if there's no obstacles there, and Lane's still there as a football coach and a developer of quarterbacks, that certainly would make a whole lot of sense. I don't ever see a Manning going to LSU. I don't see it. And, there's, I got to go. That's just not likely going to ever happen. Now, you don't know. Sometimes kids can be, Neil, I don't have kids. You speak up here. Sometimes kids say, you say as a dad, it's white, it's black. It's black, and maybe it's not your kids. I just don't see that ever really being something that would be in the mix. Who else? I don't see a Nick Saban. That's too far down the road, and I think the chances of Nick Saban being your coach by the time you finish. So I think you'd have to look SEC, and I'd probably look at Ole Miss right now, but the honest answer, it's too early. I don't know what's going to happen, and I don't see him going – not going to go out west. I don't see him going to, another great program somewhere. I see him probably in the SEC, and I don't know. People said, would he go to Duke with Cut? Cut's not going to be there. I mean, Cut is trying to make his exit to it, and he wouldn't go to Duke anyway with Cut
I'll tell
because
you
he
what
wants
I
to,
hear. I'll tell you what I hear on him, and again, like you said, it's very early, and a lot could change, and it's college football, and a lot, usually does change. People move around, coaches leave, all those kinds of things happen. I hear a lot of Ole Miss. I hear a lot of Tennessee, and then you hear a little bit of other places. But you hear Ole Miss and you hear Tennessee, and there is no doubt that what you said is true. Peyton held some animus towards Lane Kiffin for the way that he departed Tennessee. I am told that has sort of been resolved, that the family is all good now. They're up here a lot. Obviously, Archie and Olivia are in Oxford a lot. Eli was here throughout a lot of the pandemic. Now he is, I think, either sold or is selling his home here because he's going to be up in New Jersey more full time because his kids are school age now. His kids are in school. So, but he's got enough money he can get a place in Oxford if he needs to get one. It'll be okay. And Cooper's here a lot. Of the three boys, Cooper's probably the one that's the biggest Ole Miss fan, if you will.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's going to be interesting. We'll see. I've said for a while, it's a potential line of demarcation for Lane Kiffin down the road. This is year 0, and obviously 2021 will be year 1, and year 2 in 2022. That's when you'll have to get that done. And if he signs Arch Manning, obviously everything's going great. And if he doesn't sign Arch Manning, either everything is not going so great, or he's landed a kid like the California kid that you just talked about, and they didn't take him. The kid didn't come because there was somebody already that good there. So it'll be interesting. It's one to watch. I found the media portion of it to be the most fascinating, that ESPN has already, according to some sources, ESPN has already had those kinds of conversations of, hey, this could be an eyeball attractor. This could be a moneymaker. We could latch ourselves, if you will, to this young man and take it all the way through, potentially to what LeBron has done, where you're all the way into the NFL. So that's what's kind of interesting. You got our I'll switch our overlay.
Yeah, sorry, I got disconnected here quickly. No, I think it's going to be real interesting to see as it goes forward. I do think, because of Cooper's, obviously affinity for Ole Miss. People who don't know, Cooper was the older brother. Cooper was the guy that had a neck injury, and he's very, 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 very tied into Ole Miss, and really is more of an alum more than anybody, and a fan. Eli is too. Peyton went to Tennessee. I think it really will depend a lot on who the coach is and who's coaching them, quarterback coach, and that's why I think Lane has a real opportunity to accomplish this. It was just it fell into place with Cut going to Ole Miss and being the coach at Ole Miss. So it was an Ole Miss situation, and is also somebody that Peyton really endorsed. Man, this is the guy you want to coach him. That's going to be a big part. And I think that the younger version, one of the younger versions of developing a quarterback, Lane is very good at that. And he happens to be at Ole Miss. And if things stay well there and he chooses to stay there, then I would absolutely think that would be the favorite. And I think everybody else is trying to figure it out. But who else could get into the mix is probably going to depend upon how successful and who the quarterback coach is. I think those things are going to be really important, because they won't say that, may not put it this way publicly, but certainly the pro future and the development is something they really want. We got, I know D.R. Evans said, could UGA be a possibility? No, I wouldn't think Georgia would be a possibility, unless Georgia would end up being kind of like where Clemson is, where they make changes. They recruit good quarterbacks at Georgia, but that, I can tell you, the Mannings are going to be, do you throw the football? How well do you throw it? How well do you teach the passing game? That's not what Georgia does currently. Again, class of 2023, a lot of things could change positively and negatively, but it's going to be fun, and it's going to be a storyline. And I agree with you. It's going to be almost soap opera-ish when it comes to where he's going to go. What's the latest? Yada, 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 so on and so forth.
All right, let's get into the games because there's some interesting games, and of course, there's the big national game that could be as you mentioned on Tuesday, the first of 3 meetings between these two teams. And since we last talked, Nick Saban has tested positive for COVID-19. He, as of this morning, from what I read, will not be at the stadium. He will not be able to be in communication with his staff starting 90 minutes before the contest. I don't think he's particularly happy with that, and quite frankly, I don't blame him. I think there's a better way to do this, but regardless, we'll get to that story in a minute. Let's start with Kentucky at Tennessee. It's an interesting game. Tennessee played Georgia extremely well for a half, and then Georgia popped them, which they've done to kind of everybody. Kentucky got off the schneid a little bit after losing to Auburn, after losing to Ole Miss in overtime. They blow out Mississippi State. Kentucky at Tennessee, this 11 a.m. on the SEC Network. Kenny, what are your thoughts on this one?
Well, one thing in the first couple of weeks in Kentucky's defense, their inability to create turnovers were a little bit of a problem, and it kind of contributed to, along with other things, them falling a little short. They were able to get some turnovers against Mississippi State last week. I think that's going to be pivotal. Jared Garantano and protecting the football is going to be really important. It always is, of course. I do think Tennessee's going to respond. This is kind of a mental toughness check. As you play well early, if you're Tennessee, you get to the point where, okay, you get humbled by Georgia. Now how do you respond? The old saying, don't let Georgia beat you twice. Come in, establish yourself on the offensive line. The offensive line did not fare well against Georgia at all. I think Tennessee's offensive line personally is a better run blocking unit than pass blocking unit, but they didn't do either grade out very well either last week. That's going to be the key. And I think protecting the football, I think Tennessee is a little better and I think should win the game. But this is, to me, a very intriguing game because I do think this is a little bit closer than maybe the season thus far might indicate. Certainly last week at this time, people would have said, oh, Tennessee clearly. I don't think it's Tennessee clearly. I didn't think it was Tennessee clearly a week ago. I expected Tennessee to get humbled in the second half by Georgia. I think they rebound. I think they win. But, I think this is a close one, and we'll see. Kentucky's in a tough spot, not playing their best ball. They're going to need to play their best ball to win this game.
Yeah, I thought Kentucky looked a lot better defensively
yes.
on against Mississippi State, but it goes kind of
one-dimensional. You don't have to defend the run against Mississippi State. You can do a lot. It's a lot easier if you know how to play it.
It kind of got a little overshadowed that Kentucky struggled offensively in that game. They didn't need to score literally. And so it kind of got overlooked. But
they're gonna have to defend the run this week.
They're going to have to defend
that's why it's a challenge.
And at some point, they're going to have to add some passing to their attack.
Yeah, and that's why I like Tennessee is a little bit more balanced. And quite frankly, Kentucky's offensive line is very good. Tennessee's offensive line has talent. That's going to be the interesting matchup to watch. Which offensive line can assert itself? I like Tennessee's ability to run the football better. And quite frankly, even with Jared Garantano's limitations, they still got a little bit more chance to take advantage. They can move the safeties off the middle of the field. Tennessee's the one that could advance the football in the passing game a little bit more than Kentucky. That's why I like Tennessee a little bit more, and they're at home.
All right, Auburn, coming off of a escape. I don't know the word for it. I've watched that video so many times now, and I'm like, at live, I would have missed it too. But with the benefit of a replay, you're like, man, Arkansas got screwed. Auburn, a 3-point favorite. They go to South Carolina. That game also at 11 a.m. Central, noon Eastern. You can see it on ESPN. Big opportunity for Will Muschamp and the Gamecocks. I think Auburn's the better team, but Auburn did not look good in the second half against Arkansas, and it's hard to completely put that out of your mind, Chris.
Yeah, it is. And South Carolina took care of business against Vanderbilt, but, this South Carolina team's going to fight you. And, this Auburn team, this is a huge game. There's a lot of heat right now on both coaches. There always tends to be in the SEC, but these coaches are feeling a lot of heat by their respective fan bases. I think in particular Auburn, if they were to lose this game, there's a perception, real or, fair or not, they should win this game. They lose this game, this is going to be tough. This Auburn team has to play better, though. I thought that South Carolina made some improvements, albeit against a weak competition last week. I don't know. This is, to me, the most intriguing. Well, it's one of the most intriguing games. I know we got Georgia, Alabama, but this game's really intriguing for that reason. It is absolutely important. They're all important. Man, this is for the quality of life of the head coach. Man, this game is the most important of all of them, even with all the pressure on Kirby. That's just not going to be really good for the Luther this game.
From a matchup standpoint, Arkansas had success in the air against Auburn. Can South Carolina replicate that from what you've seen of the game?
They actually a little bit. I mean, I think that they can throw the football effectively. I think that Hill's doing a pretty good job. I do think you can move the football on this Auburn's defense. I also think that South Carolina can have success defensively to create field position because Auburn's really struggled on the offensive line pass protection. So it's a real problem, no question about it in my mind. I think South Carolina's got a really good chance here. Getting a little point, a few points, I think they got a pretty good chance.
Ole Miss heads to Arkansas. The Rebels about a 2.5, 3-point favorite, depending on your betting book of preference. That game is at Fayetteville Reynolds Razorback Stadium, 2:30 Central Time. You can see it on the SEC network. It was originally going to be on ESPN2. It was one of the games that got shuffled with the LSU Florida cancellation. Both teams, I know they're both 1-2. These are the two happiest 1-2 fans in the country.
Yeah.
If you're an Ole Miss fan, you're thrilled with what you're seeing out of Lane Kiffin, especially on offense and just with the way the program has become relevant again. And if you're an Arkansas fan, this has been an exciting time after, God, I don't know how many years of just being miserably bad. And Arkansas last year was just awful. And they quit multiple times. This team does not quit. They had Georgia down in the third quarter. Obviously, they didn't have the personnel to hang on against Georgia, and it's debatable whether anybody does, but they didn't. They go to Mississippi State and win. They go to Auburn down 17-0 in the second quarter. Last year's Arkansas team loses that game 34-7. This year's Arkansas team fought back, took a 28-27 lead, and should have won the football game. It really speaks volumes for the jobs that Lane Kiffin and Sam Pittman have done at those two programs. It's going to be good weather. It's going to be windy. It's one interesting thing to keep an eye on. I know this because my wife and daughter are heading up to Fayetteville as we speak, and they were looking at the forecast. It's going to be a gorgeous day there today, but a front's moving through tomorrow. Not going to be wet, but it's going to be a lot of wind up there, and that could impact the passing game for both teams, and both teams kind of lean on the pass as much as Sam would like to run the football. They've done their damage when they've done it in the air so far.
Yeah, I think this game is really fun because this is one game that I've looked at for a couple of years and thought, this is just like, okay, yeah, I'm going to watch it. Got to watch it or watch the tape. I'm looking at players and what have you. But I'm really excited because of the direction of both those programs. Full disclosure, I'm not a fan. Background in scouting, coaching. I want everybody to do well. It's just common sense that some people are going to struggle, relatively speaking. I'm pleased as punch that both these teams are, playing well. I just think it comes down to this. I think Ole Miss just scores too many points, and I don't think Arkansas can keep up with that. I think Arkansas has to control the football and run the football and you've got to limit Ole Miss's possessions by at least one per half, or you got no real shot here. Because I think that people will say, well, but Barry Odom did a good job against Mississippi State. That's a completely different style and pace of offense. So Ole Miss will score some points. I think Ole Miss will have to put the ball on the ground a little bit. I think Arkansas's got to muddy it up a little bit. I think Arkansas can score on Ole Miss. I do. But I think being able to maximize possession time, getting 7 points, in slower increments is the game plan here. It's the ideal plan. You take it when you can get it, but Arkansas can't do what Alabama did and just match points and match points and match points, even against Ole Miss's defense. They're going to have drops. They don't have as many playmakers. So to me, I just think it's Ole Miss. I think it's just too much explosiveness, and it may be shootout-ish. I just think that if Ole Miss can get to an early lead, then you increase the chances of Arkansas making some mistakes, and then maybe the game can separate. Other than that, I think it'll be a shootout type of game.
Ole Miss Alabama was a lot like a tennis match where you've got one of the young up-and-coming stars of the game with the power serve going up against Rafa Nadal. And once Nadal broke serve, and it didn't happen in this case until the fourth quarter, but once Nadal broke serve, you're like, well, that's that. I'm not sure that Arkansas has the power serve to keep up with Ole Miss's power serve. I'm kind of like you. I think it's a high-scoring game, but I think Ole Miss is more equipped to win one of those track meet sort of games than Arkansas is.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I just think Ole Miss is their strength. I like what Sam's done. I think I've actually been impressed, and I think they're better defensively in how they're playing, how they're leveraging the run, and how they're playing situational defense is better than Ole Miss's. But I think Ole Miss's offense is just too much here.
We'll get to the rest of the slate, including the big one, in just a minute. But I want to tell you this podcast is also brought to you by Jupiter Security Systems. They're based in Madison, Mississippi, and Jupiter Security Systems provides your business with a help desk, allowing you to get software at a much cheaper price than you would pay going to Microsoft or the different cybersecurity services. Jupiter Security Systems offer businesses the full Microsoft 365 suite, email and spam protection, and they monitor your workstations and servers. Jupiter doesn't see your data, by the way, but they'll know if malicious applications get installed on your computers. Jupiter can set up remote monitoring on a computer regardless of the location, so don't spend money on getting your employees new laptops to work remotely. Instead, let Jupiter monitor their home computers and protect your data wherever you choose to work. Jupiter Security Systems offers cybersecurity and monitoring. It's ADT for your computer systems and data. It's very affordable with a flat price, no hidden add-ons. For more information, call Eric at 601-519-9583 or email info at jupitersecurity.net. You can also go to jupitersecurity.net. We're also brought to you by Blue Sky. Blue Sky believes in being fast, fresh, and friendly. Through the thoughtful layout and cleanliness of their stores, Blue Sky hopes to provide customers with a fast and easy buying experience. From services to products, Blue Sky plans to keep things fresh and always provide the freshest flavors of their brand name products and the best services available. They even bring in some of the newest products on the market to their stores to provide an even better customer experience. A smile can say it all, and Blue Sky wants to show their customers that they care about them and their shopping experience, and they'll always strive to improve their efforts to accomplish exactly that. So check out Blue Sky today at any one of their 48 store locations across the Southeast. All right, Chris, back into the games. Texas A&M coming off that big win over Florida. They head to Mississippi State. They're a 6.5-point favorite. The game kicks off at 3 p.m. It's now on ESPN. I got to be honest, it's recency bias, but you watch that Mississippi State offense against Arkansas, and then you watch it against Kentucky, and you think, I don't know, man. I don't see how this team beats Texas A&M right now. We talked about Texas A&M earlier in the week. Kind of looked like they found an identity a little bit against Florida, taking charge of that game in the second half. The line's 6.5. I think Texas A&M covers this thing easily.
Yeah, I think this is a game for A&M. Okay, you're not played well in the early part of the season. Get blown out by Alabama. Really look very poorly against Vanderbilt. Come out, play well against Florida. Statement win. People are counting you out. That's great. Now, if you're going to be, a program that is going to work your way towards the upper echelon of the conference, you got to handle prosperity. So you come in and you go on the road after a big win. You're a targeted team. How do you respond? What now? Mississippi State's talented. I think they're quite frankly, their inability to run one of the best backs in the country, and they don't even run them, and they don't believe in the run. And I don't have the confidence, knowing Mike Leach as long as I have, that he's going to change or adjust. I think this is a one-dimensional team. I think Mike Elko is going to have a really good game plan. I am wondering if the embarrassment to this point will maybe invoke some changes in Mike. He may not admit it. I do think that Mississippi State is capable of playing with A&M and capable of winning this game. I just don't know that they're going to be able to do it. I think A&M played very well on the offensive line last week. They're going to have to play really well again this week. In fact, I do think that Mississippi State's defensive front is not bad at all, and you've got to really sustain your blocks even more than you had to do against Florida. So I think this is a challenge. I'm with you. I like A&M thus far. Jimbo's, all the games he's lost have been teams that are better. I can't sit there and say Mississippi State's better. I think they're talent-wise, they're not too far behind A&M, but this would be the first game that Jimbo loses to a team that has less talent at A&M. I think A&M wins here, and I wish I could have more confidence in Mississippi State being able to play towards some of the strength of their team, but until I see it, it's kind of hard to get excited about it, anticipating it, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do. I get it completely. All right, here we go. Georgia, third ranked in the country. They're heading to Alabama. While you're talking in a minute, I'll pull up the latest lines because I'm curious to see where this line has moved. I've been too busy to even look. It was 4.5 when the news broke that Nick Saban tested positive for COVID-19 and would not be at the game Saturday. Game's at 7 o'clock in Tuscaloosa there at Bryant-Denny, CBS. I'll start with this. Obviously, Nick Saban doesn't play. He doesn't throw passes. He doesn't make tackles. But when you think Alabama football, you think Nick Saban. How big of an issue is it, if at all, for Alabama that Nick Saban's not on that sideline on Saturday night?
Well, I think it's big because I think in terms of crucial decisions, if it comes to that having him there, I think also having an impact on his coaches there's a lot that goes on in communication. Strong suggestions, I like to call it. A really keen observer right there in the game that can communicate. We really need to look at it. Their 3 technique is having a hard time. Really need to be looking at running. And okay, so that's kind of the hint that we'll do. And I think having that keen set of eyes is big. It helps the play caller. It doesn't interfere. It gives some suggestions and some ideas. Well, but coach, I think, okay, and you just kind of go through that. And I think certainly that's going to be lost. I think any big decisions, certainly they will discuss things beforehand, but that's going to fall on Steve Sarkisian, who's been a head coach and has done these things before. So I think it's a factor. I mean, look, if it wasn't a factor, then head coaches just stay home every week. Of course it's a factor. Is it going to be the deciding factor? I don't know. I think it's a bigger story because it's Nick Saban and it's just, oh my God. I mean, what's the over and under? Is he going to allow them to have a camera, ESPN, or is it CBS? He's got the game prime time. You think there'll be a camera in his home office? Only if they don't allow it, because CBS is saying, I can we get a camera? At least we'll talk to you before the game, whatever. That's it's a big story. It's the storyline. He's not here. I think that's obviously going to be more blown up. More than the impact of the game. He still has an impact in the practice. He'll still have impact in the meetings. It's just that 90 minutes before the game, the communication is cut off. So, look, I still think it comes down to this. Alabama's offense can be very explosive. If they can get some early points like Tennessee did last week, it's going to be a lot tougher than Tennessee for Georgia to come back on Alabama it was on Tennessee. I think that Alabama wants to get some early points and force Georgia more into the passing game. I think the whole key, folks, is watch this. Watch how Alabama has to defend the run. If they've got to bring one of their safeties down to defend the run, they will. But doing that is going to open up the post route and the slant route for Georgia and will enhance their chances of having some success in a passing game. If Georgia's got to throw against split safeties most of the game, it's going to be tough for them. Meaning if Alabama can defend the run with 7, big advantage there. And that's the real key. I think that strength versus strength is what people are going to be looking at. Alabama's offense, Georgia's defense. But I do think it's probably going to be ultimately decided on the other end, is who can step up, Georgia's offense, Alabama's defense. And I do think Alabama's defensive ability, which people will say, oh, but against Ole Miss, got to play better. They're going to play completely different defensively than they did against Ole Miss. I'm not saying that Georgia won't have comparable success. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. It will not look the same. Georgia doesn't run the same offense, nothing. In fact, the complete opposite of what Ole Miss does. So Alabama will be able to get lined up. Alabama will be able to make checks, how well they tackle, how well they set the edge in the run game. All those things are going to be pivotal. But doing it with a huddle and time as opposed to having to do it on skates against Ole Miss is a completely different discipline. And so I'm curious to see. That's where the game is going to be decided. How well Georgia's offense against Alabama's defense. Strength versus strength is where the fun part's going to be, strength, looking at it. But I think it's going to be ultimately decided on the other end.
You surprised that still Stetson Bennett at quarterback this far into the season?
No. Well, how do I answer that? I'm not there in practice every day. So, look, here's the thing. Bennett obviously wasn't the answer they maybe thought he was. JT Daniels hasn't been healthy enough. So this whole thing, he's beaten out. To fit what Kirby wants, protecting the football, make good decisions, I'm not surprised. Now, the answer is if they struggle in a game like this, if they need to make more plays and they can't do it, is JT ready? That's what I don't know because I'm not at practice or I'm not at meetings.
The reason I ask, Chris, is that I've watched Alabama a lot over the last several years. I was in Alabama when Nick Saban got the job. Obviously, you saw how Lane Kiffin changed their offense. You see all of those things. There's one way to beat Alabama consistently, and that's it. From what I've seen, because I've covered a couple of teams that did it in the regular season. You beat them throwing the football down the field. You beat them vertically. You beat them with tempo, but you beat them with an arm. You don't see people, with the possible exception of Johnny Manziel, you don't see running quarterbacks beat them. You don't see rushing attacks beat them. Who's beating them in the regular season in the SEC? Cam Newton beat them. Mm-hmm. Bo Wallace beat them. Chad Kelly beat them. I guess Nick Marshall beat them. That was a different deal. I'm trying to think of who all's beaten them because they don't lose much. Joe Burrow beat them. Who beats them? It's quarterbacks throwing the ball down the field, stretching their defense. I don't see that with Bennett and Georgia. And if I'm watching this and thinking, okay, can Georgia win? Georgia defensively is good enough to win the game, but that Alabama offense is so balanced. If Trevor Lawrence weren't playing football this year, Mac Jones right now today would be the leading candidate for the Heisman. And they've got all these receivers, Smith and the return kid whose name escapes me all the time. You've got Najee Harris in the backfield. You've got all these weapons. They're good at tight end. They've got a very good offensive front that keeps a clean pocket, that can run block. So they're going to score points. I question whether Georgia can score enough to beat Alabama with an offense that just does not stretch the field vertically. And they don't run the tempo. The tempo drove Alabama crazy last week. I mean, they like to make those positional replacements. They like to get fresh bodies on the field, off the field. They like to have a third down defense, you know what I'm talking about. They like to have personnel groupings to get them on the field because they have all of that deep talent. Lane Kiffin didn't allow that to happen because they dictated the tempo and they just kept moving the ball, even to the point that Alabama was doing a couple of the little fake crampy things, to try to get their personnel on the field. I just don't know that Georgia can do that to them. That's the reason I sometimes look at it. And like you, I'm not at their practice. I don't know whether Daniels is healthy, whether he looks good, whether he looks awful. I don't know. I'm a little surprised, though, week 4 that it's Stetson Bennett still at quarterback because I don't think he can do to Alabama what traditionally teams have had to do to Alabama to win the game.
Yeah, and it tells me that JT's not ready yet, and I didn't expect, for example, them to make a quarterback change going into this game. I thought if there was a quarterback ready and they would have been able to do that a couple of weeks ago, would have been different. Look, I think against Alabama, you got to keep them off schedule. I think that you've got to mix and match the tempo. Quarterbacks that can run to throw give them trouble. I mean, that's where their coverage lanes get creased a little bit, and that becomes a problem for them. So, look, I don't know that Georgia's going to have enough offense here, and I don't think Georgia's defense, as good as it is, can just completely stop Alabama. I think that Alabama will get some. Alabama's offense has answers: inside run, outside run, screen game, quick 3-step game. They can throw the fade. They can throw the fade stop. They can clear the middle of the field with the run if they're able to do it. And again, same thing applies. Does Georgia have to put an extra safety in the box? Well, that opens up the post and a slant for big plays. If not, then you'll run curls underneath, and you've got a lot of answers offensively. And Alabama's offense is humming, and it's got really no weakness, and a very good offensive line. And I will say this: I broke down the personnel on LandryFootball.com in the matchup, and I do that, and I grade, and I look, and I looked up, and I'd be damn if every offensive position was Alabama an edge, every defensive position Georgia an edge. I mean, it just came out that way, and I wasn't, I just do it, just white and black, just came out that. I think this. I think that, again, the key is the ability to be able to score early, make Georgia play from behind. That is not something that Georgia is going to be successful with, because I don't think they can match points. Georgia's going to have to be able to run the football, control the game at the line of scrimmage, and if they do that well enough, then that's going to answer your question. Then, yeah, Stetson Bennett can beat you, because now you vacate the middle of the field. You've got a lot of spacing and coverage, but you've got a pocket quarterback. You've got a stationary guy that can move a little bit, but you know where you're going, and the ball's not coming out that quick, and you're not going tempo. If I were Georgia, I would run some 2-minute offense, because you work on a 2-minute offense. I'd run some 2-minute offense in non-2-minute situations, because I want to get them gassed a little bit. Georgia's defense, of the top 13 players graded thus far this year, 9 of them are defensive linemen. 9. They're in a heavy rotation of quality, and they can hold up, and they're very, very good. But in the end, can they hold up enough, and can the offense get them enough points? That's what's going to be intriguing, and I'm not sure that they'll be able to do that.
You still think this is the first of 3 meetings between these two teams?
Well, it's the first of 2 for certain. I don't know about 3. I think it's a long season. I do think there's a good possibility. I think the reason what makes me hesitate on the third one is I'm pretty certain it's going to have to, it would have to be in the national championship game, because I don't think they're going to put those teams in the semifinal game. And I haven't seen Ohio State yet, but I kind of know what I think I'm getting, and I know what Clemson is, and I think Clemson's better than both of these teams, and I think Ohio State probably will be too. So I'm going to hold off on the third meeting. I may have I think there's possibility there. I think it's definitely 2, and I think one of these teams, maybe both, might have to upset somebody in the semifinal games to meet for a third time. How's that?
Makes sense. I'm going to re-air this broadcast on Saturday morning, so I'm going to not spend a lot of time on these Friday night games. Looking around the country, there are a couple of really good Friday night games. SMU is at Tulane, BYU is at Houston. Both of those entertaining games. Just kind of looking around the rest of the country, Chris, the game that I was most interested in was Cincinnati and Tulsa. It's off the board because of COVID issues. Liberty is at Syracuse. Liberty undefeated so far. They're Liberty actually a 3-point favorite. This line, there must be an injury here. The line moved from Liberty +9 to Liberty -3, which is a hell of a jump, a 12-point shift in the line there. Hugh Freeze, it hurts me to say this, has done a pretty good job at Liberty with that team.
Not coaching from a hospital bed
No.
this year. It was this game that he was in that hospital bed against Syracuse. So
right. When Syracuse went to Lynchburg, that's right. You're right.
That's right. BC Virginia Tech, one of the more underrated teams this year, in one of the best coaching jobs is what Jeff Hafley's done at BC. If you're tuning it on, you're going to look and say that looks like BC's uniforms, but that don't look like BC. Djokovic is a quarterback. They're throwing it around. They're making big plays. That's against Virginia Tech. That's a really intriguing game. Also, Pitt Miami intrigues me outside of the SEC. Want to see. Does Miami let Clemson beat them twice here? Just be careful here. You got a good season going, Miami. Just because you're not in Clemson's class, just take care. I mean, I'm just curious to say that's what. So. Those things intrigue me. We basically have got one game in the Big 12. God bless them. Everybody's canceled.
Chris, if I had told you 7 years ago, that North Carolina would go to Florida State in the middle of October as a 13.5 point favorite, what would you have said?
No, I would not have expected that. It just goes to show you, though, what a couple of situations that take place, and Jimbo's frustration with the administration, kind of letting go of the rope that last year, an awful hire in Willie Taggart. Right now, they've got some NFL caliber players on defense at Florida State that are not even showing up. They got some real problems at FSU. North Carolina can't play any defense. I do think Florida State's going to score some points in this game, but they're really, really talented. And when you ask the question, who's the second best team in the ACC, got to throw North Carolina in the mix.
Yeah.
I think Notre Dame is, remember, they're in the ACC officially this year. Offensive line's good. I think that might be no, I would not have believed you if you said that.
It's hard to believe, really, where that program has fallen. And there's this assumption that because Florida State's Florida State and because they had such a run for so long that they'll just automatically get back. And I don't subscribe to that theory with any program. I'm not picking on the Seminoles here, but it's kind of like Nebraska, Tennessee to some degree. Just because you were elite once doesn't mean that you are destined to remain elite.
Yeah, the only thing they've got going for them is that they've got a conference other than Clemson that they can make some hay pretty quickly and turn it around where they could be the second best program in that conference pretty soon. But here's what happened with them, and their fan base doesn't get this because Jimbo won a title and the facilities weren't that good. And I can remember being at LSU back when I was coaching there, and we were at just awful facilities and we won. Well, you don't need it. Florida State. And listen, I can't tell you, what you can afford or what you can't afford. But you had Florida State let their facilities regress. They've had poor fundraising capabilities, and they're way behind. And programs like North Carolina have better facilities. And, Jimbo's problem was, hey, you want us to compete with Clemson, and we're not even on the same stratosphere as Clemson facility-wise. You want us to look like Auburn, you want us to look like Georgia, but we don't do anything like that facility-wise, and that is caught up with them. And that's why they went out and settled for a Willie Taggart. And that's why they lost their head coach to A&M. And they don't get it. Oh, he's not going to win at A&M. You better win at Florida State. You go to A&M because they have the money, they have the facilities, and they're going to give you everything that Florida State doesn't. And that's why, can't believe we go get the Memphis coach. You're lucky to have Mike Norvell because you're not getting somebody better. Mark Stoops met with you and basically told you what needed to happen, and they weren't happy with that interview, and he wasn't either. And so you're not getting when he can sit there and look you in the eye and say, I'm at Kentucky. I got better facilities than you do at Florida State. That needs to be understood.
Chris, right now today, Kentucky's a better job than Florida State.
Well, you don't have the expectations, and you got
money.
A lot better facilities and got money.
Yeah.
And, Florida State's got to figure that out. And when they do and when they get it, Mike Norvell will coach this team hard and coach it well, and he will develop players better. But it's going to be a slow process because they've got a lot of malcontents on the roster. Mike Leach talked about purging. Florida State really needs to purge, not Mississippi State. There are real problems there at Florida State. So it's a long fix, but long range, it won't get to where Clemson is unless Clemson comes back to you. You let them get too far out of the gate. Now you're trying to chase them, and it's difficult. Let's say I want a couple of things.
Yeah.
Justin, thank you. Love the show, guys. Also, it's snowing in Minnesota. God bless you. It's always good for a snow in Minneapolis. And McWeirdo Show. Love the name. Hello, guys. I love listening to this usually after it's recorded. Happy to be here listening to the show live today. And if you don't know them, you're listening to it, Neil, on replay. You can catch us live at 9 o'clock Central every Tuesday and Friday on twitch.tv, also on YouTube as well. So join us and join the chat room, and we appreciate you joining us. Thank you, guys.
Hey, last 5 minutes or so, let's talk quick weekend in the NFL.
Yes, sir.
A handful of really attractive games. I'm just kind of glancing through at the ones that catch my eye, and my Chicago Bears.
Your Chicago Bears. How about that?
Chicago Bears getting a point at
Bear down, Chicago Bears. Go ahead.
It is a the Bears getting a point at Carolina. That game at noon on Sunday, 1 Eastern. That's a pretty fun game to watch.
It is. Carolina is well coached. Matt Rule, Phil Snow, and Joe Brady getting as much out of that team. That's a rebuild that are doing a really, really good job. Be careful, Chicago, because you've won a couple of games that maybe people didn't think you'd win. Just, play well, you'll win the game here. But you don't play really well, this team will fight you and pull it off. That's intriguing. Bank those wins. Bears, bank them. It doesn't really matter. And at some point, they're heading towards the playoffs. They keep banking these wins.
Cleveland's at Pittsburgh.
Oh, man.
It's a great game, great rivalry game. And just when you think Cleveland, Pittsburgh, you think, yeah, it's going to be a cold day and all that stuff. The Steelers giving 3.5 points at home to Baker Mayfield and the Browns.
Yeah, I'm partial because having been a part of this, it's a bus ride and, Pittsburgh week. And I worked with the Browns, and then I was in Houston when we were part of the AFC Central. So Steeler week was always, you had a little pep in your step. I mean, the practice was a little bit crisper, but Cleveland, Pittsburgh hasn't been a thing for a while. It's been more Baltimore, Pittsburgh. Cleveland's starting to play well. Stefanski's doing a really good job. The defense led by Myles Garrett is really good. This Pittsburgh team, I think, is pretty good. They have not played a tough schedule, but I think they're good. This game is really fun. The fact that that Cleveland can make this a game or make it competitive, it hadn't happened in a long time. This is the most positive Cleveland Browns team I've seen in a while. I don't know if they're good enough to go on the road and beat Pittsburgh, but I think this will be a game. This is, to me, the game that I'm most looking forward to in this week's matchups.
Green Bay's at Tampa Bay, the battle of the Bays, as Chris Berman used to say. Green Bay, a 1-point favorite on the road at Tampa. The Bucs hanging in there. I mean, it's the NFC South is just kind of, everybody's just sort of jockeying for position.
Yeah, no question about it. Bucks defense actually playing pretty well. I have a feeling the Bucks will focus a lot on the running game and test that Packers run defense. That's the one thing I'm still not sure about with the Pack. We'll see. Packers have played well. Aaron Rodgers has been outstanding. I don't know. There maybe give Green Bay a little bit of an edge with Rodgers, but I think it's going to come down to the Bucks run game against the Packers run defense.
Rams giving 3.5 at San Francisco. The Rams have played well. That's your Sunday night game. The 2 Monday games, some COVID-affected rescheduling here with Kansas City and Buffalo. It is a fun game. Kansas City coming off of a loss for the first time. Kansas City, a 4.5-point favorite at Buffalo. The Bills, they stumbled last week too. And then the nightcap on Monday, the Arizona Cardinals, a 1-point favorite at Dallas. The Cowboys playing their first game without Dak Prescott at quarterback after his broken ankle on Sunday against the Giants.
Yeah, Buffalo was the road team in that Tuesday night game, so it's a short week for them and Tennessee. But, Buffalo, Tennessee's at home. Buffalo had to go on the road and then come back home. That's a tough deal to get ready. And, it looked like they were preparing for the Chiefs Tuesday night when they were playing against Tennessee defensively. This Bills team's pretty good, and so we'll see how this plays out. But that's going to be a lot of fun, and I'm curious to see what Andy Dalton will do. This Cardinal team has been a little bit up and down. We'll see. Cowboys are going to have to be run focused here with play better around Andy Dalton.
Hey, it was a lot of fun. It was a great show. Really appreciate it. Thanks to everybody in the stream. Jigs Dad 44 says great show. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that very much. So we'll be back on Tuesday. We'll take a look back at Georgia, Alabama, and all of the other games in the SEC, and we'll get you ready for Week 5 in the league as the SEC marches on, getting close to the midway point on the season that a lot of people thought wouldn't happen. It's happening. It's been a lot of fun. Thanks for being part of it. Chris, have a great weekend. Talk to you soon.
You too, buddy. Take care.
Welcome into Scoreboard Business, presented by The Rogue. I'm Neil McCready. Chase Parham here with you as well. Hope you enjoyed that sort of encore presentation with Chris Landry, SEC Football and Beyond. Every Tuesday, every Friday, 9 a.m. Chris is pretty spot on with a lot of the stuff that he does, so hope you enjoy that. 2 games going on right now. It's halftime in Knoxville. Kentucky up 17-7 at the half. And it is 35 seconds to go in the second quarter in Columbia, South Carolina. The Gamecocks just scored. They're about to, I assume, kick an extra point, at which point it will be 16-14 Auburn, 35 seconds to go in the half there. Chase, how are you?
Oh, I'm lovely. Watching a couple different games this morning. Jared Garantano, 2 pick sixes, giving Kentucky 14 of their 17 points. So
he's been bad.
Not ideal there for the Volunteers, but Kentucky trying to pull that one out. Instead of that 0-5 start, they might be 2-3 there in the midway point in a week.
Might be time to point out just how good that defense is, which might be a really good sign for just how good Ole Miss's offense is. And I know the transitive property is scary in football, and you should never invest all of your money in the transitive property. You'll lose, but you can sometimes get. You learn a little.
Look, there is some substantial thing here that since Ole Miss left town, Kentucky has allowed 1 offensive score in 6 quarters.
Yeah,
game and a half, 1 score.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah,
I mean that means something. So
they're legitimately good on defense. Their secondary is excellent. They've got a big defensive front that people have a hard time moving around.
Yeah, Kentucky is. Look, they're pretty mediocre on offense. They're frankly not very good at all.
I think mediocre's kind.
Yeah. Especially given what typical defensive potential is in the SEC right now. But Kentucky's very good on defense. I think you can take that a little bit. Auburn and South Carolina look like 2 fairly even football teams, but 2 pretty average football teams right now, for being honest. There's nothing that jumps off the page, and we've got a full day to talk about this. We'll talk about this even during the Ole Miss game as we're flipping back and forth on different things, other games. And you've said this for weeks, but it's kind of my thought so far today, the one thing I've gotten to yet. Auburn looks nothing like Auburn.
No.
The stereotypical things that you expect from the Tigers, because every SEC team has that.
Sure.
They don't. This team looks like a very poor man's version of that. Well, hopefully Grind will call in at some point throughout our day. But I mean, it looks weird right now for Auburn.
I mean, look, I've watched a lot of Auburn football in my career.
You have,
and they're always kind of identifiable. They run the football. They run it effectively. They're good up front. They're usually pretty disciplined, and they're always, at worst, solid on defense. It's kind of their deal. You know, it's like when people talk about Lane Kiffin going to Auburn, I'm like, you guys have not spent any time at Auburn. He wouldn't fit there. There's a personality there. This team just doesn't look like Auburn. Looks kind of like South Carolina, frankly, which is why they're playing each other right now, and they sort of look the same. And, you know, like right here, Nix is, you know, he got rid of it, but he has not taken a sophomore step to this point. Not yet. He's just kind of the same guy that he was a year ago. And, you know, it's interesting. I will tell you this. If you're here for the news with Ole Miss, 3 guys out today to my knowledge. Maybe there's more. I've got multiple sources telling me it's 3 guys. Tarikas Tisdale did not make the trip. Ja'Cory Hawkins did not make the trip. Isaiah Willard did not make the trip. They're not playing. Is it possible there's more? I guess I could be off a little. Chase, you might know more than I do. We haven't talked about it.
That is all. I was actually not even aware of Tisdale. I was aware of Hawkins and Willard. Those were the only 2 that I knew for sure prior to this moment. So
my understanding, Tisdale is a contact trace kind of a deal and was not cleared. The big news in the SEC. This is going to shock no one. Nick Saban has been cleared.
He had 3 negative tests, Neil. 3 negative tests.
We're not going to spend 2 minutes on this. We might not spend 20 seconds on it.
All right.
The Indianapolis Colts had 4 false positives.
Okay.
Alabama is saying that Nick Saban's was a false positive.
He was apparently negative, he says, on Monday and Tuesday, positive on Wednesday, and then negative on Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Well, that would mean it's a false positive.
Yeah, that is what he said.
And if that's a false positive, how many false positives are out there in the general population where you take the test, you're told it's positive, and you go quarantine for 14 days?
Oh, there's a lot. I mean, that's the only thing. I mean, I get asymptomatic cases and different things. You've got falses in both directions because we have falses with every test. Like, it's like, you know, the general public automatically goes, hey, you took a test, or no matter what it is, flu, strep, COVID, whatever. Oh, well, it was positive or negative. Well, it's not 100% in any of those things. So, you have very high rates here, and you've got people that do. They quarantine for no reason. You've got people who still get out in the general public and actually do have it. I mean, it's
so I'm left to wonder, was Greg Burns' test a false positive? Was Nate Oates' test a false positive? How does that work? I mean, I've got so many questions. We'll get Ryan on in a minute. It would surprise
me of all 3, but yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, maybe it's one day something went a little funny.
Well, it's like the Colts. I was reading about the Colts this morning, and the Colts, when they saw the test come back, apparently from the 4 players that came back, they were like, there is no way. And sure enough.
Real quickly, just from a snap standpoint, how big of a deal is today for Ole Miss with those 3 guys out? Obviously, Tisdale has played a ton this season on the defensive line. Ja'Cory Hawkins has played a ton at cornerback. Hawkins has played 135 of Ole Miss's 227 defensive snaps so far this season. Tisdale has also he's played 127 of 227. And then I think Willard has mainly only played special teams. I'm not even sure he has an offensive snap so far this season. I'm looking right now to see. But if it's so, it's a very small amount.
I think it's just been –
He does not have an offensive snap this season.
Right.
I'm looking now at special teams, but he has played special teams, I know. He has played the most special team snaps on the team, I believe.
I was going to say, I think he's on virtually every special team.
51 of 61, so he's not on one team of whatever that is.
Yeah.
Z Baker has played all 61 special teams snaps this season. Dalen Gill 53, and then Willard 51. So Willard, their third most special teams player. I mean, again, this is Tisdale and Hawkins, and look, they're thin at both those spots. I mean, we said, hey, where is Ole Miss bad at, or where do they need to improve defensively? Defensive line and cornerback. So this is a big deal from that standpoint. And this is going to sound like I'm being a jerk, and I'm really not, but I am asking this.
Okay.
Look, depth is an issue. They need bodies. They're having a hard time figuring out number of snaps for certain players. A lot of guys are playing a lot of positions. But there is a certain war element to this where you just kind of have replacement and below replacement, whatever. Ole Miss has been so bad defensively. How much worse can the second team be? You know what I mean? Like, I know that sounds stupid, but...
41 more yards.
I mean, Yeah, that's on my point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think this is more of a depth issue than an, oh, my God, that guy's out issue, if that makes sense.
It does.
I think that's where they are right now.
So here's our plan for the show today. Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham, will join us in a little bit, here shortly, as a matter of fact. We'll also be joined by Mike Griffith of the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. He spent some time. We talked Ole Miss, Arkansas. We talked Alabama, Georgia. That game tonight, a big game at 7 o'clock on CBS. We'll be watching it with you during hand raise, guys. And I also talked to Zach Arns, who does a radio show for ESPN Arkansas. I did his show earlier in the week, so he was kind enough to return the favor. So we'll hear from them. We'll go to Reynolds Razorback Stadium, where I am told it is very windy today.
Yes.
69, sunny, going to be a great day. Very nice. 69's nice. But wind, we'll find out how much of a factor the wind is over the course of the day. I do want to tell you that we're brought to you by The Rogue. They sponsor this pregame show, and they're your destination for fine men's clothing. Their stylists hand-select pieces from top designers, from work to lifestyle to nightlife. There's the perfect something for everyone. The Rogue has all the best items from Peter Millar, Martin Dingman, Jack Victor, Halsey, True Grit, and more. Duckhead has returned to The Rogue. The return of this icon brand remains true to its roots by producing garments of enduring quality and timeless style. So come by The Rogue and welcome back this American icon and join the revival. Known for their gold school chino for years, the 1865 five-pocket and gingham sports shirts are great for game day. They work from home. Great value. The Rogue has delivered fine men's clothing for more than 53 years. And their classic style, attention to detail, and commitment to excellent service continues to make The Rogue a special place to shop. So visit The Rogue at 4450 I-55 North in Jackson or at therogue.com. We'll have food later today from our friends at help me here.
Visit Oxford. Visit Oxford. Visit oxfordms.com in conjunction with them. Food coming from Blind Pig today. Place that Neil and I both enjoy. Neil watches what he eats a little more now, but back in the day, it'd be something you frequented a little more.
Blind Pig's really good.
It's not their fault. It's just
Nope.
your change in habit at this point.
Well, back when we were allowed to sit at a bar and have a drink,
it
might have been my favorite place to just go have a beer, but it's not safe to do that anymore because the virus is hunting. And if you sit at a bar, as long as you have some plexiglass, the virus can't get to you. Plexiglass kills virus.
Plexiglass.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm told.
Place that, for the most part, still pretty local people. Not a ton, you know what I mean? Like it's still got a pretty local vibe there at Blind Pig. So we'll have their food. We'll talk about that. That'll be during our in-game show later in the day. Although we're staying on the same link all day, correct? If you're here, we're staying in the same box. Is that right or wrong?
Yeah, we're gonna stay. We're gonna stay here. We'll let you. You guys love the bear. You'll get to see the bear a little bit today.
About 10 minutes.
Yeah, probably
5
even
minutes.
less than that. Yeah.
We'll recharge and get it. So we'll do that there later on. Again, as part of Oxford Eats, visit oxfordms.com. I'll tell you about events coming to town and more as the day moves on. But we'll have that from Blind Pig.
All right, I'll get Ryan Brown on now. We'll touch base with him.
Hey, boys.
Hello, Ryan. Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. Kind enough to spend part of his Saturday with us again. We've learned to look forward to this. Our listeners like it quite a bit as well, so thanks for being with us.
I love that you've learned to look forward to it. That is tremendous.
Well, it's really good stuff because you know football. There was a miracle in your state.
Look, he's saying you're an acquired taste, Ryan. That's basically
I am
what
very
it is.
much. Don't think I don't know that, Chase.
Hey, it's when you talk all day long, and you know this. Sometimes you have a little slip. It's okay. Just bear with it. Bear with the guy.
I by the way, I had one on the air yesterday. I'll tell you about off the air.
I look forward to that. Yeah.
Is Auburn's very average, right?
Yes, they are. They are. Now, they should be up in this game. They really should be up 17-0 because I don't know why Gus Malzahn ran a trick play when they scored to make it 9.
Because he's got to be the smartest guy in the room.
I mean, I don't know, man. Anyway, it should be 16-0. Bo Nix has thrown 2 terrible interceptions that led to both of South Carolina's touchdowns. Without that, Carolina really has not moved the ball at all on Auburn. So, Yeah, Auburn can be a little bit average, but they really should be running away with this game right now. You should be running away with the game, and it's now 16-14 at the half.
So before we get too deep into that game, I want to just ask you about the miracle in Tuscaloosa today. Nick Saban is somehow okay. I mean, thank God that he was spared, but this is just a shocking development, right? That Nick Saban beat the coronavirus in less than 24 hours and is just right back at it with his club.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of people that would obviously say, well, of course, this is Alabama. It's going to be, it's going to be worked in the favor of Alabama and Nick Saban. And I am sure, when you're in the lab and a vial of blood that is gold shows up, you know whose blood you're dealing with, right? So, I'm sure the lab workers realized this was a Saban test when the blood was gold in color. So, I don't guess there's any surprise this happened. I mean, look, he's been tested five times since Wednesday, and all 5 are negative. So, I mean, I think it is quite safe to say you had a little false positive there. And look, all joking aside, it's obviously great news. You would never want anyone to have any sort of sickness, much less this one. And it is certainly good news for Alabama and for this game tonight. This is too good of a game for something like that to, kind of be hanging over it.
Will he be 22-0 against former assistants when the night's done?
I think so. Here's an interesting stat I uncovered this morning. I was, we do some video work on social media for our station accounts, and I was just trying to find some things to include. Kirby Smart, when he gives up 24 or more points, and I don't have it in front of me. Hang on a second, I'll pull it up because I want to give you the right number. And because this is key to me. When Kirby Smart, when his team in his time as Georgia allows 24 or more, they've done that 18 times. He's 8-10. 24 points isn't a ton. 8-10 has a losing record. It gets even more alarming for Georgia, though. When they allow 28 or more points, he is 3-8 in those 11 games. And this is an Alabama team that scores 51 points per game. It is hard to imagine you're going to hold them less than 28. I mean, I would be blown away if that's the case, if Alabama scores less than 28 in this game.
That is such an indictment on Georgia as an offense under him, because we're talking about a college football world now where you offer most teams, hey, you're only going to give up 28. They'll go, hell, I'll go 9-2. You know what I mean? I mean, that's that is a small number in today's college football world.
Yeah, I was surprised it was that bad, Chase. I mean, I looked because I knew that, that kind of trend with their offense. And I thought, let's just see what they've done against the better offenses. And 28's a fair enough cutoff. I mean, that's a normal number. That's 4 touchdowns. So, I mean, that's amazing to me that you've done that 11 times. Now, that's good. 11 times, only 11 times has a team scored that much on you. But you're only 3-8 in those games is an indictment on your offense. And look, Alabama, I mean, the people that are watching this right now know Alabama's offense can be explosive. And their defense has some holes. There's no doubt about that. But that's an alarming stat for Georgia, and I just wonder how it plays into tonight's game. I don't know what I think Alabama will score, but I think it'll be north of 28, definitely.
So you watched, obviously, a pretty good bit last week as Arkansas really beat Auburn, but played Auburn to a 2-point loss with the weird call there at the end of the game. Arkansas Ole Miss today. What are we feeling? What's kind of opening thoughts there? Faith ranks those 4.
Well, I don't know, because I saw 2 offenses when I watched Bama, Ole Miss, and Arkansas Auburn that had some confidence. Arkansas moved the ball on Auburn's defense. Now, let me say this, and Kevin Steele has had a pretty much, you can count on it, a top 15, top 20 defense in his time there at Auburn. But it's not that this year. Now, they've gotten a little bit healthier today. Big Cat Bryant is back healthy, but they've lost KJ Britt, the middle linebacker, so Zacoby McClain has had to take over there. They were banged up last week in the secondary. But that said, Felipe Franks had a ton of confidence, and he had that offense moving. And Sam Pittman was pressing most of the right buttons. He made some critical coaching mistakes in that game, but by and large, Sam Pittman was pressing the right buttons in that game. And that was a confident offense. And certainly what I watched in Oxford Saturday night was a confident offense. I was blown away at that. I had no idea that was coming. I think I told Joe I thought Ole Miss would score 24 points. They had that before the half. And I mean, that was a just such an impressive offensive performance by Ole Miss. So I think you got two confident quarterbacks in Felipe Franks and Matt Corral. I expect this to be a high-scoring game today.
I do too.
And it's a complete and total toss-up to me.
I agree. There's a consensus confidence in Ole Miss outside, just people that are watching the games, and I don't know whether that is because Ole Miss is getting a lot of credit for what it's done offensively. And you're right. I think it's 3 games is a little bit of a small sample size. I've been saying this week, but it's definitely a trend. And the trend is that this is an elite offense. They put up 48 on Alabama and, frankly, stopped themselves more than Alabama stopped them. But on the other side of the football, this is 3 games in a row where they've been lit up, and that's a trend too. And so there's no reason to think that Arkansas is not going to get yards in bunches and points in bunches and everything else. I like you, I sort of expect a shootout. I kind of expect 40s, 30s. No lower than mid-30s for either team.
Well, look, and Ole Miss has done this against 3 good defenses. Well, let me back up. 3 defenses that have historically been good.
Yeah, that's fair.
You've done it on Florida and Alabama, which you expect really good defense out of Florida and Alabama. Now, I don't know that Todd Grantham has got the defense that Florida needs to match with that offense this year, and we saw that exposed a little bit more at Kyle Field this past Saturday. And this is not revisionist history. I mean, the people that watched us last week know I said this about Alabama's defense coming in, though Ole Miss far exceeded my expectations. Alabama's defense had shown some alarming play in the second half against Missouri, the entire game against Texas A&M, and they got super exposed against Ole Miss. Pete Golding is under massive fire as the Alabama defensive coordinator among the fans. But, that Kentucky defense that Ole Miss I've watched just about every play of Ole Miss this year because I watched that whole Kentucky game. I watched a lot of the Florida game. I watched every play of the Bama game. I think you got a good enough sample size to say you're right. This is an elite offense.
Yeah.
Now, DJ Durkin's defense isn't matching it, but it is an elite offense, and I think they'll be able to move it on just about anybody they play.
I think it's an elite offense and an awful defense. That's what they are. They're an extreme team. When they get every time Ole Miss gets the ball, I'm like, I think they're going to score. And every time the other team gets the ball, I'm like, I think they're going to score. Points. If you're betting the over in Ole Miss games, you're loving life right now.
It was one of the funniest tweets of the day Saturday when Ole Miss settled for the field goal. Cecil Hurt, who I know you guys know, longtime sports writer for the Tuscaloosa News, basically Alabama's living football historian, tweeted, the Ole Miss field goal is like Bitcoin. It has value, but this is a folding currency society. And, and he's right. It had some value, but in that game it had no value.
No, it was I compared it to a tennis match where both guys have these big power serves and neither one can break a serve, and as soon as a serve gets broken, you're like, oh, that's that.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and as soon as they settle for 3, I'm just going to be honest with you. I never at one point thought Ole Miss was going to win that game, but I thought, Alabama cannot afford one empty possession. But when Ole Miss kicked that field goal, I knew then it was over. There was just, to your point, there was no stopping Mac Jones at that point. He was red hot. Those receivers were open a lot, and Najee Harris was there anytime they wanted him. And that's, again, it's an indictment on the Ole Miss defense, and I think all the Red fans know it's a struggle, and it's probably going to be a struggle all year for Ole Miss.
Yeah, they're expecting a defensive line commitment as early as today. They're obviously changing their approach on defensive linemen. They're looking at the junior college route a little bit more than I think they originally wanted to. I think they're going to get into the transfer market, and I've been saying this all week. It's one thing to land a bunch of offensive guys, and I don't think there's any question Lane Kiffin will. Getting elite defensive linemen is hard.
Yeah,
they're the how do I say this? I think I've already used the word, so I can use it again. They're the most expensive commodity on the market.
You think defensive linemen are the?
There's no doubt.
You think so?
The elite defensive lineman is absolutely the you use more of your resources on acquiring those than you do.
You have
others.
to put more in the budget line, if you will, on the line.
But to your point, McNeil and Chase, and I love the budget line,
of course, yeah.
Joel Klatt, I don't know if you guys follow Joel very much, the analyst for Fox Sports. He pointed this out he said this a long time ago on our show. The thing that sets the SEC apart is you've got the defensive linemen that are as big as everybody else's, but in the SEC, they run like the linebackers. And the linebackers are as big as everybody else's, and they run like the safeties. Mm-hmm. And the defensive back are as big as everybody else's, and they run like everybody else's receivers. And that's a great point. And
he's exactly right. Look at Georgia.
Yep.
That's the reason that Georgia's winning with Stetson Bennett at quarterback. And I know Stetson Bennett's a great story, and it's a cool story, and it's a neat story, and all of that stuff. But I mean, in a league that is typically a quarterback league, they're winning with defense because their defense is so talented it just suffocates you.
Yep, and you're finding those defensive linemen, and find them in the South, but they don't grow on trees. Finding those defensive linemen that are as big as linebacker, or as big as normal defensive linemen, but run like the linebackers. You're right, that's hard to find, and that's what you have to have in this league. If you don't have that in the SEC, you're done.
What I'm interested to see today, as it pertains to Arkansas, is that they've looked at all of the film, and when you go after that Ole Miss defense. Two teams in a row, Kentucky, which just ran, I think Kentucky ran for 408 yards, and they're running on Tennessee right now as we speak. Kentucky had 408 yards. Alabama had, I don't know, a whole lot. Najee Harris ran for like 700 yards and 12 touchdowns, I think was the final number. And if you're Arkansas, don't you want to try to run the football and eat the clock and keep Matt Corral and that offense on the sideline? Because if you're Arkansas, you're not very good on defense in the first place. You're down at least 2 and maybe 3 linebackers.
You have depth issues out there.
And you want to control the clock, even though on film that you can throw on Ole Miss. Don't you kind of want to try to see if you can do it on the ground?
Yeah, and I just wonder how much of that was outweighed, and it was in the Alabama game. Now, they didn't struggle to run, but how much of that is outweighed by the fear of I can't have an empty possession either? Because you really can't.
I know that's what I was going to follow up and say. Is that's the problem? If in a normal football game, you come out and you go, okay, so let's play a little chess here real quick. Let's get a
field position.
Well, and also let's see what they're doing. Let's see what'll work. And I don't know that you have 2 possessions to do that with.
No, I mean if you. Like you're saying, in a normal situation, if I'm Sam Pittman and I burn off 5.5, 6 minutes and have to punt it, normally I'm okay with that. All right, I've rested my defense. I've put them on the sidelines. I've probably taken a possession away from them, but I've also left an empty possession there. And I think that's what faced Alabama is Saban probably would have liked to have done that at some point, but I think he also knew I have to take points when they're there. And where are the points? Well, the points are letting Mac Jones stand back there and just throw it to these NFL wide receivers. Sure, I'm going to hand it to Najee Harris, but he's going to score too. I mean, it's not like they were giving it to Najee Harris just to burn clock. Those were plays you could potentially score on. And I do think that's the conundrum when you face Ole Miss right now is that you would like to keep them on the sidelines, but you also can't do that at risk of scoring. You've got to finish your possessions there.
What was the reaction over there about Ole Miss in the aftermath of that game?
Well, now understand the most of the reaction was people that are ready to fire Pete Golding. But I think Alabama fans were blown away by what they saw. And again, I've told you guys, Alabama fans like Lane Kiffin. I think they appreciate what he did in Tuscaloosa. They give him credit. There's nobody that's an Alabama fan that doesn't give Lane Kiffin credit for bringing Nick Saban into the modern day of offense that Alabama had to do to remain as dominant as they have been. If Lane Kiffin had never come to Tuscaloosa, I don't know what Alabama looks like right now. I think they'd still be good, but I don't think they would be what you saw Saturday night, where Nick Saban is okay with letting a quarterback stand around and throw it for 500 yards, to be precise, 400 yards. But Lane Kiffin brought Alabama into that era of football, and Alabama fans, I would say there's not one that will not give him credit for that. They understand that, and because of that, they're fans of his. So even though it happened on their team, I think there's a deep respect for Lane Kiffin and what he's able to do offensively. I mean, the callers we took, again, first of all, the first reaction is they're pissed at Pete Golding, but the second reaction is Lane Kiffin is what we thought he was, and now he's going to show that it wasn't just the fact that you had Alabama talent. He knows offense.
Yeah, Steve Sarkisian's not the offensive coordinator at Alabama today if Lane Kiffin had not gone before him.
Nope, not at all. And by the way, it got overshadowed. He called a phenomenal game.
Oh, he did. That was one of the best called football games I've ever watched. And I don't know, with the exception of Jones threw one ball that probably could have been picked, maybe should have been picked, I don't know that a quarterback made a bad throw.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Yeah, because the only pick Alabama had was because of a defensive hold. If you don't have that hold, it's might have been tipped incomplete. It's probably not picked, and it got wiped off the board. I don't know. I'm sure you guys saw the stat. This is I don't think I've ever seen this stat in my life, though I've never really kept up with this statistic. But Alabama had only 41 yards available to them that they did not pick up. So they punted from the 40, and Najee Harris fumbled on the 1. Those are the 41 yards Alabama potentially could have gained that they did not gain in that game.
But
and that is an incredible
really,
stat to me.
Ole Miss really punished Alabama for those 41 yards, though. I mean, those were 41 unearned yards that Alabama will remember for a long time.
Yeah, in hindsight, at the end of that game, you look back and say, why were you punting from the 40? I don't remember the down and distance, but I don't think it was particularly significant. Why were you punting?
It was a really good Mississippi stat day for that, because on the other side of it, the Bulldogs, somebody figured out against Kentucky, they left 814 yards available to them on Saturday. So, it went a little both ways. And speaking of that, I mean, Ole Miss, Will and I mentioned this before you came on the air, Kentucky gives up 42 to the Rebels. And they're 1 yard here away from taking a 24-7 lead on Tennessee. I know Garantano's 2 pick sixes had a lot to do with it. Kentucky's only given up 1 offensive touchdown since the Rebels left town in 7 quarters almost.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. Mark Stoops wins some of the ugliest games. I don't know how you win a game 24-2 with 157 yards of offense. Even when the opposing team gives you 6 interceptions, it's still hard to win that game 24-2 with 157 yards of offense. And here they are again at Neyland Stadium. Their offense has not scored a touchdown until
right now.
They're about to right now, it appears. I shouldn't really say that about Kentucky.
No, you're right.
They're in. Yeah.
They're in. Okay. All right. I was,
yeah.
You got to hesitate. This is Kentucky's offense we're talking about. But, I mean, their defense is giving them 14 points. And Tennessee turned it over 4 times in the first half. It's alarming for Tennessee, who, by the way, gets Alabama next week. I mean, this goes from bad to worse for them.
Yeah, and Kentucky's got a chance to get to the midway point at 3-2, actually, instead of us talking about 0-5 had they not beat State last week, because they go to Missouri next week. And Kentucky is good enough on defense to stifle the Tigers and get a win there.
Yeah, and I watched them, obviously, week 1 against Auburn at Jordan-Hare, and that score was a little bit misleading. Terry Wilson made a critical turnover late that gave Auburn some points. Kentucky had a touchdown wiped off the board on a really, really controversial instant replay. So that was a bit of a misleading score at what happened in Jordan-Hare. I came away thinking they were a little better than they were. And then they did what they did against Ole Miss, where they blew was a 14-point lead they blew in that game, right?
Yeah, they were up 14, and Ole Miss came back and kind of dominated the second half.
Yeah, and then, after week 1, when they lose to Auburn and you see Mississippi State week 3, you're like, wow, State, they were the story of week 1. Yeah, I'm with you, Chase. You started to worry, gosh, they're going to be 0-5. And Mark Stoops all of a sudden is maybe feeling some heat rather than being coach of the year discussions. But he's flipped this around pretty quickly, and if they can hold on today, and the way Tennessee's playing on offense, they have got a huge mountain to climb right now. I'm not sure they can do it.
Kentucky, we talked about Alabama and Georgia getting favorable schedules and this whole 10-team conference thing. On the other side of it, Kentucky on the back half of their schedule gets Florida, Alabama, and Georgia in their last 5.
Yeah. See, that was the thing. We were looking at on our show after the Kentucky loss to Ole Miss, is this was the quote-unquote easy part of their schedule.
Uh-huh.
And, if they could not have survived this part, you're right, the back end is much more difficult for them. So, they'll be a fascinating team to watch. You wonder if Mark Stoops, every team's not going to give you – my gosh, they've gotten, I think, 10 turnovers the last 2 weeks. You're not going to get that from everybody.
What do you make of this South Carolina team? Because they look like the most nondescript SEC program in history. Like, they're not bad. They're just not good. They're average at everything.
Yeah. Can you believe he called that?
What'd they call
it?
Auburn that is such a bad call on J.C. Horn. I mean, that is not holding. That's not interference. It's not holding. They are protecting Auburn in this game. They are. They're protecting them right now. And
Dale, you've lived in this state. Do you know how absurd that statement sounds in this state?
I do, but I'm telling you, the league, Auburn has been. That is not a hold.
Are you saying, Ryan, that you
we're
can just
getting
take
a full
calls?
replay now? I want to see the entire. Boy, he got him on the hip, but he didn't hold him.
I mean, if they could call that on
they would give us the full play, and we would see, oh, okay, there was the hold. That was not a hold, yeah.
If you need a free day in radio, that's all you'd have to do to open the phone lines up. Wouldn't it go, Auburn gets protected by the league. Open the call, open the lines, here we go.
Well, Chase,
1-800, blah, blah, blah.
I mean, they're 2 out of the 3 weeks. They have gotten a massively beneficial mistake by the SEC. Massively.
Yeah. And the more you watch that, the more you go, that was an inexcusable blown call. He
throws into the Arkansas game?
Yeah, he throws the ball backwards. Yeah. I mean, you just,
Yeah, I don't. It was such a weird play. I don't necessarily there's no way. Like I said, nobody did it on purpose, and I've never seen it before. But when you watch it, and you just go, hell! Like, you know what I mean? It's that deal where I don't know.
Yeah, it's the old the referee assuming. You see this in basketball sometimes. The referee assuming what's about to happen. So he goes ahead and blows the whistle when it comes close to happening. And then you've screwed it up once you've blown the whistle. And, there's so much blame to go around on that play. First of all, for Bo Nix, you just can't get casual in that situation. It's on him. But for the refs not to let it play out, it definitely changed the outcome of that game. Now, let me say this. Sam Pittman, and I don't know, I don't imagine you guys watch every play of this game, but Sam Pittman went for 2 early, chasing points, and then that forced him to go for 2 later in the game. He missed them both, and I guess you'll notice the difference in the game was 2 points. So that was massive. And then he also got down on the goal line once and went to his backup quarterback in kind of a wildcat situation.
Got cute.
Got cute when Felipe Franks was dealing. So Sam Pittman and on top of all of that, after Anders Carlson missed the field goal, Arkansas gets the ball back. They get 2 first downs. That game is over, period. There's nothing Auburn can do. And they got super conservative.
Yep.
And just tried to burn clock when you had all the momentum. So, it was a bad call at the end, but Sam Pittman can look himself in the mirror and say he made some crucial coaching errors in that game.
If you've got a stock in these 4 new coaches in the SEC and their programs, how are you rating them to this point through 3 weeks on who you are believing in what order?
Well, week 1 it would have been Leach, but that has certainly died. I'd probably go Kiffin right now. Yeah, I'd probably go Kiffin. I know he got a win last week, but there's just still something about Drinkwitz I don't buy. Yeah. I can't buy him. Pittman is just operating from such a deficit. He's done an amazing job, but boy, they're way behind. So it's going to take him a little bit. I do, I think rightfully question whether or not Mike Leach can consistently do it at State. And I think just overall, we've seen, here's the way I put it. Doing what we know they do best, we've seen Lane Kiffin be the best at what we know he does best, if that makes sense. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So that's why I think I'd go Lane Kiffin there, because that's, your question with Lane Kiffin is, okay, he's an offensive guy. Is he going to have enough offense at Ole Miss to win big? Well, yeah, that's the answer. Find a little defense to pair with it, and you got something now.
I'm sticking by my take that Elijah Drinkwitz is just like great value brand Hugh Freeze. It looks more and more right every single week. I mean, it just doesn't. It's not going to work. I mean, it's too hokey. I mean, I get it, Missouri. You got to be a little weird.
We're so jaded from the Freeze experience. If you'd experienced it, Ryan, you'd.
But he doesn't. I don't think he's as good as Hugh, though. I just don't.
No, because Hugh's a good coach.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, I mean, look at Liberty. That's not a bad football team. Hugh's actually doing a really good job.
If he's smart, he stays there.
It's a sneaky great job. Frankly, he's getting paid like $2 million a year. He's the highest paid group of five coach in the country.
And he's got an Auburn cast off Malik Willis that's playing quarterback for him, and he's getting pretty good quarterback play. They're 5th, and I looked at it this week. They're 5th in the nation in total defense.
Are you saying that Hugh Freeze saved Malik Willis?
Freeze is doing it. I'm with you on Drinkwitz. I just don't buy it. I do not buy it. And I know, listen, if you had told me in the preseason, hey, Drinkwitz in his first 3 weeks will beat LSU, I would have said, okay, that guy's doing a little bit more than I thought. But now that you've seen LSU and you saw that LSU had 4 downs from the 1 and couldn't even get it across the goal line, to me it speaks more of LSU than it does of what Drinkwitz has done.
What does this mean? Let's say this Tennessee result holds. They lose to Kentucky at home. They're going to get beat by Alabama. I don't know who else they have left. They've already played Georgia.
Florida. They have Florida left.
Probably lose to Florida. I don't know who's after that. They don't play Ole Miss. That's not on the schedule. But I know nobody's getting fired this year, but things get a little squirrely there if he can't get it going there, right? Or is it? And this is, I guess, a really long-winded way of getting to this. I have long said that there is, and you don't do it because you're one of the smarter people, but there's a tendency in our field to be lazy and say because Tennessee was once great and once elite, and it absolutely was, there's a tendency to say so they will be again. And I don't know that I think that Tennessee being great, I don't know that fits in the current SEC landscape where there aren't many bad programs. Everybody's invested. Alabama's great. Georgia's great. You just kind of look around at who competes with Tennessee. Kentucky's good. You know what I'm saying. I mean, it's a really long-winded way of saying I don't know that Tennessee can ever be what Tennessee thinks it's going to be again.
Well, again, the point I'll make is Army and Navy used to have national championship implications. And, nobody used to ever want to play Nebraska. Yeah. So you don't have a guaranteed spot on Mount Rushmore. There's no doubt about it. Boy, another flag at the Auburn game. This is crazy.
I'm watching to see what the call is.
I'll be interested to watch this replay. So you don't have any guaranteed spot there. And here's my frustration. I'm not saying fire Jeremy Pruitt, but if I am a Tennessee fan watching this debacle today, I do ask the question. Year 3 for Pruitt? In year 3, how are you no better at quarterback than you are right now? I mean, you've gone out and you've recruited well, but how are you no better at quarterback than you are right now? And that's a huge concern for me if I'm a Tennessee fan, because Garantano ain't it, and they don't have anything behind him, apparently, because Garantano is still playing right now. So I don't see how you can't be any better at quarterback.
We know what Auburn thinks about Gus. Where's Chad Morris in this situation right now? Everybody loving that hire over in the Plains. You're getting a lot of positive comments about Morris.
I mean, it's one of those deals that I think Auburn fans, you don't blame Chad Morris because they have seen this same situation again and again. Now, when he does get criticized or when Gus gets criticized, it's always going to come up just another high school coach. That's what the criticism is about Malzahn, and now you've hired another guy that followed the Malzahn path. So that's the criticism that comes for Chad Morris. But Auburn fans don't criticize him as much because they have seen this over and over again, that Gus Malzahn goes out and hires an offensive coordinator. The offensive coordinator supposedly is going to come in and do all these different things, and then the offensive coordinator comes in, and the offense doesn't change one bit. So Auburn fans have seen this before. I don't think Auburn fans anticipated Chad Morris coming in and just completely overhauling an offense and giving you an offense you had never seen in the Malzahn era. I think they knew that this is what was going to happen, is you are going to come in and you are going to do what Gus Malzahn has always done. You might change a couple things, but the overall framework of the offense doesn't change at all.
What are Bo Nix's expectations at this point? What do you kind of see from him? Because, I mean, it doesn't look like he's taking much of a step as a sophomore.
He's a really average quarterback. You've gotten the whole Bo Nix experience in this game today. He's looked exceptionally good. He has made 2 horrible passes, which have been interceptions, 2 horrible decisions on his part. Look, he's a tough, competitive kid. He just makes bad decisions. And at this time, and again, it's another complaint of Gus Malzahn, is that he doesn't develop quarterbacks. And there's some history to support that. I mean, guys don't go there and get better under him. So I don't think people entirely blame Bo Nix for this. I think they look at it and they say, this is what you've gotten in the Gus Malzahn era, that a kid comes in. He was a highly recruited quarterback. He owns all the records here in this state on the high school level. But you don't see a ton of difference from him from that Oregon game, the first game he played, to today's South Carolina game. Here you are, 18 games into his career, and he just really hasn't changed that much.
J.C. Horn did not fall far from the tree. His mannerisms and behavior, his demeanor on the field remind me so much of his dad. It's remarkable.
Can you believe that secondary has the son of Joe Horn and Deion Sanders in it? How old are we?
We're old, Ryan.
I mean, that is crazy to me. I was watching that, think of that earlier.
I covered Joe when he was with the Saints.
And you're right, real quick, Neil. You're right about that. And that secondary is chirpy. And when you know their dads, you're like, okay, well, it makes total sense.
Yeah, he's done a hell of a job on Seth Williams today.
Oh, and even when he gets beat, he forgets it instantly. I mean, he's just like his dad. I mean, Joe Horn could drop a touchdown pass and walk to the sideline and go, it didn't happen. I don't remember that. Next. I mean, no memory of failure ever. And frankly, that's what you have to play on the island out there like that.
Yeah, I cannot believe those guys. I mean, because as a Dolphins fan, I was a big fan of Pat Surtain, and now Pat Surtain the second is playing for Alabama, and I'm like, God, I'm old. And then you turn on this game on TV, and you see Joe Horn and Deion Sanders with a kid, and you're like, man, I'm old.
Yep.
When the guys I watched start having kids that are playing college football, it's gotten past me.
Well, hey, man, really appreciate the time as always. Look forward to it again next Saturday. Enjoy your Saturday. I know that Alabama-Georgia is a huge one there, and you'll be talking about it a ton. And we'll be looking forward to getting your thoughts on Ole Miss and Auburn a week from now as Kentucky looks like they're getting ready to put Tennessee away.
That's crazy, man. I did not see that one coming. Boys, y'all have a great weekend. It's always fun.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thanks, Ryan. That's Ryan Brown, WJOX in Birmingham. We'll get to Mike Griffith in just a moment. First, I do want to tell you that this show is brought to you in part by Heritage Properties, home to 3 communities in Oxford, Faulkner Flats, Cambridge Station, Lexington Point. All 3 properties, multifamily housing. They all offer on-site management and maintenance. They're pet-friendly, and they offer short-term leases. Faulkner Flats, located at Old Taylor Road, offers 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartments, private patios or balconies, a premier 24/7 gym, and a tanning facility, a resort-style pool, a car wash station, and much more. You don't want to miss out on their low rates, their special rates, 3 bedrooms, now leasing for the price of a 2-bedroom. Contact live@faulknerflats.com or phone 662-234-4558. Cambridge Station has renovated 2-bath apartment homes 5 minutes from campus with multiple amenities, including free cable and internet. They're currently offering a single occupancy special, so contact live@cambridgestationapts.com. And then Lexington Point, located less than a mile from campus, has spacious 1, 2, and 3-bedroom apartment homes, free cable and internet, covered parking, and much more. Again, 662-234-4558, 234-4558. Earlier this week, I guess it was Thursday, I talked to Mike Griffith of the AJC, so we'll play that for you now. My longtime friend Mike Griffith of AJC Dog Nation, kind enough to join us. Mike, we're talking, for people will know, we're talking at 10:24 Central Time on Thursday. People are going to see this on Saturday morning, so hopefully there's a football game that's happening in Fayetteville for us to play this interview. Looks like it will. I'll start with this. Just Nick Saban coming down with COVID-19 turns into this big national news story. I'm almost waiting for us to get to the place, and don't get me wrong, I'm not belittling it, but I'm kind of waiting for us to get to the place where a positive test is not breaking news.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot. It's this is a disease that's spread, rapidly and pretty much all over. I think we're all to the point where if we haven't been tested, we wonder if we've had it and didn't realize it because it is so rampant and, unfortunately common, regardless of the precautions that are taken. I'd like to think we're in a better place in terms of how we treat it. It was good to see the President of the United States get in and out of the hospital relatively quickly despite his age and potential risk factors. Nick Saban is a guy that takes care of himself, but still, Neil, even though I believe it's common, the thing that I've noticed is just some really callous and immature, even on Twitter and social media. I mean, people need to just stop and start acting like human beings. I mean, we're in a very serious era right now where not everyone is affected, thankfully, but there are some who have been affected, and to make light of something like this is completely inappropriate.
Yeah, I'm guilty of doing it a lot. I'm guilty of doing it a lot. I get frustrated with it. I get frustrated with both sides. The people that say it's absolutely nothing, that frustrates me, and then the people who want to shut everything down frustrate me too. Let's get to the football part of it, though. You're and I want to get to. Don't let me forget to go to Ole Miss with you, because I know you watch a lot of football. You talk to a lot of people. I want to get your thoughts on the Rebels in a minute, but a huge game tonight in Tuscaloosa, Georgia and Alabama. Nick Saban, as of this taping, won't be there. If he's not on the sideline and not in communication with the staff, how much of a factor, if at all, is that on the outcome of the game?
It's a huge factor. A huge factor. Not saying they can't win without him. Not saying they shouldn't win without him. It's absolutely a huge factor. Nick Saban is one of those coaches who has the ability to raise the performance and level of his football team. That's why they win all the games they're supposed to win. Not every coach can do that. And you give Nick Saban and Alabama credit for putting all the pieces in place to have the best system. You can't blame him for that. Sometimes we say, well, if school A, B, or C could do what Nick Saban does, well, give Nick Saban credit for fighting and going to a place that's willing to do A, B, and C. You can't hold it against him. It's like saying, well, if Ford spent all the money on engineering and maintenance that Mercedes did, they'd be as good. Well, they don't. So don't make the comparison.
It's when people belittle Pat Riley or Phil Jackson in basketball. Well, of course they won. Of course Phil Jackson won. He had Michael Jordan, and then he had Kobe. Yeah, but other people had Michael Jordan and they didn't win, and other people had Kobe and they didn't win. I mean, obviously you have to have great players to win in college football and the NBA and in MLS or any other sport you want to pick. It helps to have the best players, but coaching matters.
Oh, sure. And you can find exceptions to the rule. You can find outliers with Jarn or anything. But, it just reminds me of, well, anybody can win at Tennessee. Fire Philip Fulmer. Anybody can do what Philip Fulmer's done. Well, that was in 2008, and they haven't been back to the SEC championship game since. And the one coach that gave them back-to-back top 25 finishes and 3 straight bowl wins, they ridicule and pretend was the worst coach in the world. So that said, year 3 for Jeremy Pruitt, and he's yet to beat Georgia, Alabama, or Florida, which are the games he's judged by. So to your point, though, Neil, about Nick Saban, listen, at times we've probably all loved and hated Nick Saban for different reasons, but I think everyone respects him. I think if you could pick one guy to be the president of the United States out of the SEC, he would be the guy that we would want controlling our country, whether you like him or you don't.
For sure.
So, yeah, he absolutely has a command presence on the sideline. And I'll be fascinated to see if somehow, Neil, he can spin this into some magical motivational deal of, I need to see if you guys can win without me. It's almost as if this is the player's chance to say, you know what, it isn't all Coach Saban, or some of these coaches' chance to say, see, Nick, you don't have to scream at me when things go bad for us to win. So it certainly adds another element and truly a level of interest to a game that even as a beat guy, I looked at and just kind of go, this is an exhibition. Doesn't even matter. I don't think either one of these teams will lose again. I think they'll play again in December. I don't know why the league just doesn't go, you know what? Cancel it. Don't need this game. You're going to see it again in December. What's the point of this game, especially with Florida and LSU canceling?
CBS would beg to differ. CBS right now is watching this going, no. We want the game.
No, that's right. There's an underlying reality to this fiscal incentive for all programs. To me now, what comes out of this is interesting. I think it's interesting that Ross Dellinger, who does great work with Sports Illustrated, obviously connected, gets a lot of good leaks as they talk about how did this come from, and they're connecting travel to the spread of the virus. Now, if you're someone who is concerned about the virus and the potential for more canceled games, then certainly you need to have an awareness. It only makes sense that the more environments you put yourself in, the more likely you are to contact any virus, the flu, the cold, COVID, whatever. But to me, locally, I just kind of look at it and go, and Georgia really wants to play that home game in Jacksonville still, huh? I mean, I just look at it like you're putting yourself on an airplane to go to Jacksonville when it's your designated home game to play in front of 25,000 people with no environment. that is still striking and puzzling to me.
That game has always puzzled me, and I've covered it several times back when I was in Mobile, and yeah, it's cool and all that, but I would always look at it and go, I kind of get it if you're Florida, although if I'm Florida, I'd much rather play the game in Gainesville than I would Jacksonville. But I don't get it at all if I'm Georgia. Why am I going to Jacksonville, Florida every year when I could have them come to Athens every other year and make the money and the recruiting and all of the different things that go with having a home game just for the tradition of it all? I don't get it. I've never gotten it from a Georgia perspective. Giving away an SEC home game every other year is just, it's kind of mind-boggling. Ole Miss and State did this years and years ago where they played each other in Jackson, and they came to their senses, and those games are now in Starkville and Oxford. And as you know, Alabama and Auburn used to do the thing at Legion Field, and then Pat Dye finally put his foot down, and that's probably the biggest line in his legacy is that he said, nope, you're going to come to Auburn, and we'll go to Tuscaloosa, but you're going to come to Auburn. And it didn't hurt that rivalry at all. That rivalry is still as spirited and treasured and whatever word you want to use as it's always been. And moving the game to Athens and moving the game to Gainesville would not impact the Florida-Georgia rivalry. It's too steeped in tradition. It would still be just as heated and cool and whatever, nostalgic or whatever word you want to use. All those words would still apply.
Yeah. Well, it used to be apparently long ago, the demographics of the University of Georgia was such that there was a certain number of people from South Georgia, south of Macon, and that was convenient for them. But can you imagine Alabama playing LSU in New Orleans every year to satisfy the fans in Mobile, Alabama? It's craziness, but that's what they do. And if you're Florida, Neil, you keep doing it because you only travel 70 miles and you get every recruiting weekend. Because while they can't go to the games, Gainesville's only 70 miles away, and you're keeping those players out of Georgia every single year. It's like there's a joke in the room, and Georgia doesn't realize they're the butt of the joke. Like Florida keeps going, isn't this a great thing? Have another drink, Georgia. Oh, okay, thanks for inviting me down here, and they don't really understand. Kirby gets it, but Kirby, had that $81 million building under construction and some booster money tied to that. But I think the old guard has recognized what a sham it is, and that Jacksonville economy is gaining $35 million, and you're essentially taking $15 to $20 million out of the pocket of Athens, which, by the way, doesn't have a regional airport. Just think how many tens of millions of dollars over the decades of this game in Jacksonville the city of Athens has lost, and how much better their infrastructure, their healthcare, their schools, their public workers could be paid if Georgia didn't sell this game out to Jacksonville.
It's a great point. I've never even thought about it from that perspective, but you're exactly right. All right, I've watched Georgia play, and defensively, man, they are good. I mean, they are fast, and they've got one edge guy after another, and they're versatile, and they'll hit you, and they can close gaps, and et cetera, et cetera. They are loaded. Offensively, okay, good at times, kind of pedestrian at times.
Right.
I just watched Alabama. And now Ole Miss lit them up, 643 yards, and had it not been, and I'm not picking on Ben Brown because he's one of the better centers in the league, had a couple of bad snaps. This is his first year at center. He had a couple of bad snaps, and they both killed Ole Miss. Ole Miss might have scored up into the high 50s had it not been for that, which is a remarkable thing. But Alabama's offense, Mike, is flawless. Mac Jones is terrific. Najee Harris is maybe the best back in the league. They've got one receiver after another. They're very good up front. They protect. Sarkisian's a great coordinator. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. I'm fascinated to see this clash between this super elite offense and this super elite defense. And then on the other side of it, you got an Alabama defense that can't stop anybody, but maybe they can stop Georgia because Georgia doesn't do the one thing that is Alabama's kryptonite, and that's tempo.
Right. Yeah, you're right, Neil. It is interesting on both sides of that. And, we've seen Georgia defend Alabama well before for 2 or 3 quarters. Ultimately, they got the better of Georgia in the 2 meetings in the national championship game and again in the SEC championship game. I think this Georgia defense is better. then, and I'm not sure that this Alabama offense is quite as good. Conversely, the Georgia fans that are trying to convince themselves that Stetson Bennett is in a league with Jake Fromm are sadly mistaken. It's a good story. He's a mobile quarterback, but he's about 5'8". And there's a reason why every SEC team took a pass on him after seeing 10 or 11 games of film from Jones Junior College in Mississippi. You would know more about the Mississippi Junior College circuit than I, but we know that the SEC teams do recruit it. And the best offer that Stetson had after his time there was Louisiana Lafayette, a decent school, sure, but not an SEC school. So to your point, he doesn't possess the big arm that could exploit those Alabama safeties. They do have a tight end, though. We know that tight end has been somewhat of a weakness for Alabama. I'm curious to see what happens also. You know, Georgia's had some – my take on it is this. Georgia has played a half of either bad or mediocre football in each of their first 3 games. They did not lead Arkansas until there was 6 minutes left in the third quarter. They only scored 3 points on Auburn in the second half. Granted, they had a 24-3 lead, but still, 3 points in 30 minutes is 3 points in 30 minutes. And they gift wrapped 7 points to Tennessee and trailed the Vols 21-17 at half. I don't think you can recover from a bad or mediocre half against this Alabama football team.
I tend to agree. I'm a little surprised that here we are in week 4 in the SEC, and Stetson Bennett's still the quarterback. I understood it kind of in week 1, maybe even in week 2, but they brought JT Daniels there to be the quarterback. Why is he not the quarterback?
Yeah, well, you know, I think Kirby feels like they've captured some momentum here. I do wonder if there is something to the fact that there will likely be a second meeting. And why let Alabama see your best pitcher twice? I kind of wonder about that. I think the offense will change a little bit with JT. I think they will be able to go tempo. I think you'll see even more air raid principles than you're already seeing out of Todd Monken, a guy folks in Mississippi are familiar with from his work at Southern Miss. I think, obviously, like any play caller, he looks a lot better with good players. He's done a really nice job on third downs, Neil. But I think there's something to be said also for teams now kind of getting a look at what Georgia does, right? They didn't really know what Todd Monken or Stetson Bennett was the first couple times. But now there's a couple of games of game film out there. And I think if you give coordinators time to really study, they kind of figure it out. And they say, you know what? I don't think he can do A, B, and C. So we're going to defend this a little bit differently. And I expect Alabama to probably drop a safety low, to take their chances with George Pickens one-on-one with Surtain and challenge Stetson Bennett to beat him deep. And if he beats him deep, that's fine. Because as we know, Alabama can score fast and they're very comfortable in the track meet. So they may almost want to try to force – it's almost the equivalent of a basketball team pressing. Yeah, we're going to give you the 3-on-2 break. You know, Bruce Pearl is ingenious. I remember so many times with his 3-quarter court press, he would say, Mike, we want him to beat the press. We want him to bring the 3-on-2. I like my 3-on-2. And if nothing else, we are forcing the tempo. And Billy Donovan, for all of his greatness at Florida, could not figure that out. And Bruce Pearl absolutely owned those Florida basketball teams because he was getting Billy Donovan to play his tempo. And in what do they say? The art of getting other people to like it your way is diplomacy. He was getting Florida to like it to play Bruce Pearl's style of basketball by with that 3-quarter court press. And I almost feel like Alabama's going to invite that style of game and say, you know what? We're packing the line. Go for it. Go deep. Beat us with the big play. We want to put our offense back on the field quickly.
Obviously, before Alabama and Georgia get going today, Ole Miss and Arkansas play in Fayetteville. I'm sure you watched a lot of Ole Miss because you were getting ready to cover an Alabama game, and you know Sam Pittman well from covering him at Georgia. Are you – I'll start with Pittman, then I'll get your thoughts on Ole Miss. I know when Sam Pittman was hired, you know, the offensive line coach, big guy, yes, sir, and all that stuff. And he was an easy cartoon character to make. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yet, if you talk to people in football circles who know their stuff, they rave about Sam Pittman. And the kids at Arkansas are clearly playing hard for him. They didn't have the personnel to hang with Georgia any longer than they did. They beat Mississippi State, and they should have beaten Auburn. Are you surprised at all at the success that he's had early?
Yeah, I'm shocked. I am. I shouldn't be. I should have figured John Chavis would have recruited some good guys on defense in his time there. I like the heart that Arkansas is showing. But you know what? I like the heart that Ole Miss has shown too. Both of those teams have come out of the gate stronger than expected. I remember talking to you in the off-season, Neil, and you really sold me that Ole Miss just wasn't going to be able to do much. And so far, Lane Kiffin is really –
he has proven me – I just thought the defense would be so bad
that they couldn't overcome
it. And you know, for the most part, I've kind of been right, I guess.
Kind of been right.
But I did not believe that he could do what he's done with this offense as quickly as he's done it. I mean, they're wow on offense. I mean, just when you consider the fact that this is a new system, a whole new deal, and they didn't have spring and they had an unconventional preseason. This, if it speaks to nothing other than Jeff Lebby has a great scheme and Lane Kiffin is a brilliant play caller, then it is at least that. It is remarkable.
Yeah, Matt Luke left him some players. I saw Jim Nagy, the Senior Bowl executive director, say, hey, there's 5 or 6 NFL guys on this offense. It's not all scheme. But they're playing well, so credit the coach, because just because you have talent, and you and I have seen this over the years we've covered football, it's not a guarantee of success. You've got to marry that talent with scheme, and you got to give Lane Kiffin a lot of credit. You know, a lot of Georgia fans have said, oh, look at that. Well, Ole Miss scored. And I said, hey, Ole Miss got a better offense than you, Georgia. Don't kid yourself. If you put that, and I said this yesterday on one of those ESPN shows, I said, if you put this Ole Miss offense with this Georgia defense, they'd have beaten last year's LSU team.
Yeah, they'd win the title. I said that last week when we were watching the track meet. I said, you know, if you could just give Ole Miss's offense Georgia's defense, woo.
Yeah, but it doesn't work that way.
Not at all.
And it is curious because Georgia does have a quarterback in the same league as Matt Corral, but they're just not ready to go to the bullpen yet. I think Stetson is kind of a team guy. I think there's a lot of rallying around him, a guy that's been in the system a long time. You know, especially after the Jamin Newman transfer didn't work out. The guy came in, he was, you know, Kirby tried to give him the job and he couldn't seize the moment. He just didn't work with the same sense of urgency that an SEC player does after 4 years in the ACC. I don't think it registered what it really takes at an SEC school versus an ACC school. And in all fairness, I think Dave Clawson built a Wake Forest offense around Jamie Newman's strengths and did it that way for a reason. And Jamie was coming to Georgia to try and learn an NFL system with Todd Monken, and basically it wasn't happening. And that's why JT Daniels ended up here. So I don't know. I've never, you know, it's curious, you know, but at the end of the day, and listen, I love this story. I like that the guy's a scratch golfer who seems to be able to pick up a club or a ball and play anything well. But at the end of the day, he's 5'9". He's going to have trouble seeing over linemen. He doesn't have a very strong arm and can't stretch a field vertically. And there's going to be limitations. And sooner or later, the defenses are going to seize into that. Like a pitcher who doesn't really have a fastball. Look what it took Greg Maddux, you know, the Hall of Fame pitcher. It took absolute pinpoint control with zero margin for error for a non-overpowering. So it's not like it can't be done, Neil. But if you look at, by and large, the amount of players that have had great success, they haven't fit this mold, so to speak. As I've said, Notre Dame has Rudy, and now Georgia has Stetson, and this is great that he beat Auburn, and great that he beat a Tennessee team. But I'm not, and maybe I'm wrong, because maybe football as a whole just doesn't look real good to me right now. But I'm not impressed with that Auburn defense. They lost the heart of their defense last year. Obviously, Derek Brown. In Tennessee, you know, for all of the hype. You know, and I, as I told you before we came on here, their operations guy got mad at me. But at a minimum, there's half of their starting lineup is still from the Butch Jones era, 3 years later. You know, they don't have those dynamic players that we're talking about in their first 3 recruiting classes on the field right now. I guess maybe you'd say Eric Gray, who's a multi-dimensional running back, maybe Henry Toto. Brought in by Kevin Simon, a former Tennessee player who went to Concord de La Salle. But outside of those 2 names, I don't see the dynamic prospects. You know, why does Ole Miss have Matt Corral and not Tennessee, right? They still have Jarrett Garantano. And no offense to Jarrett, I think he's a good college quarterback, but I don't think he's an NFL quarterback, and I don't think he's a dynamic playmaker.
No, I agree with that completely. I've watched those teams too in Tennessee. When I watch them, they're fine. I watch Auburn, and I think they're fine. Auburn comes to Ole Miss next week. I think it's a winnable game for Ole Miss.
Sure.
You know, I mean, I didn't think Florida was winnable for Ole Miss. I didn't think Alabama would be winnable for Ole Miss. So they damn near proved me wrong against the Tide. But ultimately, you know, Alabama was better than Ole Miss. Period. I'm not convinced that Auburn's that much better than Ole Miss after what I've seen so far. So, you know, and Ole Miss doesn't play Georgia. There's games. There's no game left on their schedule that I look at it and go, oh, there's just no way, no chance. I mean, I think A&M's better than Ole Miss, but I don't know how much better. We'll see, I guess. All right, I've kept you long enough. Curious, just kind of get your thoughts on these two games that we're kind of mostly talking about. If you had to handicap Ole Miss and Arkansas, who do you like?
You know, I would take Ole Miss just because I almost feel like a defensive team can win 80% of the game, but the rules are such. In Ole Miss is a team with an offense that, you know, you could have them down 17 points going in the fourth quarter and lose. And Arkansas, I don't think can outscore or stop Ole Miss. I think they can slow them down. I think it can be a good game for 3 quarters. But with Matt Corral back there, listen, this guy's as good as anybody. You know, I know that other people can rank him and look at numbers and all that, but you know, if you want to put the 3 best quarterbacks in the country in a hat, he's one of the names. I mean, this guy's sensational. And Lane is a guy that, you know, there's no reservations of putting his best guys on the field. You know, I think I see that a little bit with Georgia. You know, Kirby, well, you know, they got to be in the system, you know, got to go with the seniority and all that kind of stuff. Lane's a guy that just, you know, he doesn't care who you are. You know, what guy just showed up yesterday? Is he the second best receiver? Then he's the second most likely target. Just get him out there and play. Ole Miss doesn't waste any time with that sort of thing. I mean, Lane Kiffin came in with his foot on the accelerator, pressed to the mat, no holding back. That's what he was hired to do, and that's what he's done. And you know, I think there's some checkered parts of his past that I question, but based on what he's done this year, I don't think anybody could have come into Ole Miss and done a better job than Lane Kiffin through the first 3 games of the season. So I like Ole Miss to win that football game, probably by 10 going away.
I think I agree with you. All right, Alabama and Georgia. It's like you said, I don't think this is the last time these two teams see each other. It might be the first of 3 times these two teams see each other. Who do you like tonight?
You know, I liked Alabama before the Saban thing. You know, I'd made it clear I'd picked Alabama to win on 2 or 3 different shows. Just because I feel like good offense beats good defense ultimately, and I'm not convinced that this Georgia offense can play consistent enough. At the end of the day, Alabama still has talent over there. Now, they may have been exploited by that up-tempo offense and by a future NFL quarterback, but I don't see a quarterback that can exploit the defense the extent that either A&M or Ole Miss did. And I think it's a young offense that's still coming together. And that means they could have a turnover like they did against Tennessee, like they did against Arkansas. And, you know, as you pointed out, Alabama's efficiency rate scoring touchdowns, I don't think they're going to put 30 or more on Georgia. I expect it to be, you know, or I expected it to be a 24, 27, 21, you know, sort of game with some give and take. But with Saban out, Neil, I mean, I hate to cop out on you, but I just throw the cards in the air and say, I just don't know where they're going to come. Are they going to fold and lose by 21? Are they going to be motivated and win by 21? I mean, it's just one of those games where if I had any money bet, I'd get up from the table and say, all right, you know, I'm not betting this anymore. This is just, there is no way that we can have a good read on this situation. This is completely unprecedented. And so for me to sit here and pretend that I can give you a good read on this without Nick Saban on the sideline, I have no basis for this. And I really don't know how Georgia is going to respond to this. They can say they're focused on themselves, but how can you possibly be focused on yourself? I mean, there's going to be some nervous people getting test results back in Athens tomorrow, you know, in the morning when they get those Thursday test results back. So I hate to cop out, but with Saban out of this, nothing would surprise me. But with Saban, I picked Alabama to win this football game because the Georgia offense has been inconsistent, and I don't believe their quarterback can exploit the Alabama secondary.
Mike, as always, man, it's a great visit. I appreciate it.
I appreciate it, Neil. You have a good one, man.
You too. Well, that was Mike Griffith, AJC. About still 46, 47 minutes from kickoff at least in Fayetteville. And I got a feeling it's not going to be a 2:30 kick. I think they're going to exercise their 11 minutes, wouldn't you guess?
To let this one play out a little bit.
To let this one play out. This one being South Carolina and Auburn. South Carolina now up 27-19.
The Tigers with some massive issues. You've got Bo Nix and Seth Williams fighting on the sidelines. Gus Malzahn, for no reason in the world, went for 2 earlier in the game, and now they trail by 8. So
I'll tell you the reason.
A lot of stuff going on here.
I'll tell you the reason in the world is because he insists on being the smartest guy in the world.
Well, I mean, my football coach is Sean Payton. I'm familiar with the situation.
Sean's better than Gus.
Well, I mean, no, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that is true.
Yeah, well, that's right. You know.
Yeah. On the other side, Kentucky just kicking the hell out of Tennessee, 34-7. Last I saw over there.
Yeah, 34-7.
Garantano's awful. Tennessee really struggling against.
Oh, that's a good point. They're on SEC Network. Travis corrects me.
He got moved. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so screwed up in my mind today. So Ole Miss is after Kentucky, Tennessee,
which means they will move ahead to Ole Miss and Arkansas as soon as possible.
They'll let this one finish, but yeah. I stand corrected. Thank you, Travis. You're right. So Ole Miss and Arkansas in a little bit. Earlier this week, I talked to Zach Arns of ESPN Arkansas. He covers the Hogs, among other things, has a very good radio show up in the throughout Arkansas, all over the state. He was kind enough to spend some time with me. So here is that interview with Zach Arns, ESPN Arkansas. Zach Arns of ESPN Arkansas, kind enough to join us here on the pregame show. Zach, first of all, welcome to the show. How are you doing?
Appreciate you having me. It's good to see you.
Let's talk about Sam Pittman first. It's Arkansas's had lost 20 games in a row in the SEC coming into this season. They start off and play Georgia pretty well, and then they go get a win at Mississippi State. Should have gotten a win at Arkansas. I would imagine that the mood in and around Northwest Arkansas is better now as it pertains to football than it's been in a long time.
Oh, no question. The needle has gone to hopeful. Things were really bad under Chad Morris, especially and at the end of the Brett Bielema era. Things had really turned down. This is a proud program. It's a proud state. And Sam Pittman's giving them hope. Now, can they sustain it over a 10-game season? We don't know. But through 3 games, people are excited. We were making the comments, on our show that, it's the first time in a long time, 4 games into the season, you're still excited to see them play. And, that'll be reflective in the crowd. It's a shame we're not going to have 75,000 in the stadium on Saturday. But Sam Pittman is, when you go through a coaching search, and this, with Ole Miss, there's the guy you want and then there's the guy you need. And Sam Pittman wasn't the guy they wanted. He's the guy they need. This foundation, I made the analogy that it was in quicksand. It was a sinking ship, 10 years since Petrino. And Sam Pittman is, at least to this point, in theory, put it on pretty solid footing. He's a very straight shooting guy. He's not one of these guys that sells a lot of slogans. He doesn't sell a lot of hype. Very straightforward with the players. He's very straightforward with the media. And it's something we haven't seen around here in a long, long time, probably since Ken Hatfield back in the late 80s. You haven't had a guy that's just been sort of that he just feels like an Arkansan, and people have really been drawn to him.
You say he's not the guy that they wanted, the guy that they needed. I suspect the guy that a lot of fans wanted was Lane Kiffin in that week before. Yeah, go ahead.
Kiffin was one of the names that surfaced very, very early, and people got very excited about it. And Lane is one of those guys that like to fire under a fan base. Obviously, you've seen that there. But they had that with Petrino. They had that with Luma. They had it with Chad Morris. Guys that come in and sell the fast pace. We're going to do this. It's not what Arkansas has always been about. Arkansas has been about running the football defense. That's when they've been their most successful. And Sam Pittman has come in and sort of restored that hope. And I'm telling you, he jogs with Barry Odom every day across campus. You can go by and say, "Hey, Coach, how are you doing?" He's a very personable guy. He feels like an Arkansan. And I think people around here are drawn to that. Now you got to go win some football games. That's one of those things that, that's the backside of the equation. But he's hit every step through the pandemic, through all of the protesting and everything. Sam Pittman's hit every right note. And the people are really drawn to him. And more importantly, the players are drawn to him. We heard a lot of sniping among the players with Chad Morris. Even into that first year, you heard some players kind of questioning Jonathan Nance, transfers to Missouri, goes on The Athletic, makes a couple of comments. None of that this year. Players are really drawn to him. And I think one of the things that Sam Pittman did, he's first-time head coach, was he goes and he hires Barry Odom, former head coach. He gets Kendall Briles, experienced coordinator. I think that triumvirate really has sort of settled this program down, and now they're in the building phase.
Yeah, you talk about the building phase. Let's talk about that at a place like Arkansas, where they've switched systems so many times. They went from Bielema's system to Morris's system, which could not have been more polar opposite. And now you go from Morris to Pittman, which is pretty opposite again. Realistically, if everything goes well, how long does it take to get Arkansas back to the place where they're competitive in the SEC West?
Arkansas is in an interesting position as far as they're sort of an outlier in the SEC. They don't have a natural recruiting base. When Arkansas has been successful, you've got a lot of ingrown, homegrown state talent. Darren McFadden, Jarius Wright, Joe Adams, guys that came from Arkansas as the base of your recruiting program. And then they go to Oklahoma. They go to Texas, they go to Louisiana, and they pick up the pieces that fill out the class. Arkansas hasn't had a lot of really good players come out of the state of Arkansas in recent years, and the ones that have left. And perfect example is a kid named Stacey Wilkins. He's from Camden Fairview down in South Arkansas. He's a 4-star left tackle. That's a cornerstone piece that Sam Pittman could have built around, but he went to Oklahoma. It's been that the best players have seemed to get out of the state. There's another guy named Jacoby Criswell, 4-star quarterback. He goes to North Carolina. Those are two guys that Sam Pittman could have used this season. Now, what he's done, and I find it really interesting, is he's using, Sam Pittman's been all over the SEC. So his recruiting ties are down near Georgia, Tennessee, and he's pulling guys from Florida, Georgia, Tennessee. We'll see if they stick because, in the COVID recruiting, you don't get the on-campus visits. He's gone into Texas and got players, and he's locked up the best players in the state of Arkansas, which will help. They might not be the best players in the state. They might not be the best players going forward, but you're creating roots especially in Central Arkansas, where there's really good high school football. And then he's used Barry Odom, he's used Kendall Briles, their experience in recruiting to sort of build their recruiting base. They've got a top 25 class going right now. Can they keep it up? If this season goes south, if they go 1-9, can you keep these kids coming in? What he's selling is two things. He's selling hope and he's selling playing time to freshmen. And that's important. That's all that freshmen want to hear is, hey, I can get on the field quickly. And that's sort of been the approach for him through this. And I'm telling you, when you sit down with him and you talk with him, he can sell you just about anything right now because he's just a very genuine person. When you talk to Chad Morris, when you talk to Bielema, when you talk to Petrino, you just kind of got this idea that they were just selling you to try and get you there. Sam Pittman sells the idea that, hey man, I care about you and your family, and I want you to come here and succeed. And he's been very, very successful at it. But the key to Arkansas's success, you got to have in-state talent, and you got to be able to get the players that you need from the surrounding border states.
This team so far this year, I watched them against Georgia, I should say, and I looked up and 10-5, I think. Arkansas had a lead in the third quarter, and you're like, whoa, and then it ends 37-10, and you're like, oh, well, here they go again. And they go to Mississippi State and win, and what had to be a cathartic win for that program, for those kids on that team. And then they go to Auburn, they're down 17-0, and I'm curious, when they're down 17-0, did you sort of think, hey, here we go again, this is another one of these 37-7 kind of losses that is about to happen?
Sure, absolutely. It's just the natural reaction. Over the last 2.5 years, 3 years, this has been sort of a familiar movie. But what Sam Pittman has done is he's made them competitive again, and they look organized. Under Chad Morris, they looked completely disorganized. We've made the point 100 times that the coaching staff that Chad Morris put together was overwhelmed. These guys were not qualified to be SEC coaches. His offensive coordinator is now the tight ends coach at UAB. He's got his offensive line coach is currently unemployed. The guys that they had the past couple of years just simply didn't know how to react when things went badly. It was a lot of backbiting. You'd see coaches throwing each other under the bus, players under the bus, that sort of thing. None of that was Sam Pittman. He's got a very experienced coaching staff. And there wasn't a lot of panic. We've made the point, a number of times that 1 through 22, they're not bad. It's 23 through 50 where Arkansas is a little bit deficient. That roster is really depleted once you get past the starters, and that's what you saw against Georgia. That's kind of what you saw against Auburn. Was they're so banged up, and when they go to those second and third teamers, they're not as deep as everybody else. They don't have a lot of NFL talent on this roster right now. There's probably 2 guys. Rakeem Boyd is probably one, and Traylon Burks is another. I had an NFL personnel guy to tell me that Burks was the only one he thought was an NFL guy. you're going up against SEC competition. You're talking about half a dozen NFL guys on every single roster, and they're just not there yet. But we make the point that a coach should be worth about 7 points. Just his very presence should be worth 7 points. And Sam Pittman's probably worth that right now. He has him believing, and I'm not a big believer in carrying you a long way, but he has sold them on the idea that, guys, we're going to be competitive. We're going to be physical. The players are bought in, and they play hard, which is something they hadn't done in the last 2 years.
You mentioned Boyd. You mentioned Burks. That's a beat-up Arkansas team right now. What is, to the best of your knowledge, what is their health situation going into the game?
They're banged up in a lot of positions. Everybody's questionable at this point. They don't give us any information, obviously, especially with the COVID related things. They're banged up. Burks hasn't played in the last 2 games. Boyd hasn't played in the last 2 games. We don't know, and we won't know until they walk out there. I mean, if you're asking me, I'd say everybody's probably 50-50 at best, probably leaning towards guys not playing. We hear things, but you don't know for sure. They are practicing. Now, whether Burks practiced all last week, made the trip, didn't play. Boyd practiced all week, didn't make the trip. So we don't know. There are going to be some holes. Bumper Pool's dealing with a shoulder injury. He's the leading tackler in the SEC. We're not 100% sure what's going to happen with him. They're banged up along the defensive line, which is one of the areas that they're extremely thin. It's one of those position groups where they can't afford a ton of injuries, and right now they're dealing with them. I expect them to, if the guys can, if they can walk, Sam Pittman will get them to play. But there are going to be some guys missing. If I'm betting, I don't think Boyd's going to play.
So I've watched, obviously, Ole Miss this season. Ole Miss has been explosive on offense in every possible way. They've run the football on people. They've passed the football on people. They've put up a ton of points. They put up points fast. How do you feel like Arkansas, under Barry Odom, who I think is one of the more underrated defensive coordinators in the country, how do you think they match up from a personnel standpoint? And how do you think they'll handle Ole Miss's desire to play super fast?
The Chiefs would have trouble stopping Lane Kiffin's offense right now. I watched an 80-play cut-up of his offense over 3 games, and, I mean, they're doing stuff that they don't do at the NFL level. He attacks places on the field that most people don't. I was looking at one particular play. It was the play where the tight end split the 2 deep zone against Alabama. And there are throwaway routes, routes that you run just to get other guys open. Kiffin doesn't do that. And it's nearly impossible to split a 2 deep zone. It's a miracle if you do it against Alabama, and somehow he found a way to do it. They're going to score a bunch of points. I can't see Mississippi being held under 50. They're just too explosive. Whether or not Arkansas can do it and keep up with them is really the question at this point. Kendall Briles has had kind of it's been an interesting experience, some of the things that he's done, some of the calls that he's made. I think he gets too cute at times, and he costs them. The 3-and-out prior to Auburn's game-winning drive is one of those situations where you're just like, you're scratching your head going, guys, what are we doing here? Why are we not trying to win the game? We're trying not to lose it. And that's been the mentality around here for years. And Kendall Briles gets a little too cute at times. He likes trick plays. I've made the point a million times now that Pittman needs to rein him in a little bit. They're okay when they just do what they want, what they're supposed to do and what they want to do. It's when they start to think they're the smartest guys in the room and Briles gets a little too cute that they get in trouble. They've got playmakers. Devion Warren has stepped up. He's a 5th-year guy, hadn't played much. He's really come into his own. Mike Woods, Trey Knox, these are big 6'3" wide receivers that can win one-on-one situations. They just haven't done it yet. Got a young guy at tight end named Hudson Henry, brother of Hunter Henry with the Chargers. Another guy, big flex tight end. These are guys that just haven't been used yet. Traylon Smith had a nice game last week. Amonte Spivey's a young running back, but they missed that top-end talent, sort of like Ole Miss has. They just don't have it yet. Felipe Franks had a great game last week. I make the analogy that he's kind of an accumulator, like a Will Clark kind of guy in baseball, where you look at him, he's 20 for 28, he throws for 300 yards. Did he make anybody better? And I'm not sure yet. I don't know if he's an elite SEC quarterback, if he's just fine, whatever he is. He doesn't make big plays a lot. He relies on other players to do it. And I think that's one of the deficiencies they have right now is they just don't have a lot of playmakers. I think it's going to be tough for them to keep up. So Arkansas's got to keep the score down. They have to possess the football. And I don't know that Kendall Briles is geared that way. That's going to be one of those sort of interesting things because I think they can move the ball on Ole Miss. It's how fast do they do it? Do you eat up 5 minutes on a drive, or is it a 35-second drive? If they get into that 35-second drive range and they're just trying to match scores, it's going to be like a tennis match, and Ole Miss will win that.
Yeah, you talk about Franks. To me, Franks has just been efficient as a quarterback. Mm-hmm. I don't ever watch him and think, oh, there's an elite passer or there's an elite athlete or anything, but he has been efficient. He has improved Arkansas at that position over the last several years. But to your point, I don't know that he's not the guy that can go out and win you a game as the quarterback. He can be on the field and prevent you from losing a game. But you're right. I think the challenge for Arkansas Saturday is going to be eating clock, keeping the Ole Miss offense off the field, and then, forcing a mistake. I mean, Ole Miss has been so efficient on offense through 3 games that you do wonder, can you keep that up? I mean, if you can maintain that for 10 games, that's one hell of an accomplishment. They have, I don't know the number of touchdowns. They've scored a by quarter, that's like, I don't know, a touchdown and a half a quarter, which are more than that, which is incredibly efficient. I don't know that you can maintain that. What will be interesting is with Arkansas's defense, probably the least athletic defense that Ole Miss has seen so far. I mean, Arkansas's offense is what I meant to say. Probably the least athletic offense that Ole Miss has seen so far. If that if that offense can slice up the Ole Miss defense the way that Florida and Kentucky and Alabama have, it's probably a pretty bad sign of what's to come for the rest of the way.
It's going to be interesting. That, to me, that's the matchup for the game, because I don't know that the Barry Odom, Lane Kiffin matchup is interesting to me, but I think that's going to be, Ole Miss is going to score some points. It's, can Arkansas keep up? And the offensive line to this point has not been good. You talk about Franks. I stood next to him. I was 10 feet from him. And I was just watching him warm up one day out at practice, and he reminds me a lot of Ryan Mallett standing there throwing the football. When it comes off his hands, I mean, you're like, wow.
Yeah.
Then in the game, he looks clumsy, he looks slow, and he threw a ball last week to Devion Warren. Warren's 3 steps beyond the Auburn defender, and he underthrows it. It's just one of those things where you're like, that's a play an elite quarterback makes. They're getting better. They looked a lot better against Auburn than they did in game 2 against Mississippi State and against Georgia. And Georgia's going to make everybody look bad. My question is, can this offensive line, if they can establish a running game and keep possession of the football and do what they want to do, which is spread you out 4 yards with Rakeem Boyd or Amante Spivey or Traylon Smith, and then hit you with the play action. That's what they did last week to Auburn. Was the running game was enough of a threat where the play action game suddenly came into it came into its own. Everything Kendall Browse does has a play action component to it. It's just, if the running game's working, you don't respect it. And if they can get the running game going, get the play action game going, then the screens open up, the quarterback draws. They've got a pretty interesting package. It's very similar to what Lane Kiffin does. But if the running game doesn't go, it doesn't matter. And Ole Miss has had trouble stopping the run. If Arkansas can run the football and hold on to things and not turn it over, and that's something that Felipe Franks is very, very good at, is he doesn't take a lot of chances. He'll take the sack, he won't throw the ball into traffic. Turnovers will be a killer especially against an offense like Ole Miss has, where if you get down 14 points, game's over. It's going to be, I think we looked up yesterday, 5 3-and-outs in 3 games for Ole Miss. Arkansas had 5 in the first half against Auburn. It's one of those things that if you get down 2 scores, I don't know that Arkansas can keep pace. It's going to be really, really difficult for them to keep pace.
What's the excitement level there? If there were no COVID right now and all that stuff had disappeared and you could fill up a stadium, you were allowed to fill up the stadium, just how full would it be at Reynolds Razorback on Saturday?
A lot of people are looking around going, please hold me. It's one of those things, just hold me. They don't want to look behind them because everybody's looking forward going, this is, it's starting to look like a football team. They look competitive, but around here, after you lose 20 in a row in the SEC, you're just kind of waiting for that other shoe to drop and go, okay, here we go again. And we had one of those moments against Auburn where you're down 17-0. And then all of a sudden they get it going. They go down, they score, they get back-to-back scores, they get it to 17-12, and you're going, okay, this looks like it's supposed to be. People are cautiously optimistic, they want to get excited, but then they don't want to. They take that step back and go, we've been here before. We've fallen for this before. And that's sort of where everybody is here. I think there's a genuine interest in what Sam Pittman's doing. I think they're cautiously hyper about things. There'll be great energy in the stadium, but if things go south quickly, you'll get that, oh, here we go. And that's kind of where Sam Pittman's riding. One of the things about people are here pointing towards next season. With the rule that the NCAA passed where you can have seniors that come back without being penalized, Arkansas could get back probably a dozen starters from this particular football team, guys that are coming back for a 6th year. And that is incredibly exciting because you've got a top 25 recruiting class coming in. Now you've got a talent pool, an experienced talent pool, guys that have played a lot in the SEC. I think everybody's sort of pointing towards 21, but the way this has started, if they were 0-3 and got blown out 3 times, everybody would be saying, oh, well, we're looking towards 2021. The way they've played, the way that they hung with Georgia for 2.5 quarters, the way they came back against Auburn, you go down, you beat Mike Leach. People are starting to buy back in. We haven't seen that around here, and we've noticed that on our show where people are more active and people have more opinions, and everybody seems to be sort of slowly gravitating back towards Razorback football and, not Razorback basketball, which everybody's jacked up about.
I was going to ask you about basketball real quick. I talked to Kermit Davis the other day, and he's excited about his team, and he pointed out, man, this league, he goes up. I get it. Coaches are guilty of this. We do this every year, especially basketball coaches. They're the worst. They'll tell you, oh yeah, the whole league is incredible. The whole league's amazing, because they all start that lobbying for tournament bids. The more bids, the better chance your team has of getting in. But he said, hey, legitimately, this league is stacked. I mean, it's 10, 11, maybe 12 quality teams deep. And I know Arkansas is one of those teams. I think Ole Miss is one of those teams. What is the expectation for Eric Musselman's second team up there?
Musselman is an interesting dude, man.
That's one way to put it.
When you talk to him, you can sit and we've had Sam Pittman on our show, and we'll talk to him about barbecue and other things. Musselman is all ball all the time. And he made the point, he said, look at the league. He said, look at the 14 coaches in the league. He said, tell me who's the weak link. Everybody's got a quality coach. Everybody's got a quality roster. He brings in a top 5 recruiting class. Everybody's excited about all these freshmen. He gets some transfers. Musselman is one of those guys. His roster is constantly in flux. He's constantly tinkering and toying, and he's always studying. Steve Kerr is one of his really good friends, who he talks to, Steve Kerr all the time about what the Warriors are out there doing. Expectations, I'll tell you how crazy things are around here. Isaiah Joe ultimately went to the NBA draft, and he announces August 1st that he's coming back to school. Then 13 days later, he's back in the draft. With Isaiah Joe, people were upset. I think it was Seth Davis. Somebody put out a top 25, and Arkansas was like 27th. People were like genuinely upset that Arkansas wasn't in the top 15. And that was without Isaiah Joe. They put, Isaiah Joe comes back in, Arkansas's back in the top 25, and people are, they're ready to have a parade down Dixon Street. Then Joe leaves, and another top 25 comes out, and they're back out of the top 25. That's how involved in this people are. Musselman won 20 games with 2 guys on his roster last year, Mason Jones and Isaiah Joe. 20 games with that roster. He's got a top 5 class this year, a guy named Moses Moody, who everybody wanted. He turned down Duke to come to Arkansas. Musselman's got it going, and he can recruit, and he can sell, and he's, now the question is, can he win? And he won 20 games last year with, basically a roster that you and I would probably coach to 1 win. It's really, really interesting what he's doing and how he does it. And the excitement level around here is they think this is a top 10 team. By season's end, this will be a Sweet 16 team. And if they haven't been to the Sweet 16 since 1995, which is the year that they finished runner-up to UCLA. That is a long time. That's Nolan Richardson and Corliss Williamson, Scotty Thurman, those guys. It's been a long time since Arkansas has been that good. And they think they've got that over on the Hill this year.
Are they going to let fans in to see it?
We'll see. I'm sure there will be a limited number to begin with. I think probably 6,000 will probably be what they'll allow, and socially distance. To 15-20% of the arena, something along those lines. I hope so, because Musselman's a joy to watch on the sidelines. He's a very high energy guy. He's a show unto himself. And then he's got a really good basketball team that we think is going to score a bunch of points.
All right, last thing, kind of give me your pick for Ole Miss and Arkansas.
Now I'm a prisoner of the moment. I sat down, I watched 80 cut-ups of Lane Kiffin's offense. I think they're going to score a bunch. I don't know that Arkansas can keep up, especially if Rakeem Boyd, Traylon Burks, Hudson Henry, if these guys are less than 100% or don't play. I don't trust Kendall Briles just yet. I think Ole Miss will probably win it somewhere in the neighborhood of like 55-30, something along those lines. I don't think it's good. I think it's going to be one of those things Arkansas will wear down in the fourth quarter. Chasing Ole Miss wide receivers, they may get a couple of late touchdowns. It'll be close for a while, but if I'm a betting man, I like Ole Miss. I don't think they put 48 on Alabama. Who's to say Arkansas can go and stop them? It's going to be really, really difficult.
Zach, really appreciate the time so much. Always enjoy doing your show. Appreciate you doing mine. Thanks.
All right, man. Be good.
You too. That was Zach Arns, ESPN Arkansas. So it's 2:09 right now, so 21 minutes or so before kickoff. South Carolina leading Auburn 30-19. Chase 7:11 and counting to go. Auburn has the ball pretty deep in the South Carolina red zone. Third and goal, yeah.
Yeah, must score here for Auburn. Kentucky finished off Tennessee 34-7 in Knoxville today.
Yeah, I was doing the score and I typed Kentucky 34, Tennessee F, leaving out the 7, and I thought, well, I'm not wrong.
That's actually appropriate.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I seen on Twitter somebody asked the last time a quarterback has won for Kentucky in Gainesville and Knoxville. Terry Wilson now has done that because, 26 straight or something for Florida over Kentucky, so it was almost 3 decades. And then I saw on the Twitterverse a second ago that this is Kentucky's first win in Knoxville since 1984. So I was not yet 1 year old the last time Kentucky won in Knoxville prior to today.
Auburn going to have to kick the field goal because you got to get back within 8. The 2-point conversion from earlier that failed.
Their offense is a train wreck. Bo Nix with 3 interceptions today. They continue to bicker back and forth on the sidelines, it looks like. I think Auburn, Seth Williams, very frustrated today by a number of things, including his quarterback play and the South Carolina cornerback play.
Well, Horn's good.
Yeah.
And they've had their hands full.
Tough assignment today.
Malzahn's very frustrated.
Will they lock Horn up on Elijah Moore in a couple weeks?
I would think the problem you have is that with Moore, locking one corner up on him is that unlike Williams, who's more of an outside receiver, Moore can get in the slot and hurt you a little bit. But yeah, he's a legitimate big time corner. So sure, Elijah will have his hands full, but he's faced big time corners week in and week out in this league, except in practice. Sorry.
That's a mismatch in practice every day, isn't it?
That was
like it's. I mean, yeah, a little mean.
I'll go back to the Tennessee thing for just a minute because it's kind of on my mind. We were just listening to the end of Zach Arns' thing, and you heard it. I didn't even hear it when I interviewed him. Arkansas hasn't been to the Sweet 16 in men's basketball in 25 years or whatever.
Since they finished second in 95 and made the final 2 years in a row.
Just because you were elite once, and they were, and just because you were a national championship contender on an annual basis once, and they were, doesn't mean that you will be again. It doesn't mean that you won't be, but it doesn't mean that you will be.
Even more in today's world.
Right.
Look, in 1995, Ole Miss had no prayer of competing nationally year after year after year in football.
No.
They didn't have the budget. They didn't have the infrastructure.
The exposure, all of those things.
Yeah.
And Tennessee football's the same way. We're talking about the same era.
Yeah, look, the SEC network and a lot of different things, they changed the game to where now, we did this with Ryan Brown. It's not everybody, but everybody got put up into a different tier after the SEC network and the $40-something million a year and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that everybody's completely the same, but everybody got bumped up from whatever they were. And for Ole Miss, that gets bumped up into a team that can win year over year if you do everything else correctly and you have the right machine in place and you have the efficiency that you need and all that kind of stuff. Missouri, bump up. State, bump up, even though I don't necessarily know if it's year over year over year. I mean, Mississippi State was number 1 in the country in the very first college football playoff poll.
I know.
I mean, that's the thing. Any SEC team not named Missouri, Kentucky, and Vanderbilt can win nationally.
I was asked just then about lines. They were asking about the Georgia-Alabama line. As of this moment, you can get Alabama -6, Alabama -4.5, -5.5, -4.5, -5.5. So it's somewhere between 4.5 and 6.
Okay.
The Ole Miss line has. I'll get to.
It's like 1 to 2, right?
Yeah, Texas A&M right now is -4, -4, -5, -4, -5, -4.5. Ole Miss is -1, -1.5, -1, -1.5, and even.
Okay. Looks like you and I are both going to be 1-1 at the end of the early games this week. We both got
I'm mad
Kentucky,
at myself right now.
We're both losing Auburn and South Carolina.
I'm mad at myself right now because I should have. I'm behind. I should have taken a shot here on what I thought was a coin toss betting game.
If it's going to be a coin toss, you might as well go the other way.
Try to make up some ground. Part of the joke is that I'm bad at it.
So 30-22, 6:36 to go.
Yeah.
They really embrace that Palmetto logo, don't they?
They do. Big part of the whole state and all the deal.
It looks good.
Yeah. Pretty non-controversial. No one gets mad at the Palmetto. Try to see if any other lines have jumped. Not that it matters at this point. So yeah, that's where those are. A lot of the money on I guess most of the money coming in on Arkansas, that's moving the line just a little bit. Who knows, man? I think Ole Miss wins, and I think Ole Miss wins fairly handedly. I do, but I'm scared of Ole Miss's defense in a game because I keep coming back to that thought what if Matt Corral just has an average quarter?
Every possession on both sides of the ball are so extreme for Ole Miss.
Right.
They have to score when they have it, and they have to just get some kind of stop. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Ole Miss is the most volatile team in the league because if the offense doesn't show up, you're getting the hell beat out of you. And if the defense does show up, you're beating the hell out of somebody else.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, of every team in the SEC, Ole Miss is absolutely the most volatile where you go, hell, I don't know.
Well, it's because through 3 games, the offense has been awesome and the defense has been awful. AF. I mean, honest to God. I mean, you'd give the offense right now an A. You would give the defense right now an F. They're giving up 640 yards a game, for God's sake.
Oh, look.
And getting about 600 yards a game.
They're on pace to be one of the worst FBS defenses in college football history. And again, it's only 3 weeks, but
yeah,
that's where it's at. So
I'll tell you real quick that this show, whatever it is that we call this in the new media times, is brought to you by Meadowbrook Wealth Advisors of Raymond James. It's a team in Jackson providing planning and investment guidance to clients across the state and the surrounding areas. Financial advisors Bill Geary, Logan Phillips, Chris Carrero, and Ryan Geary are partners with the commitment to personalized service. So call them at 601-368-2215. See if they might be a good fit for your financial goals. Raymond James and Associates, Incorporated, member New York Stock Exchange, SIPC. My phone blowing up. We'll talk to someone, get a little weather update from Reynolds Razorback in a minute, but they're still in line. So it's my understanding Ole Miss has 3 people out today. I think it's limited to 3. Tarikas Tisdale's not playing.
He admitted that on Twitter himself earlier today.
Ja'Cory Hawkins not playing and Isaiah Woolard not playing. For Arkansas, it sounds like Boyd is out. I'm told that Bumper Poole, the very good linebacker, is out. I think they're down 2, maybe 3 linebackers at Arkansas. They've got some defensive back issues as well.
That's not good.
No, I mean
as much as Ole Miss hits the middle of the field too.
Yeah, both teams with defensive players out off defenses that nobody.
To me, it's a bigger deal for Arkansas because Ole Miss is bad anyway. And I mean, again, it sounds stupid, but
who does replace? And I shouldn't be asking you because I don't know either. Who takes the snaps for Ja'Cory Hawkins? What do you do there?
Yeah,
he is playing a lot.
I'm looking here to see what corners have played the most this season for Ole Miss. Dean Leonard has played 52 snaps this season. Jay Stanley's played 38 snaps this season. Jamar Richardson has played 65 snaps this season. Jalen Jordan has played 112 snaps this season. Hawkins at 135 and Keydron Smith at 194. Those are your corner snaps for Ole Miss. So I guess from a strictly rotation standpoint, it's going to be a lot of Keydron Smith. It's going to be a lot of Jalen Jordan, and it's probably going to be a pretty good bit of Leonard and Jamar Richardson. That's what they're going to do at corner. It looks like.
Thin too.
Well, there's no doubt about that. I mean, Jay Stanley. I mean, we really only talked about him he had those couple blown assignments against Florida. Is the only time that I've necessarily noticed him positively or negatively to this point. And then at that end position, Ole Miss is going to looks like they're probably. I mean, obviously they're going to lean on Sam and Tavius Robinson. You got to wonder if maybe Brandon Mack plays today. Maybe that's somebody who comes in for Tisdale a little bit. And
Tisdale plays a lot for this team.
Oh, Tisdale's been on the field 60% of the snaps, or if not more. Just kind of looking at it here. Ends. Ole Miss hasn't played a ton. I mean, this is all the ends Ole Miss has played. Tavius Robinson 122, Cedric Johnson 21, Sam Williams 109, Brandon Mack 4, Tisdale 127. That's it.
Yeah.
Those are all the ends Ole Miss has played so far.
They are really thin there. Can't afford an injury there or anything like that today. Can't afford somebody getting banged up.
Played a lot of defensive linemen. I mean, it's not good depth, but they do have some depth in the middle.
People keep asking about Mark Britt. He hasn't played.
Yeah.
So who knows? Maybe he goes out and plays 70 snaps today.
But he has not played a defensive snap.
But he has, yeah. So that tells me they don't think he's ready. Maybe they got him ready this week. Maybe we're obviously not seeing it, and Kiffin's not going to tell us.
Well, nobody asked him.
Well, you can ask him, but he won't answer. Yeah. Boyd dressed going through warm-ups, according to Wesley. Poole is not.
Okay.
They've got backs, and if I'm them, I'm trying to run the football, but I can't test it too much because I need points.
Yeah. I mean, that's the one thing for Ole Miss they have going in this game, as bad as the defense has been, is, I mean, one stop lifts everybody up. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, you suddenly, hey, there's a little bit of confidence there. The offense goes, holy hell, we're getting the ball back. I mean, Matt Corral has taken the field on, 90% of his possessions knowing he has to score this season?
That's probably fair.
Because Florida scored in the 50s, Alabama scored in the 60s, Kentucky scored 41.
I would go 100% of his possessions.
I mean, how many times has he gotten the ball back after a stop?
I don't.
2?
Maybe.
3? I mean, it's obviously.
I'm sure it's 3 or 4 times.
It's like 6.
Yeah.
But through 3 games. Because Alabama, it's after the punt and after the fumble. Could be a flag there. Yep, got it.
Yeah. All he did was tackle him.
It was 2 against Alabama. They got the 3 stops in a row against Kentucky when they went from 14 down to 7 up. So that'd been 3 there, or actually it's only 2, and then against Florida, whatever that was, which wasn't many. So yeah, 6-ish, depending on. Travis said that too. Yeah, 6. So yeah, Auburn is bad in the secondary right now. By the way, some of this though is Carolina can run at will and it is opening everything up in the middle there.
I mean, you guys sometimes probably wonder what we talk about during these recorded interviews. I looked at Chase at one point and I said, if you made me bet right this moment, and again, I haven't seen Ole Miss and Arkansas yet, so that could change everything. But right now, today, I would flip-flop on my predictions for Auburn and South Carolina. I kind of thought Ole Miss would lose to Auburn and beat Carolina, and right now, this moment, I'd flip that. Which is the fun part about college football, is that your opinions change about every 6 minutes.
Look, we can talk about the play and the ability level every day, but the reason college football is fun is because it's so stupid.
Yeah.
I mean, week to week, whatever. I mean, it's just, sure, sounds good, whatever. I mean, all we lack is them allowing trades pretty much, and we'd be in business all the way around with college football.
Oh, can you imagine if college football had a trade deadline?
Oh, good God.
73-7, by the way, Clemson over Georgia Tech.
Did Collins piss off Dabo at some point?
He must have.
Seriously, what's going on?
Someone must have said something. Although we've seen it. When you're bad enough on defense and the other team's elite, there's nothing you do.
Because he's had backups in for a while. Because at some point, one of the Clemson beat writers was like, "I'm just making up names now." So Clemson is scoring with multiple people. But anyway, yeah. I want to see that to see what. Let's see. Clemson football. Are we having media issues getting into the stadium today?
No, we're good. Gonna have a little fun here. Hold on one second. Trying to make sure that I get the right. Got to clean up some of the scenes. Yeah.
You got a lot in there.
Well, there's a lot there, and including some that we don't use, frankly. So, we're gonna get our Fayetteville correspondent, Megan Zaves, is going to join us in a moment. She's gonna have a little fun with her.
Who's Megan Zaves?
She is one of Campbell's friends. She's a student at the University of Arkansas. It's fun. Yeah, no, it's fun. Megan wanted to be on the podcast, and I said, sure, why not?
I did love how nonchalantly, as we were listening to the end of the Arkansas-Mississippi State game, when somebody's like, what are you doing? Campbell's like, oh, I'm on my dad's podcast.
Yeah.
And we were like, what the hell is going on here?
Hi.
Hey, Megan. Neil McCready, Chase Parham here with you. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
We are great. So set the stage for us. What's the weather like there in Fayetteville? What's the crowd like? Everybody excited? What's going on?
It's a crisp 68 degrees out here, and the fans are buzzing. I mean, it's our homecoming weekend, so we're walking around seeing past Razorbacks, our current Razorbacks, and walking in, I saw some really cute kids who look to be future Razorbacks, and we are so excited to be here today.
So is Boyd playing, number 5 for Arkansas? Is he down there? We understand that he's warming up. Can you tell us who's warming up and who's not, or do you have enough knowledge of the roster to pull that off?
Well, right now we're standing outside of the concessions, waiting to go down to our seats. You know what? We got to fuel up before we cheer. So I can't say who's warming up, but I know the guys are excited after a tough loss last week. The whole campus has been buzzing with all of the excitement we need to win today.
So it was never buzzing last year because I was up there a couple of times last year and there was no buzz. There was nothing resembling buzz other than people just didn't like Morris. What's the mask situation? Are there like Karens and people walking around waiting to take pictures of you without a mask on? What's going on with that?
There aren't people ready to call you out on not wearing masks, but the majority of the fans are wearing masks today. And I can say that we're so spread out in the stadium that if you're sitting with your group, most people don't wear masks while they're watching the game. But as soon as you're in the concession area, the bathrooms, masks are being worn pretty diligently.
So, what's your mask look like? You have a Razorback on it? Are we doing patterns? What's going on?
I'm wearing a Razorback bandana right now.
Okay.
It's pretty fabulous. I'm not going to lie.
That'll kill the
My dog
virus.
is wearing the same one around his neck. Eli.
You have your dog. You have your dog with you, and your dog's named Eli. Is that after Eli Manning?
It is after Eli Manning. My dad's a big Giants fan.
Oh, how about that? Now you're from Nashville, is that right?
That is correct.
So, what were your thoughts today on Tennessee getting beat 34-7 by the Kentucky Wildcats? I'm guessing that pleased you.
There's a reason I didn't apply to Tennessee, and I'm an Arkansas Razorback. And you know what? Tennessee can do the best they can. I wish them the best, but I'm in Fayetteville for a reason. Let's just leave it at that.
I was hoping you'd say nothing sucks like a big orange or something like that, because I think one of the things that we all find in common is that we all sort of, for whatever reason, all hate Tennessee. You know, some people might be Arkansas fans or Auburn fans or Alabama fans or Mississippi State or whatever. Everybody hates Tennessee for some reason.
If you are not a Tennessee fan, there's no reason to root for them. I'm sitting here with Parker Sheeran, our other great friend, and her dad hates Tennessee with a burning passion, as does she. And I can sit here and say, I prefer burnt orange before that ugly neon orange, but I wish my friends success as they cheer for Tennessee, but I'm not going to be on that side of the game ever.
All right, a quick serious question. We're told that it's super windy up there today. How windy is it inside the stadium?
My hair was really pretty and straight before this. There's a bit of tangles now. It's really windy. I feel like I'm stuck in a wind tunnel, but nothing that will hinder the game for me personally.
Well, you're not a quarterback. If you were a quarterback,
what about Felipe Franks?
Would it hinder Felipe Franks and Matt Corral are probably not worried about their hair right now.
Oh, the players should be a little anxious, but I'm not a player, so.
Okay. Well, Megan, thank you for the time. Enjoy your day. Have a good time.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All right. Bye.
You know, my pet peeve, she correctly used anxious instead of eager. I was very impressed.
She did well.
Yeah. I was.
So that's the buzz that I'm getting on my text a little bit, is that the wind is something.
That's a problem for Ole Miss.
It's a problem for Arkansas too. I mean, you know,
Ole Miss did put 2 backs over 120 last week against Alabama.
Yeah, it might change the complexion of the game a little bit.
Yeah, can we call her back in the post game?
That probably can be arranged.
You think it's okay?
She's a neat kid. She's a lot of fun.
She appeared very willing to
she wants to have her own podcast, so being on a podcast was something she wanted
Trinity
to do.
said, "What's up, boys? Just failed my econ test. You failed it on Saturday, or you just found out about it? What happened there? We're only like 5 minutes from kick. Are we just staying, or what are we doing?
Yeah, we'll just stay. We might take a little bit of break. Boom's getting conservative. 2:15 to go. Auburn's going to get another shot at it.
Yeah. Feels like it's going to come down to a 2-point conversion in a minute.
We'll just stay here.
I'm just going to stay.
Why not?
Okay.
Our thanks to all of our guests today. Megan Zaves, you heard her just then. Ryan Brown earlier, and Mike Griffith, and Zach Arn, all of them kind enough to give us time here on this football Saturday. So appreciate all of them. It's Ole Miss and Auburn next week at 11, so we'll come on with this show at 9.
No, she was not a Rivals employee. That was just a student at the University of Arkansas.
Yeah, no.
That was
No. And they've let me back on, by the way.
You got your access back?
Well, not that I want it, but I did do the little 5-question thingy with her.
You dropped that.
I thought the ball hit the ground, too.
He didn't know. Okay. I saw you did the 5-question thing.
Yeah. I try. I know this is not my reputation, but I do try to be a nice guy. That board hates me, though. Oof.
Arkansas?
Oh, yeah. Despise me. It's really weird.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
Look, that ball did hit the ground. They stopped it. That ball's on the ground. That's not a catch. Watch right there.
Do you think it altered it, though, where you only caught it because it was on the ground? Because, it can actually touch as long as you still maintain control.
Yeah, I thought he was able to catch it because it was on the ground. Okay. If that makes sense.
Yeah, we'll see in a second. I mean, the refs never miss one of these, so sure we'll find out the correct answer.
Let's see. This angle does nothing for you.
Yeah, I mean, come on, guys. Look like a catch from there.
Yeah. Here we go.
She said, "Yep, failed it on a Saturday." Did we study? What was going on? What was it about? What was our subject inside econ today? Pour a mimosa or something hang out with us now after you got done with class earlier. Joe P. says, anyone want to help me developing a research proposal on the Vietnam War? Good. It's actually a war I know very little about. As much as I'm pretty good with war history, I know nothing about the Vietnam War hardly. It's a weak spot.
I think that's coming back.
Somebody tell us when we're close to kick, by the way, because we're on the wrong channel.
We're sitting here watching the wrong channel. I'm flipping a little bit. Hadn't started yet. You know that the SEC network's like, hey, just take 5 minutes, because everybody's going to be everybody that's not an Ole Miss or an Arkansas fan is going to be staying for the end of this one.
A little bit of a problem here for Ole Miss as we were having the conversation a minute ago. I'm assuming this came across the airwaves. Obviously, we can't hear the pregame. Ole Miss also without Dean Leonard today and Reese McIntyre. So another lineman. And Dean Leonard, that's another corner out. So Ole Miss seriously is down to like 4 corners.
Really thin at corner.
Jay Stanley now going to play a pretty good bit. Jamar Richardson now going to play a pretty good bit. So Ole Miss in a weird spot there defensively. Caleb Warren's emergence now huge for the Ole Miss offensive line.
No doubt.
Because, frankly, he kind of brought some attitude last week. I mean, Warren was a bit of a road grader there in that run game.
He talks and acts like an SEC offensive lineman, too.
In a good way.
Yeah, and I mean that in a positive way. I mean, just kind of a
little chippy.
Yeah. Badass.
Yeah, just hey.
It's kind of, yeah.
Well, yeah, for a young kid, okay. Like,
sure.
Hey, come in. Hey, let's. Because also somebody came from a small school, too. You know what I mean? Like, you had to kind of prove it a little bit.
Sure.
They studied, made a 68 on elasticity today.
It's hard being a student right now, man.
Yeah.
It really is. It's hard being a student.
Was that a Zoom class, or were you in at all, or what? Were we doing hybrid? What's up with the class? Oh, the Braves played now?
I thought they played at 3:38.
Okay. Either way, it's within the game.
It's 3:38 first pitch.
Blake says watching Braves and Ole Miss at the same time is going to age me 10 years this afternoon.
Yeah, I can't imagine being a Braves fan and an Ole Miss fan at the same time right now.
Well, you would just have to give college football up for a couple hours. You'd have no ability to.
In many ways, it's one of the reasons why I've watched more college football this year than for the Cubs' reputation, they've actually been good the last several years and played into October. And the year that they won it, they didn't win it till November the 2nd. So by the time the baseball season ended, I was like, hell, college football's almost over. We were like week 10. Minute 53 to go. You're Carolina. If you somehow lose this game, you have to hate yourself because you got conservative when you just.
Well, yeah, you're being stupid.
Coaches, they all do it though. Every one of them. All right, there's Ole Miss warming up. I love the white on white.
Still
that is a
5:42 from kick.
Okay, so we got some time.
If we missed stuff in the pregame, by the way, as far as guys out or anything, let us know because we have no volume right now. Had they call targeting right there?
I thought they were going to. I thought they were
calling targeting on that dude.
Will Muschamp's wife was about to become a widow because I think
he might have.
I think he would have just combusted right there. I think that would have been the end.
Like one of those cartoons where it just goes boom.
What was that play?
There's a flag. I don't know if it was an offsides on the snap or what.
It must have been because they let him go.
Some of these classes that are being done over Zoom, I just don't see how they're even taught. Like I feel like there's so many that just aren't you're not capable of doing it. Trinity says economics was over Zoom for this one.
Well,
it was offsides for.
I've had conversations with a very frustrated college student on a couple of classes, where it's just hard to learn. Go learn accounting too. Go by yourself, teacher. That's hard. I'd fail.
Yes, we're saying he would have gone boom. That's good, Will. Yes,
yeah,
that's correct.
Would have been an appropriate nickname.
Yes.
That's on the ground.
Every throw is short.
Yeah.
Like he cannot make throws.
Watch his feet. He's off his back foot on every throw. He's not stepping into throws.
Pocket presence is bad. We saw the collection of masks that Lane will be wearing today after their $100,000 fine earlier in the week.
He's got a strong mask game.
He's not stupid.
But he's got to keep it on his face a little bit more.
He was pretty good last week. I was actually surprised they got fined after he improved so much last week. He was good. Nix can run a little bit.
He moved now. He's an athlete. They've got nothing but time now, too.
Nothing was open. Actually, I take that back. He had a free release down on the post there, and the guy had to break the route because he didn't see him.
But he was moving so much that he didn't have time to see it.
Good check down. You got a minute. You're fine.
Oh, yeah, you're fine on time. If anything here, you don't want to over-hurry.
Yeah, no, he does not trust his offensive line at all. Is that Nix's parents?
Yeah, it's his parents. That's a grounding. That's a grounding.
Or a fumble.
Well, it has to be a grounding because there's nobody around it.
Well, and there's also so much. I mean, I get that it's around, but there's also a little bit of intent when you just take your hand and roll the ball.
Well, yeah.
I mean, what announcers does Ole Miss have today? Who is it? I didn't even look at the notes. It's definitely a pass. It's definitely grounding.
Yeah.
Unless they want to argue that he was getting hit.
They got it right.
Okay.
So they talked about it and got it right. That's fine. I don't mind when they take a moment and get it right.
So third down?
Yeah, third and is it
like 10-ish, right? 12?
Yeah. Clock an issue here because you don't have the ability to clock the football unless you get a first. 3rd and 15.
Yeah. Well, they only picked up like 4 on that.
Ole Miss won the toss and deferred.
You like taking the ball, don't you?
If I had that offense, I'd take the ball.
You get a stop, though. I tell you what some of it is. They won't get 2 for 1 for the first time this year. They've been 2 for 1 in all 3 games.
Yeah.
Lane was probably tired of that, if nothing else. Oh, it's Rod Gilmore? Good God.
Are they reviewing the previous play? What are they doing?
Boyd is suited up, Robert says in the thread. They're only listing, I guess that's COVID out, though, not. So 2 linebackers and a corner out for Arkansas. Bumper Pool is one of those. Pittman going non-hat today.
Look at the wind.
Oh, God. Spurring also would allow Ole Miss to choose their wind direction for the game.
Well, you might want that in the second half if it's going to be this crazy.
Yeah. Okay. They said it's on Arkansas's back to start. It's got to be either a little cross or something, because if that thing was really gusting at 28 the way we saw constantly, Logan could not have gotten that ball to the end zone in the wind.
Yeah, and that ball
that was an interesting thing.
That ball did a little hook too, like a.
Really, the key for Ole Miss today is just open field tackling. I mean, if they do it, they win the game, because Arkansas is not good enough skill-wise to just completely run away from you. It's going to take missed tackles. Ole Miss missed 21 tackles on the books last week against Alabama.
9 seconds left in Columbia. Auburn appears to have the ball at about the 9-yard line. 4th and 5.
For Auburn?
Yeah.
And they have no timeouts, so they have to go, right?
That's correct.
You guys like clock spots, 14-16, 15-14, 14-13.
Oh, great pick by Jalen Jones.
Ball floated a little too. Well, not a great pass from Felipe Franks.
Carolina takes a timeout, so 9 seconds to go, 4th and 5 for Auburn.
Same suits as 2 weeks ago. They popped pretty good for Ole Miss. The white on
Yeah,
white
it's a better look than the gray pant, and everybody can get as mad as you want, but I'm right.
There's some frustration over the lack of the gray pant.
Yeah.
Not all the way. Not 100%.
It just looks better with the white pant.
There was some rumors about Ryder Anderson being hurt, but he was out there on that possession.
Are they reviewing that to see if he actually caught it? I think he caught it. I can see why they would review it, though. It rolled around a little bit. The ball was moving, but I never saw it hit the ground, but I did see it move. Oh, Wesley says it hit the ground.
Either way, it's a punt.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, yep.
It's a drop.
It's a drop. Nick's scrambling around. He's going to get a holding call. He is not going to get there. South Carolina's going to beat Auburn. Game is over in Columbia.
Huge win for Will Muschamp.
Just massive, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean,
just a massive win.
Carolina, interesting spot here. They are sitting here currently at 2-2.
2-2, huge win for Will.
They go to Baton Rouge next week.
Very
Before a
winnable
bye
game.
week.
Yeah.
They could be 3-2 at the break on the bye week. Your Lane Kiffin, you say, get the hell away from the punter. Let him just kick it and take it wherever the hell it goes. Huge win for Ole Miss there. 3 and out. Get
Yeah.
to the 40 to start the game. You got the defer on the kickoff. Arkansas with a great job of coverage, and still they couldn't get there.
But he makes good decisions. He doesn't force things. It's what that's where he's improved so much over a year ago. He never stops moving his feet, but he doesn't get choppy with his feet either. He's athletic.
Trying to get Jonathan Mingo killed there, kind of high and over the middle.
Yeah.
Third and about 5, something like that. If you don't get it, you going? What are you doing here? Third and 5?
I'm going for it.
Are you?
Yeah. I mean, you're not winning a championship this year, so have at it.
Didn't get it. It's going to be 4th and 1.
Fourth and less than 1.
Really bad route there that you don't get to the stick before the turn. Not very good by Elijah Moore. Weird quarterback keeper there, but got the job done.
Uh-oh.
What was the Arkansas guy celebrating? What was the?
I don't know.
That?
I was more watching more to see if I could tell what happened, if this is concussion or if he got the wind knocked out of him.
No flag, though. It didn't look like no targeting or anything.
No, I didn't think he targeted because he hit with his shoulder, but I couldn't tell whether he hit him high or whether he got the wind knocked out. He might have just gotten the wind knocked out of him. I couldn't tell.
Looks okay.
I couldn't tell where he got hit. It was high, but it might have, I don't know. I couldn't tell.
He caught the ball, didn't he?
He caught the ball, yeah.
Yeah, I thought he went high, actually, there. I thought from a college targeting rule it was close. I kind of want to see a replay to see what he did. State plays at 3. Baseball playoffs, 3:30. will be some process of something when Alabama and Georgia kick around 7 tonight. Second and short for Ole Miss. Elijah will have to sit out at least one play here when they come back. Pete DeWeese with us here in a little bit. Second quarter, as always, for him during our watch party.
And I'll turn to Mississippi State and A&M on my secondary source here when they get started.
Very long TV timeout here for just an injury when he's already off the field before they went to break. Final play of the Auburn game. Nix, again, just happy feet. Can't stay in the pocket. I mean, just.
52, badly held. Guess it would help to talk into a microphone, wouldn't it?
He trusts nothing. All right, we'll give you a TV count on the snap. Snap, right. In a second. Snap. Now. Didn't get much, but he got enough. First down, Rebels.
I will say that I've noticed already that Brown snaps are better this week.
Arkansas really crowding the box, trying to stop that run game.
His vision as a back has improved so much from one year to the next. He's much more patient as a running back this year than he was a year ago. A year ago, it was like, okay, I'm going here right now. And now he'll wait a beat or two if it's not there.
He jumped early. That was.
Joe P., thanks for the gift. Opening up the rum to get his research proposal going. Hat tip for the inspiration, for the thought on how he can pull it off. I'm glad to help. That's what I'm here for. He didn't get there. What do you do? Go for it?
You go, but, I mean, they're getting no push up front. Arkansas is doing a really good job against the run game early on through these two possessions. I mean, there is no gap at all for Ely.
All right, what do you run? Kiffin agrees with you. What do you run here?
I think you got to spread it out a little bit. I just don't think you can do the same thing 4 times in a row when it hasn't worked. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
They're getting nothing inside right there. Bringing in a whole new set of people.
Is there anybody split wide left? There's a turnover. I didn't like that play.
It was just nothing to really that whole goal line series. I mean, it was Ole Miss getting nothing inside at all. They ran it there several times. Ely with the poor jump. I'm not even really sure what that play was supposed to be. It was either a late snap, which didn't allow him to give it on kind of that little jet sweep. Yeah, he was handing it to 13.
Well, the snap was high.
Yeah.
That messed it up. He was going to hand it to 13 on a little jet sweep, and it probably would have worked, but the snap was up high, and so he had to bring the ball down, and he fumbled it. That's a timing play. Yeah, that was on me. I'm sorry. Trinity says we jinxed Ben Brown. Chase didn't do it. I did it. It's all my fault. I apologize.
It looked open on the left side, had everything timed up correctly.
I think it was going to be a score, but that's a play that, again, it is complete timing. It has to be exactly right.
What kind of shirt you wearing today?
I don't know what this
brand?
is. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just curious. Pete says they were faking the jet and handing off to the split zone to the running back.
Oh.
That.
Well, that was my next guess, is that they were faking the jet and handing off a split zone. I was thinking it was that.
We debated that off camera for a second.
Yeah.
13 is Braylon Sanders. Somebody asking.
Ben Brown's, I think, an NFL center. He just hasn't played a lot of center, and you can see some of it.
Got the under in this game. You kind of have to like it a little bit. No points on the board to the first 5 minutes. I think the over under settled around 77 today.
Yeah, watch it be a defensive showdown.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
14-13 final.
If that happens, I'll just say, there you go.
So basically a reset now. Arkansas at their 5 as we get started.
Boy, I hate that play.
A lot of stuff can go wrong there, can't it? Into traffic, near
a little bit of a dirty throw, ball pops up in the air. It's got pick 6 written all over it. Oof.
Little telegraph there from Frank.
Yeah.
He was eyeing that the whole way.
And I don't know that he's got the arm to make that throw.
Really no pressure. He just kind of bailed out of his own pocket there when nothing was open. Ole Miss didn't get any push, but they do get a stop.
That's called a 3 and out is what that is
2
called.
in a row.
I know.
Game. Wind's still going.
Well, they were under a wind advisory all day.
Yeah, really good job Sam Williams there to get there because I don't think Ryder was running him down before he got the first down. That was not a lot of pursuit. They hit the punter.
Got the punter.
Yeah, just stay away. I'll never understand that. Just get the hell away from him. It's not going to matter if Arkansas first down. It defies logic when you have that offense. What are you doing? Just play.
I don't know. I don't know why you're going
just
after that.
The ball.
And I'm sure you saw something on film that indicates that you can get to it, but I want my offense on the field.
Yeah, that was very sluggish, poor start for Ole Miss, special teams and offense, because that's unacceptable with the offense you have. You just get the ball back. And he didn't get blocked into him. He was just diving kind of.
He kind of went straight at him. You're supposed to go at an angle where you go in front one way or the other. Arkansas is pretty high on that kid, Smith, 22. They like him a lot.
There's no way to know this. So I mean, I don't know, but I wonder if this is a replacement. By the way, there. Hold on.
Got to make that tackle.
See, there's your missed tackle, as I said.
You got to make that tackle. You just can't miss it. You can't miss that tackle. Can't do it.
The penalty there on Tyra Coney, he had only played one special team snap this season.
So he's in for Woolard.
He's in for one of those special – I mean, they could have all been on special teams. I don't know.
Right.
But either way, yeah, in for somebody there.
Just can't miss that tackle in space like that. You just can't. Can't tell who that is back there. Ole Miss has a player. Sonogo. Yeah, they said Sonogo on the air, but that didn't look like him. They say it's Haynes.
Yeah, 5's Haynes. Yeah, with the defense struggling so much to get off the field, you play punt return every time. Like to me, that makes even more sense than when Ole Miss used to do the fair catch all the time on the punt, just to catch it and not to make it screw up. Yeah. I think that's where you're at on the other end right now. Just play return and get the ball.
The Corvick Need experience.
Yeah, they did it with him and Jordan Holder.
Oh, that's right. Just catch it.
Yeah, just catch it. I think that's the other side of that now is just get the hell away from the punter. Just play return. Make sure your offense gets the ball back and you don't have any situations of that. Missed tackle there on Jamar Richardson. He's going to play a lot today for Corey Hawkins being out. First time this season, Ole Miss has come out kind of flat in some ways.
A little bit.
I mean, I know the defense got the 2 stops. I mean, that's obviously a huge story early, but Corral just a touch off on some early throws.
Well, you wonder if wind's impacting him. They were talking about one of Franks' throws on that out route that they thought the ball kind of died a little bit. Listen, if wind gusts to 45 miles an hour, that's going to affect the football in the air.
And they're both in the SEC. Vanderbilt, not exactly shocking. They don't score much, period. Going to be third and very short.
Yeah, less than about half a yard.
Got to assume it's 4-down territory here for Arkansas as well.
Yeah, I would think so. unless you lose yardage here, and then you got to take points.
Got it.
I don't think he did.
No, he didn't. Wow, that spot was much better for Ole Miss than I thought it was at first.
I mean, he's inches.
He also ran in a little sideways, though, at the end. But, yeah, he is a little short.
I hate shotgun here. Get under center, and how tall is Frank? 6'4"?
Got it. Doesn't matter. Might have gotten in.
I don't think he's in. I think he's just short.
So Ole Miss gifts Arkansas a bit of a touchdown there to open the scoring.
.547 to go in the first. Arkansas 7, Ole Miss nothing. It's a costly penalty, big time. Because you're going to get the football Arkansas territory right there.
And I think that's on both. That's on player and coach.
Yeah,
it's a bad play call, and you can't make that mistake if you're a player.
I think it's more on the coach than it is the player.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
You play safe right there, get the ball back. You're going to be in Arkansas territory with the football.
Because it wasn't even like he's on the one where they have the less of space. Like he was able to pretty much get his full 14 yards of drop back there.
Yeah. They've started in Starkville. They're less than a minute in. Texas A&M has a 3rd down and 4 on their first possession. When you're as big as he is, there's just not a lot of options for clothing. You pretty much just have to wear a trash bag. The wind is a real deal, Chase. Do you see the wind push that ball?
It pushed the kick out of bounds. It's one of those windy days where if you're a golfer, you're aiming pretty good bit right and letting that thing drift on over.
I had the uniforms wrong. I apologize. It was Mississippi State with the 3rd, and they did not convert. So they're punting with 13:44.
Very bad uniform game.
Well, and State's wearing the all maroon.
Oh, are they?
Which is just a hideous look.
Maroon.
Maroon socks, pants, jerseys, caps. A&M wearing the white on the white.
Offensive line's getting overwhelmed right now by Arkansas.
They're getting beat on
run and
they
pass.
are. They're getting beat up front right now. On both sides of the line of scrimmage. That's the one thing that people have asked me, what's the difference between covering a game in person and covering a game on TV? When you cover a game, quote, cover, end quote, a game on TV, you end up watching the ball.
That was even wind affected. He had to kind of make sure he didn't let it get too much on it.
Yeah, because the wind's at his back right now, right?
Not according to the announcer.
Okay, so the wind's in their face.
According to the announcer, yes.
Okay. hell of a throw.
That was a good throw. Elijah Moore back in the game, by the way.
I'm going to tell you what Matt does really, really well that a lot of quarterbacks don't do really well. His short passes and screen passes hit the receiver in stride routinely.
There's not that wasted half second that gets you.
Yeah. You can hear the wind in some of the mics.
Bad throw.
Where's the ball?
Right on 31.
32-yard line, okay.
Kind of no man's land for Ole Miss. They can't protect him. And I think you're punting from your 35 now.
Yeah, I'm punting here. I'm not giving them the football with good position right now. I'm going to try to pin them back.
The rest now only a 16-yard net.
Great kick.
Hell of a kick.
He's had a hell of a year, Mac has.
Ole Miss's front just never gets any pressure whatsoever. The three down linemen get stood up, don't get inside at all in the pass rush. It allows Franks to throw from such a clean pocket there. When you've got them down to the one, and you can't get anything to kind of at least flush him or force him into some sort of decision. Play call. Started the drive. They brought three and got, I mean, when I say nothing, Franks had 7-8 seconds to throw the football right in just in the middle of the pocket there in the end zone. So they just get stood up.
That's incredible.
Like nothing.
That is amazing. He had all day. I'm normally not a go get JUCO guys.
They have no choice.
They got to go get some JUCO guys.
Third and 2-ish.
Who's number 2 for Ole Miss? That's Britt, right?
I have no idea because they didn't win the game.
Good play call. That was a hold that they didn't call.
I forgot you're going to get the Mississippi thing out of Gilmore all day.
All day. Yeah.
Arkansas will be content to let that run.
For sure. All right, we'll get Pete on here in just a second. Still feels weird every time I see a Nick Saban Aflac commercial. I don't know why. It just feels weird. All right, got to get out of that. Got to go back to here. Go here. And that's not what I want to do. Does FaceTime audio ever kind of screw with you a little bit?
FaceTime audio?
Mm-hmm.
I don't use it much. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go. We'll roll the dice on Skype here. We'll roll the dice on Skype here. Hey, Pete.
How's it going, guys?
We are good. How are you today?
I'm doing well.
I don't even know where to start here. I think I want to start with Ole Miss's defensive line just having a really hard time getting any kind of pressure generated.
They are. You know, I think it kind of goes back to some of what we've seen in previous games. Is they're afraid to pressure. They're afraid of what bind that puts the secondary in, and it's such a give take because you're not generating pass rush with what you got, you know. But you go back to the fourth quarter. I mean, look, the Alabama game. I mean, a lot can be said about defensively what Ole Miss did or didn't do. But the reality is, it got worse as he was forced to get aggressive. And they know that, you know, it went from 8 play drives to 2 play drives because all of a sudden he's getting aggressive. He's asking guys to make more plays, and it got ugly quicker. So he's trying to avoid that, and there's going to become a point where he's not going to be able to avoid it. But right now he's trying to protect some guys, and it's just a difficult situation.
It's just talent, right? You got to go out and get some JUCO guys at this point.
It's talent. You have to get impact guys, whether that's JUCO, whether that's transfer, or whether you're able to sign kids. You have to get impact pass rushers.
How big of a factor do you feel like the wind is? I mean, it's looked like some of the throws have been a little different we've seen so far. I mean, it's a small sample size, but it does look like it's had a little bit of an impact so far.
It can be a real thing in that stadium, a real thing in that stadium. I've traveled there twice with the team, and it was two of the worst road game experiences I had. I have a disdain for Arkansas that's probably more so than any other team in the SEC, including State or LSU. But that stadium, man, it kind of does some weird things, just the way it sits and the way the wind swirls, and you feel it. And it can definitely affect kicking game and the ability to throw the football.
Get another stop here, a little bit of a coverage sack, but did you get some pressure? You didn't have all day. It was a pretty good job there by the Ole Miss defense, and huge thing to try to hold serve here in this 7-0 game because every possession feels like it's pretty dang important. Let's see, what do we have?
So I'm a little bit behind you guys. So they went with the same 3-man rush, but what they did there was they actually had 2 underneath linebackers that were waiting on screen. And when their guy releases not into a screen or stays into protection, those guys do what's called green dog. So they're reading that running back. Once he's in protection, not a screen, they're able to become a part of the pressure package. So Momo right there is reading screen, and as soon as the back protects, he goes and plugs right now and becomes a part of the rush. And that's how he's able to get the sack there.
I know it's just one play and whatnot, but where would you kind of fall on some of the punt rush, punt return stuff there on that pretty critical penalty?
Here's the thing. They were trying to set up the return, but even when you're trying to set up the return, you have to dedicate a couple of guys to ensure the kick. And you tell those guys, if you come free, give it a shot, right? Obviously, that's not the result that you want, but you can't just have all 11 turn and immediately get into retreat mode, because you just make yourself so vulnerable to fakes and things like that. And that wasn't a situation where Arkansas was going to fake a punt, but you hate to. I'll say this: I don't have an issue with what they were trying to do. It's an issue of execution in my mind. So what Arkansas is doing defensively that's given Ole Miss problems. I mean, obviously Ole Miss was pretty efficient last week moving the ball, and in most games. So Arkansas is playing an odd front. I mean, you see a lot of odd front out of Alabama, but you see a lot of even front too. No, it's a poor decision.
Yeah, he threw right into traffic.
Yeah,
I mean, there was nowhere for that to go.
It's part of the issue is when you start slow and for what he is, Corral's still a young quarterback. It's natural. You want to get a little bit greedy. It happens. And right there, that's just a poor decision. Arkansas is able to generate pressure with 3, which is what Ole Miss isn't doing, right? The other thing they're doing that's affecting the run game, they're playing what's known as a tight front. So it's not your traditional odd front necessarily. They're playing both of the ends in 4 eyes. Ole Miss's weakest spot on the offensive line arguably is their guards. By playing the ends inside leverage of the tackle, you put the onus on the guards now. It changes how you have to make your combos in the run game, and now you're forcing those guys into a little bit more of an issue with how you're blocking in the passing game as well, and it also pretty much isolates the center in pass protection. And so that's what they're doing. They're trying to funnel the ball outside, and Ole Miss has had some success when they've gotten outside, but they're not going to find a lot in the middle if they continue to use that scheme.
Well, Arkansas likes cute. They love cute. They try lots of cute stuff. There was just a lot of misdirection and stuff there. It ended up getting a 5-yard play. Just lots of cute.
Well, that's really well played by both 21 and 20 right there. Neither one of them gets the tackle, but 21 in particular, to see that go force it right now and make the ball cut back inside to help, that is where coaching shows up. That is where, a few years back you did not see that on the field with Ole Miss. Double pass,
Yeah, he was open, but he didn't get rid of it. Still turned it into a play, but
there's so much similarity between what Ole Miss does and what Arkansas does offensively.
I was going to say it looks so much alike in the concepts of what they're trying to do. Obviously, you have two different quarterbacks, but the misdirection and then the pass back over the middle on the slot where you're trying to change the safety. You're trying to get the safety's eyes or the linebacker's eyes in a different place, and then you slip somebody in front. Ole Miss does a lot of that stuff too.
They do. There was the one earlier where they hit the guy came in motion, went back out the same direction. They hit him in the flat, and the Ole Miss defender went inside. They got away with a little bit of a holding call, and that was on the defender. He's got to go outside, and he's got to leverage that football right there, and he doesn't. But that's A1 day one in both of these offenses. I mean, Ole Miss has run that several times to Elijah Moore. They've run it to Plumlee in week one. They've run it to the tight end several times this season as well. There's so much of what they do is it's rooted in the Browl system, and obviously Kendall and what he did with his father, and Levy being in the family literally, is you see that influence. They probably call a lot of it different things now, and that's a lot of the Kiffin influence. In Ole Miss, that's the play that Ole Miss scored against Kentucky.
Yeah, exact same play right there, and Ole Miss caught a break there because 87 drops it. 20.
Yes.
AJ Finley did not break the pass up. He just had a hand on his back. That was a drop. So Arkansas to settle for a field goal attempt. Wind will be a factor on any of these, even a 23-yarder. You got it. 10-0 Arkansas with 10:51 to go, 10:50 to go in the half.
Looked like they had a chance to get in there and block that. It looked like he got pretty good free release off the edge and just couldn't time it up.
Yeah, he was just off on his angle.
Yeah.
Ole Miss's defense has not been awful, not by their standards so far. This offensively, we talked about this. They've just had a hard time getting anything going offensively. And when you've been as hot as they've been, you had to think there was a rough quarter coming. So pretty big possession coming up for Ole Miss right here, I think. I mean, even if you just get 3, you need to get points here. You don't want Arkansas to start gaining even more confidence right now, because this is an Arkansas team that very clearly is playing a lot different from a mental standpoint and an effort standpoint than they ever did last season. And it shows.
So many people talked about the Sam Pittman hire, and the videos come out, and it's him yelling and him crying at the press conference. Coaches that have been around Sam Pittman when he is recruiting, nobody's expecting them to turn around and win the SEC all of a sudden, but coaches that have been around him and seen him recruit expect him to build a locker room culture where those kids are going to play for him. And being able to hire the coordinators that he hired and build the staff the way that he wanted to build the staff, they're not going to look like they've looked the past couple of years, plain and simple.
Well, he said as much. I mean, that's the one thing he's come out and said consistently, is that the days of them getting embarrassed week in and week out are over. And so far, he's told the truth. I mean, Chase will tell you this. I've been saying this for weeks. This was always going to be a dogfight, and I still like Ole Miss's chances to win this game. But anybody who thought this was going to be easy today, it wasn't ever going to be. This was going to be a fight. They claw. They got blown out by Georgia late in the game, but Georgia's a different level team than maybe everybody in the SEC.
They're not a great football team, and Sam Pittman hadn't suddenly turned them into world beaters. But you watch them last year, and they play flat. And right now, I mean, Ole Miss looks flat, right? But you watch Arkansas the past couple of years, and that's just how they look. As soon as games get started and something bad goes against them, that's what it looks like. And right now, that's kind of where Ole Miss is in this game, is they've had trouble generating momentum. They've been able to generate it in every game so far. They have made something good happen early. And right now, they have not been able to do that for whatever reason.
Yeah, so here we go. This big moment in this game for Ole Miss. 10:50 to go in the second quarter. Arkansas about to kick after the field goal. Ole Miss will take it 1st and 10 at their own 25. That kick went through the end zone.
So the interesting thing to me, and my television's behind, and so I'm doing the best I can, but the interesting thing to me will be, do they get into tempo or do they try to slow it down and just get everybody to relax and help the defense a little bit?
What would you do here? What do you look for?
You got to know your team and your kids.
Yeah.
You know, if your kids are going to operate best under tempo, then that's what you do. If you think that defensive side of the ball or your offensive side of the ball is fragile, you slow it down and you try to help them collect things a little bit.
Oh, wow. It's a pick six, Pete. Threw it right into traffic. Just a terrible read on Matt's part. You'll see it here in a minute. I'd love to get your breakdown when you see it.
Yeah, so I have not watched much of Arkansas leading up to this game. I can't tell you defensively how much what they're doing is different from what they've been doing. So he's expecting the throw in the flat right there. There's a guy leveraging it. He sees it, doesn't want to get the tight end lit up, and he comes off his read, and he's late to it, and they've got a guy right there.
They're playing zone
I don't
there,
know
right?
If he doesn't see him.
That's a zone defense. They're not playing man right there, right?
No, they're not. They're playing zone right there. So, if you look pre-snap, Ole Miss basically has two tight ends right there off the ball. And they're not even playing like a linebacker or a defensive end outside. They are not crowding the line of scrimmage. It's a kind of a methodology of defense where you're going to close the inside gaps with your inside linebackers. You're going to play the other guys loose. You're going to be okay giving up 2 or 3, 4 yards. You're going to funnel guys to the football, limit gains, and try to keep things in front of you. It's very much, Iowa State has kind of made a big name with some of what they've done, and Arkansas is not borrowing that model directly, but there's a lot of similarity, and it's really become a common trend for a lot of programs.
Now a little bit of reverse, because you're talking about an Ole Miss team now that is not used to a lot of winning. They're behind 17-0 on the road. Now suddenly they're the one without much confidence and kind of in risk of this thing getting away, even though there's still 9 minutes left in the second quarter.
It is very difficult to sit in that locker room last Saturday knowing you had a chance and not finishing, to then turn around this week. And it's hard for a young, inexperienced football team to kind of find that confidence sometimes. And so that was one of the questions kind of I had through the week, and is, what does it look like, when the team, what's their confidence level like? If they kind of, are they able to find their groove again, or are they still kind of reeling in the hangover of that loss from last week? And right now, that's certainly what it looks like.
It's funny, Pete, that you say that, because it's one of those things that, and I've been doing this a long time, so I've talked to a lot of coaches, and coaches consistently say it, and I think fans hear it. And I don't mean this, I'm not talking down about fans here at all, but I think fans hear this and think it to be coach speak. When a coach says, hey, I've got a team, and they don't ever say this out loud usually. They'll say it privately off the record on background. I've got a team that doesn't know how to win. I've got a team that's not completely convinced that it can win. And I've got to get them past that. And when fans kind of hear coaches hint at that, they think, what does that mean? But there is a lot to the mental part of this game, and we're about to see a little bit of it right now, because Ole Miss is right now where Arkansas was a week ago, down 17-0 on the road and in danger. And so Arkansas came back and took a 28-27 lead and should have won. Now Ole Miss has an opportunity here, but they're going to have to play well right about now. They've got to collect themselves and not let it spiral, because if 17 becomes 31, well, then you're toast. You got to stop the bleeding right now, and that's a difficult thing for like you said, a young team that hasn't won a lot to go do.
It really is, and look, you'll hear people sometimes say that people sometimes like to say that stereotypes are stereotypes for a reason, right? Coach speak is coach speak for a reason. And I know it irritates fans, and I know it's not what they want to hear. The psyche of your locker room is is second to talent, is probably the most important thing for a coach. And when you're dealing with a team that haven't won, let's be honest, this team haven't won a lot of ball games, and they've got good players, but they haven't won a ton of ball games. Knowing how to win, knowing how to react kind of in the face of legitimate adversity, particularly on the road, it is a very real thing. I mean, say what you want about the Kentucky game, you could argue in some ways it was gifted to him. The kid missed a PAT, or that the turnout likely looks a lot different. With the Florida game, nobody really expected them to win it, and neither did they last week. And on both times, albeit a small crowd, Ole Miss had a home crowd. Here you are, you're in Arkansas. The weather's a little cooler. You left a couple of your buddies at home, and it started out ugly. The response right here, he doesn't know how his team is going to respond. And as a coach, that's not a very comforting feeling.
Big throw for Corral to Elijah Moore out at the Arkansas 34. A huge 3rd down and 2 conversion. They actually got the spot at the 33. So a first down for Ole Miss on a really nice throw by Matt.
They like going back to these compressed sets and these mesh concepts, and giving crossers. And so the way that Arkansas is playing zone right now, you use Mingo and the other underneath crosser to pull the linebackers, and it just opens that seam up. It's a really nice job by Elijah Moore. He leverages his route outside. They're essentially playing a 2-read or a quarters defense. So the safety's reading his release. And so when he leverages outside, the safety starts to gain depth, and that allows him to dig back over the middle.
On this first down play here, is that simply a good defensive play, or did something go wrong in that offense to allow him to get to the back at that spot? You'll see it in a second.
I'll tell you when it starts.
Yeah. I kind of like you being behind because it allows me to see it and ask the question.
So Ole Miss tries to go wide right there. They spread the formation right there because they haven't seen a lot of these pressures, a lot of this stuff. So pre-snap, Matt thinks that he's got the box count that he needs. He thinks that 7 is removed. He's out there and he's a part of the pass coverage. So instead of he doesn't see it when the guy adjusts late. If 7 stays out there, hands that ball off, you've probably got a really nice run. 7 is accounted for by the quarterback. He's responsible for blocking him. If he comes off that edge right there, you have some type of RPO or quick game built in on the outside that the quarterback has to see, and he just didn't see it.
So it's a 4th and I think it's about 8 actually at the 32, which is really outside of his range. And with the wind here, it's not even a choice. So it's 31, 4th and 8 at the 31 for Ole Miss. 8:17 and counting as on our clocks. They don't get it. Yeah, it just dropped. That hit Drummond in the hands. You got to catch that football. A lot of just mistakes for Ole Miss. They're just awful little. Corral missed on a throw and then makes a good throw there. Drummond doesn't catch it, so Arkansas takes over. 8:09 to go.
Corral hasn't been overly sharp by any means, but that's 3 or 4 balls that should be called at the SEC level at this point. That was a little behind him, though, I think.
A little behind.
They should. They are behind him. The wind may be playing a role in some of it. And some of it's just timing.
I actually thought the wind was, watching the replay of it, I thought the wind was a factor on that throw, even as short as it was. Ole Miss is going into the wind right now, and you can see it. It's different.
He's not – I don't know if they were expecting to get more man coverage. Right now, he's having a hard time finding his timing in those zone windows. Arkansas, they're dropping 8 on most snaps, and they're just rushing 3. That's a lot of bodies to have to decipher, and you and the receivers really have to be on the same page. And right now, he's getting there a little bit late, and the ball's getting out a little bit late, or the wind is affecting some of these throws.
Kenny Yeboah has not been a factor in this game yet. What do you think?
The part of that is what they're doing defensively. So they actually earlier in the first quarter, Corral threw a curl route on the left to it may have been Drummond, it may have been Mingo, I don't remember, that got dropped, and the kid drove on him and was tackling him right as the ball got there. That was the same play that Yeboah scored the big long touchdown run against Alabama last week. It was just the other direction. Right now, the coverage they're playing, they're protecting the middle of the field. Ole Miss loves to attack the middle of the field. We've seen them Drummond on the cop route week 1 against Florida. We've seen Elijah Moore on the switch route a couple times, getting inside the safeties. And last week, they certainly had success doing that. They're doing everything they can to protect that and make Corral beat them on the outside, throwing into windows. And he's not doing it right now.
No score in Starkville, 0-0 going to the second quarter. Kylan Hill, by the way, out for undisclosed reasons for the Bulldogs.
Did you catch much of any of the early games? Any thoughts?
I watched some of the Auburn, South Carolina. The Mike Bobo hire was a really good hire from Muschamp. Long term, who knows? For the right now, I think that Bobo's done a good job. I don't know what to say about Auburn, and I don't know many Auburn people that know what to say about Auburn right now.
What do you think?
I think some of it is, for the first time ever, Gus is letting somebody else call plays. And one of the kind of knocks on Gus for a while now is you look at when he's been the most successful, right? It's Cam Newton is whatever. That's an anomaly. Put an asterisk on it. But even you look at Marshall at quarterback and the success they've had in some of those years, he's had a running quarterback. And the way that he recruits that offense, it's kind of always been weird because he recruits the bodies to fit that scheme at every position but quarterback. And so now you're coming in, you're bringing Chad, they're trying to do things a little bit differently. And I just don't know personnel-wise. I don't think they're as explosive at some positions as Chad Morris wants to be or is used to being. They found a running back, and they're going to get better there, but they've just got to find more ways to be consistent with Nix. I never bought into the hype with him last year. And right now it's he hasn't exactly been stellar.
That's putting it nicely. 3rd and 11 here for Arkansas. Ole Miss with a couple of really good plays there on defense to open this possession.
So the surprising thing to me, really, for both of these teams is both of them throw it around and they do a lot of things, and a lot of what they do in the run game is based off of a lot of what they do in the passing game is based off of run looks, whether it be RPO or actual play action. Neither team has come out and really just said we're going to run the football. And I think at some point, if Arkansas does that, I don't think it's what Ole Miss wants. So I've been a little surprised that, we're sitting here at 3rd and 11 and they've kind of put themselves in that situation by trying to force Felipe Franks to be the guy. And there's a reason he's no longer in Gainesville.
Yeah, he got beat out. Yeah, he lost his job. He's come to Arkansas and given them some stability, but we're not talking about a big-time quarterback here. We're talking about a pretty good game manager. Serviceable player,
and that's what you need to that's what you need to do. And right now, you have to give Ole Miss defense some credit. I mean, clearly they've given up 17 points in the first half, and they've given up some ugly plays and haven't generated a lot of pass rush in certain scenarios. But at the same time, Arkansas is trying to throw daggers and get kill shots right now, and Ole Miss has done a pretty good job of limiting that up to this point.
Ole Miss gets a offsides infraction to turn 3rd and 11 into 3rd and 6. I think it was on KD Hill. Yeah.
Looks like Texas A&M just scored.
Yep, A&M in the end zone, 7-0. Assuming the extra point, 7-0 with 14:57 to go in the second quarter.
Almost did it again.
He almost got him again. just not athletic enough to make a play. Big time stop for Ole Miss.
Yeah, because for Arkansas, you got to punt here. You don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
State now, that's the end of the first quarter, which means they've scored, since that LSU thing, they have scored 14 points in the last 9 quarters on offense.
That's more than a point a quarter.
It is. That is true.
God, what do you want?
I tell you what, Arkansas got lucky on that, too. At the end of it, one of the receivers cracked back on one of the DBs, and by definition in football, Elijah Moore will tell you that's a penalty these days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Ole Miss went with the same kind of concept though. They're screen conscious. They had 2 guys on the screen, and what that does too is it gives you a spy on the quarterback. So when Frank scrambles right there, it may not have been pretty, but Ole Miss had guys there to kind of help bring him in, and that's really, even when you think back to Frank's at Florida, I feel like a lot of his big plays have been with his legs. And getting out of some situations and just keeping chains moving. So it's clear right now that Ole Miss, they don't think Arkansas is athletic enough on the outside to consistently beat them in third down. So they're okay not generating a ton of pass rush because what they don't want to do is open up the lane for Franks to run around with his feet. So they're keeping guys in positions to spy, letting them add as extra rushers late in the play if protection starts to break down.
So your Ole Miss here, 1st and 10 at the 25 when they come back out of the commercial, wherever that is. That's a pretty place.
Some island somewhere. Neil likes islands.
I do like an island. Give me an island by myself. I'm good. What are you looking to do here?
To me, you either come back out and you get all the receivers wide again, and give yourself. There's 5 guys in the box, right? So you either have to dictate that we're going to force you to widen everybody out and commit to 5 defenders in the box and give us those 3, 4, 5 yard chunks, or you bring an extra hat in, and if they don't, you have the advantage now in the run game, and if they do, then in theory you have an advantage now on the perimeter. So I would personally like to see them run the ball a little bit, and then if they get themselves into a second and short situation, you need Matt to get his confidence back, right? So you want to give him some easy throws and give him a couple chances to make those plays. But if you get a second and short, Kiffin's MO, if they get a couple first downs and they're near midfield and it's a decent down and distance, he's taking a shot.
How much time's left in the half? Where are we at?
It's like 7 minutes.
Okay.
14:27 to go, and
even more than the last possession, I guess, because they
Starkville.
got to stop. It feels like it is kind of a breath for Ole Miss. That it's like it's a little bit of a reset point if you can just get some points and you chill it all out a little bit.
Costello is horrible.
Hit it up and throw it to the other team. He's already had a pick today, right?
Yeah. Man, that is rough.
State's had 4 possessions, an interception, and 3 3-and-outs.
It's better than 4 interceptions.
He just does not look at all comfortable back there.
That's the word. He looks very uncomfortable.
I don't know. I mean, look, you're out there. USC, Oregon have legit team speed. Outside of that, I can't tell you about some of those other teams. I don't know if SEC speed, I don't know how much of a factor that's playing. It certainly didn't against LSU, and they're going to be one of the fastest teams in the country. But I think LSU from a game plan standpoint just got exposed. And other teams are just starting to realize we can keep things in front of him. And if we do that and don't give them those big shot plays that we can beat this team, they're not good enough to beat us.
Ole Miss doing nothing to stay on schedule whatsoever today. I mean, just
nothing at all. In theory, you have the numbers to block that play right there. From a defensive standpoint, schematically, you have the numbers to rally to it. And right there, all you needed was one guy to defeat a block, and that's more of it. They're just flat out outplaying the Ole Miss offense.
They're getting kind of out. I don't like the word. They're getting out efforted a little bit in this offense versus defense matchup, and they're doing exactly what I was afraid that would happen a little bit. As Arkansas has success, they're flying around the field even more.
You know, the way that they're playing the 4 eyes, they're making it tough for Ole Miss to run all of the inside zone stuff that they've run so much of. They've run counter once or twice early, had a little bit of success. They tried the jet sweep a second ago, clearly didn't have a ton of success. You know, part of the issue is Ole Miss is not a great gap scheme football team. They're not going to line up and run power. They're going to run a little bit of counter. What they're trying to run right now is dart. Okay, it's basically what you're doing is you're going to pull a tackle. You're going to double the nose to the backside linebacker. You're going to base the front side D end with the play side tackle, and you're going to pull the backside tackle who's going to ISO the front side linebacker. So on the second down right there, the tackle pulls and he's just not athletic enough to get in there, and the linebacker just runs right through him and is able to make a play in the backfield. They're going to have to find a way to either run their zone against this front or run their gap schemes. And they know when they spread out, like they were on second down, that the numbers say run the football, you should be able to have success. But their best stuff most of the season has been when they attach the tight end and bring him down into the box. So they're going to have to make some good decisions. They're going to have to get into halftime without any more bleeding. And then they're going to have to make some really nice decisions on how they're going to block things in the run game in the second half.
Mississippi State had a punt blocked. A&M took over at the 1 yard line, punched it in. It's 14-0 Aggies in the second quarter in Starkville. God, he's open. That's a break. Look at that. There's no one in this.
He never had it at all.
He must have felt Finley coming or something, or he was trying to turn with the ball, but goodness.
That's, you hope wind affected that throw, because if that throw's on target, the kid catches it, turns his shoulder, and squares up the corner. But when the ball floats, he knows he's about to take a shot.
Yeah, so you start thinking about it.
Yes, you do.
I'm glad they didn't call that there. I was afraid, you'll see it in a second. Williams kind of threw Boyd out of bounds.
And on that sideline.
And maybe a yard out. But I don't think Sam was trying to do anything malicious. I'm glad they didn't call it. That was a good no call.
Yeah, it was. He needs to keep his head outside right there against the tight end. If he keeps his head outside, the linebacker should have made the play in C gap, but Williams he gets a little too tight, and that's what Kiffin's talked about in his press conference. It's what we saw, especially against Kentucky, but also against Florida, is those guys, they're just too heavy with their hands right there. That's 2 holds on the outside.
Baseball, the Dodgers hit back-to-back home runs in the first inning. Dodgers up 2-0 on the Braves, bottom 1. I still have 2 on with 1 out as well.
So that's top of the first?
Bottom first.
Bottom first. Oh, that's right. It was 2-3-2. So is that right? So it's Dodgers are back to being the home team.
Oh yeah, just
Yeah.
Game 6. Yeah. Third and 12 here. Arkansas right on the cusp of field goal range. 251 and counting. 249, 248, 247 on our TV.
I wouldn't think they're even in field goal range right here. I don't think their kid can make it from this distance. I know that's what the line says, but doesn't matter. You'll see it here in a second, Pete. It looks like Arkansas just had time. Receiver found a pocket in the zone and hit it.
No pressure whatsoever. All day back there to throw for Franks.
Yeah, they got aggressive on the second down. and it paid off for them. They come back and only rush 4 on the third down. And it's just, he finds that zone. The linebacker's not in a bad spot. He needs a safety to be there to cover him up on that.
Nice play by Jaquez Jones. 2nd and 10 here. No discipline at all.
Third and 3 here for Arkansas.
Yeah, that the second down play right there, I think it was 38. He's got to go outside.
Yeah, that's what he cut in, which made the read easy.
That's a penalty in most. It's a penalty in any high school game. I can tell you that. It's a penalty in most college games. He takes leverage right there. The guy's got 2 hands on the back, and he doesn't finish him or anything.
Right.
But that's going to get called in a lot of games, and it doesn't. That's the second time Ole Miss now has taken inside leverage and been held like that and not gotten called.
So Ole Miss holds on third down, force an incomplete pass. 1:46 to go. Arkansas is going to have to send the field goal unit out on the field, presumably, I would think.
So Ole Miss has had it done to them 3 weeks in a row. If they get anything going here, you try to score before the half, at least get the ball to reset the game a little bit. Probably down 20-0 when you get it back in a minute. They're going to have about 1:40 left, something like that, for their drive.
I'd like to watch Felipe Franks and KJ Costello in a sprint. Neither one's going to threaten Usain Bolt anytime soon.
No, I'm not sure they would threaten too many of their offensive linemen.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so either.
Some of those guys are athletic.
So 32-yard attempt here for Reed, I think is his name. And he got it. So 20-0, Arkansas, 142, 141 to go in the second quarter.
Stats.
The Ole Miss defense has not done a lot to help themselves, but they haven't exactly gotten any help either.
They've been okay.
No, they've been okay, really. I mean, the punt, the penalty on the block punt put 7 of the points on the board. They've held to a couple of field goals. I don't know what the numbers are. Chase is pulling them up now. It's
on the Ole Miss side, Matt Corral 9 of 15, 106, but 2 picks, including a pick 6. Elijah Moore 6 of 56 off 6 targets. Couple drops for Ole Miss as well in the half, and then Jerry Neely has 9 carries for 30 yards, along with 13 in that. On the other side, Felipe Franks 12 of 16 for 159 to this point. Arkansas as a team has 27 rushes for 69 yards. Ole Miss doing a pretty good job there, including a long of 18, only 2.6 on average for Arkansas running the football.
So a touchback. Ole Miss. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Pete.
No, go. I mean, I was just going to say, even on the kickoff, right? We talk about the wind and how it's affecting things. Look, if the wind is blowing the ball off the tee, the wind's going to affect any pass over a few yards. It makes it hard in these situations.
On the play in Starkville, but man, oh man, is Texas A&M not taking it to Mississippi State physically. They are just beating them up. I'll be curious. Huh? Yeah, everything. Ole Miss is, you'll see here in a minute, Pete, nothing's vertical. Everything's sort of side to side. And Arkansas just seems to know what's coming. I know they don't, but they have a really good plan for this offense.
"31 has been all over the place.
He has. He's been there all the time.
He's played a hell of a football game so far, and Ole Miss just has not matched his speed at linebacker. They're essentially throwing a screen right there. I mean, that's all that is. He's on top of it. Ole Miss isn't athletic enough up front to get to him. You get to him, you might have a chance.
3rd and 10 right here for Ole Miss. 1:13 to go. Arkansas has all of its timeouts left, so they could presumably try to do something on offense if they get the ball back here. Ooh, Corral almost got picked by 31 there. I mean, Pete, Matt is just absolutely lost right now with his reads, his feet, everything. Really, his game's kind of breaking down a little.
Oh yeah, he had no clue where he was coming from.
He's not seeing. He's been seeing the field so well for 3 games. He's not seeing the field particularly well today. So Ole Miss punts, Mac Brown punts. Arkansas will take over at its own 27, I believe, is where that is. 1:02 to go. Arkansas has all 3 timeouts. If I'm Sam Pittman, I think I'm pretty content to go to the house up 20-0 right now.
Yeah, you run something on first down that's safe, that has a chance to pop yards, and if it does, you get on your tempo and you go. Otherwise, take this thing to the locker room, knowing that that Ole Miss is going in dejected. So much of what Ole Miss wants to do offensively is to be able to get in the tempo and take shots and do all these things, and quite honestly, the more aggressive you are against this type of offense, the more vulnerable you can be, right? And Ole Miss has done a great job in 3 games of using tempo and formation to kind of predict the looks that they're going to get and to be able to take advantage of that. And so far, Arkansas has just come out and flat out said, we're going to make you run the ball. We're going to make you go 2 and 3 plays or 2 or 3 yards at a time and beat us. And Ole Miss has not shown the ability or willingness to do that.
You've probably seen it by now. Arkansas kind of went for a big chunk on first down, and the receiver could not have been more open. The throw wasn't good, and it was incomplete. Frank scrambles for 8 on second down, 49 seconds to go. 3rd and 2 for Arkansas here. So Arkansas gets a first down running the ball. It gets 3 yards on 3rd and 2. So they're at their own 36. I think they're going to take another crack at it here somewhere. If I'm Ole Miss, I'm careful with some sort of misdirection, something they didn't.
If you're near midfield, 3 timeouts, there's taking a shot or at least trying to work the sideline downfield's not the worst idea. If you keep letting the clock run, though, obviously got to start using your timeouts.
If you're Lane Kiffin, what are you saying at the half?
Oh man, I don't flat out. I think you tell your defense to keep doing what they're doing, but that they have to start getting off the field on 3rd down. And then offensively, you got to think about how you're going to handle the quarterback situation. He's in because they clearly feel like he's the best guy to run the offense. So I don't necessarily feel like a change is in order. But how with Levy and Kiffin, how are you going to manage him? What situations are you going to put him in where he can't hurt you anymore?
Because taking him out right now screws with his head a little bit, right?
It screws with a lot of things. I mean, you have to, at least I have to operate under the assumption that the guys in the locker room are bought in on him as the quarterback, right?
Right.
And we talked earlier about the psyche of the locker room and how fragile it can be at times. If you think that Plumlee can come in and can completely change things and win the game, you put him in. And you do that especially if you think that the locker room is going to be behind him. If you don't have confidence that he can come in and light you on fire, you don't attempt it, in my opinion.
So the two teams trade 5-yard penalties. Arkansas, Ole Miss gets one for another encroachment. Then Arkansas has a false start. So we're back to what I guess is 3rd and 10 here, 26 seconds to go. KD Hill will not enjoy this film review. He has
not been a good half for KD
He has
Hill.
had two encroachment jumps that are not going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, someone in the thread says Barry Odom was a good hire. Barry Odom is a damn good defensive coach. It's as simple as that. He's very good at what he does.
And here's the thing. I didn't watch a ton of the like I said, I haven't watched Arkansas a ton yet this season. But the scheme that he's using, I don't think it's going to be anything that different than what he's been doing from week to week. It's not that different than what you've seen from him in the past. And everybody talks about the rush 3, drop 8 to beat Mike Leach. That's essentially what's going on right here. It's the mentality's a little bit different, obviously, between what Ole Miss tries to do and what the air raid is. But the principles of creating easy throws underneath to generate explosive plays and then take the top off of the defense are the same. And so the fact that they're able to control the line of scrimmage with their 3 defenders down front, that 31 apparently can't be blocked, and they're able to just keep things in front of them and make Ole Miss nickel and dime you because that's not where they want to do. If he can continue to do that, Ole Miss isn't going to find success until they're willing to just take that nickel and dime game.
It's interesting here. There was 20 seconds left. Ole Miss got a stop on the 3rd down and used their last time out instead of, I would assume Pittman would have been content at that point to head onto the house. Kiffin's either going to try to block a punt or set up a return or take one shot. But it's going to roll into the end zone. So Ole Miss is going to have the football with 10 seconds left.
Got to think you're taking a knee here.
Got to think so. Yeah. The way Matt has played the last couple of series, I would be really scared about. I'd be scared to ask him to do something right here with 75 yards in front of me and 10 seconds left and no timeouts. I think I'd. Do you peel?
Yeah.
Do you peel paint here as a coach? Are you yelling and screaming, or are you just looking people in the eye and saying, "Hey, this is what happens when we play this way"?
I think the speech from the locker room at the end of the game last Friday night. Everybody's kind of seen that by now, and he was very frank. He was to the point, and I think that's kind of who he's going to be most of the time. He wasn't like that in his younger days. When I had a former player that played for him at Tennessee, and that was not necessarily his mentality. And I don't think that he's necessarily going to go in there kicking and screaming. But I do think that, he's going to be stern. I would love to be in there and know. Dealing with quarterbacks is always different. Anytime you're coaching kids, you have to know how to coach a specific kid. Your left guard is going to handle criticism differently than your left tackle 9 times out of 10. Knowing which one to love up, which one you can yell at, and the quarterbacks are going to be the same way. So right now, he and Levy probably have a good feel for how do you handle Corral. If you go in there and you chew him up, how's he going to respond to it? Is he going to pout? Is he going to start taking a bunch of risk? Or do you need to just go in there and love him up? And so part of that is going to come down to, and it's probably one of the more underrated aspects of being a coach at any level, is, you have to play psychiatrist a lot, especially in situations like this.
Well, Pete, as always, really appreciate the insight. Look forward to doing it again next week. If this holds like this, and you'd like to come over to Oxford and do the postgame show, feel free. I'll get the chair set up for you.
I'm probably going to bypass that one, but I appreciate the offer. So it was a pleasure, fellas. We'll look forward to next week.
Okay, Pete.
Right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Pete.
All right, so it's halftime. Probably gonna put the bear up for just a minute, boys and girls. Just give us a second,
moment.
and then we'll regroup a little bit, and we'll be back with you here in just a few minutes on the MPW Digital Watch Party. We're back on. Thanks for the opportunity to take a break. Blind Pig delivered us some food. Very nice of them. We appreciate it. Pork skins at Blind Pig.
Yeah, I think so. That's one of Neil's
excellence.
kryptonite items in Oxford.
Yeah,
you get a beer and some pork skins at Blind Pig, and you're in pretty good. They're right there on 105 North Lamar. It's kind of hidden. Go down the steps, you'll find it there though. Right there, there's a sign hung, so you'll see it.
I had to get out of the same room with the pork skins.
Yeah, we have the fried pork skins here. I think I'm showing the camera.
Yep, you are.
Got that. We got a meat and cheese tray. Got a little salad because got to be healthy and all. And then
the salad balances out.
It does. It's
right.
it's kind of like when you go to the barbecue restaurant. It's like I wanted to want the pork, but if I have the chicken, that's kind of healthy. So I'll do the half and half. I'll get the half chicken, half pork, and that way it's two wrongs and all good.
Yep,
so got that, and then got the Cuban. It's not a traditional Cuban, but I do like it. They use kind of a little more pulled pork instead of the shaved ham, but very good there at Blind Pig. So a little bit of everything there. That's also in coordination with Visit Oxford. Visit oxfordms.com for our Oxford Eats every single week. Again, we'll grab some things we like. We'll grab some things more off the wall as well as the year moves along. We'll do it every single week here for 10 weeks. So I'll tell you a little more about the events in town, the different schedule going on with Visit Oxford as our in-game and post-game shows roll on. The pork skins are great, but the crunch in the microphone is probably a little much. Like there's no way to eat those things light.
No, it was loud, but it's okay. It's all right. Dodgers up 3-0, bottom of the second against the Braves. At least that's what my app says. I don't know if that's the actual truth or not. So Ole Miss gets the football first to start the second half when we get back. It's 14-0 in Starkville. Mississippi State has the football, 3rd and 13 at the Texas A&M 40. I think Mississippi State committed a penalty. They did. Yep. Ball starts. It'll be 3rd and 18. The 45. I'm sure they have a ton of plays in the playbook for 3rd and 18.
It's throw it 6 yards and break 4 tackles.
Yeah. I would imagine Costello's heart rate's up a little bit right now because Texas A&M has some speed off the edge on rushing the football. Well, State got right to the stick.
They get it?
I actually think they got it.
You can flip on the TV. I would assume.
That's true. That's true. Can do the Ole Miss fans a small favor here. I can start on a column because usually that's a good way to get a game to completely change momentum.
That's a good point.
Start writing.
There is a little juju to that, I think.
Yeah, I will say this. There's in-game frustration in the thread. I understand it. Don't lose sight of where you are as a program, where this season is as a season. I mean,
look, some better Ole Miss teams than this have laid some eggs in Fayetteville over the years. This is not exactly. I mean, the Peach Bowl team got beat 30-0.
Is that all that was 30-0?
Yeah.
Oh, I would have bet that game was a lot worse than that.
It felt like 45 to you?
It lasted forever. In large part because they got yelled at by Eric Winter.
That week?
The Peach Bowl week?
No. The Arkansas game that year.
Oh, I thought you meant the Peach Bowl.
That was 42-3, right?
Yeah, I guess so. 30-0 in Fayetteville. I remember that. Yeah.
Oh, he told you to lay off Pat.
At the Peach Bowl. Yeah.
Yeah. That was the strangest insult ever because, again, Pat told you to mind your beat. It was literally on your beat.
That's what I was doing.
I mean,
I was explaining to him that on my beat, there's no one for them to put in, dumbass. Tough week for Pat, by the way. He was dancing on Nick Saban's grave the other night when Saban tested positive for COVID. Tough week that didn't hold up the way that he thought it might. So this is what y'all wanted. Yeah.
Ross Dellinger with a really good story on how the testing protocols changed, how a Texas A&M soccer player earlier in the semester had a false positive, fought it, and did some things that the SEC this week has implemented as the new rule on how she was able to get eligible.
Because she knew she didn't have it.
She said she not had been around anyone, and yes.
Hello, Webb. Webb's coming in here at the half to cheer things up.
From a score standpoint, not the best half in the world for the Mississippi SEC team. State and Ole Miss, they're
It's true.
having a go of it.
Yeah, combined 34-0.
Barry Odom's put a really good plan together, and Ole Miss has not adjusted to it at this point. That's to me, that's the story of the half. I mean, because look, talent-wise, ability, it should be Ole Miss having an advantage on one side of the field, Arkansas having an advantage on the other side of the field, and the most even a game has been this season in Ole Miss's favor, and this is by far the worst Ole Miss has played. I mean, this thing, in a lot of ways, this thing is execution and schematics both, and Arkansas is winning both of those areas. I mean, they are there. I mean, Neil said you do hate to say it because it's kind of like the baseball team that doesn't hit, but they look out efforted right now. They are definitely getting out schemed to some extent, and they can't settle down. I mean, Ole Miss has been, frankly, since that first drive, Ole Miss has been in this little rushed hyper drive to try to hit the nine-run home run, if you will, and get back in it. And I mean, just takes a second. KJ Costello has 83 yards at halftime.
Surprised he has that many.
Or whatever it is in the game. I don't know.
.31's going to get that crackback called on him.
Well, thank you very much as always. Says who is missing because of the Rona. Thank you for your hard work. I'm going to need some booze and a funny Bubba call after this whipping. It's only halftime, but Tisdale, Woolard, and Ja'Cory Hawkins are out for that reason that we're aware of. That's true. Ed's going to be pretty chipper when he calls later today if nothing turns around.
Yeah. Ed. Yeah. Well, you just can't do that right there. Is it Earlene? Is that Ed's wife, Earlene?
Was it Earlene?
I'm hoping she just left the house for a while. Tough day for Diddy, too.
Oh, now that's good.
Tough day for Diddy.
There's a reality hit from a Daddy standpoint.
Yeah. Leif is married to an Arkansas girl. He says, just got into our room, no SEC network with my Razorback wife. I think that might be a win for me. A win right now for sure. I don't think Bubba kicks the dogs. I think Bubba likes the dogs too much to kick the dogs.
No.
They might be hiding somewhere because he's yelling at them, yelling at the TV.
Well, now that's possible.
If anyone raises
at some point, this becomes all hell Miller Lite time, I think.
Yeah. If anyone raises their voice in our house, Gus goes and gets on his bed.
Does it really?
Yeah, every time. Anybody gets mad, worked up, emotional, anything, Gus goes and gets on his bed.
That dog.
He's like, I'm not I'm avoiding conflict.
He's not like Jeffrey's dog, scared and freaked out, but
he just goes and lays down.
For a purebred, he does not have he does not have Rizzo's confidence. I'll say that.
No.
He has a little more self-esteem issue than Rizzo does.
Yeah, he's my dog.
Well, you brought a better-looking dog into the house. I mean, he had free reign of the place. He was the only child, and not only did you bring somebody else in, but you brought in like the Fabio of labs.
Yeah.
I mean, good God. I mean, Rizzo's a good-looking dog.
Yeah, he's a good-looking fella. He's handsome. Tell you what, Morgan had a hell of a half, 31 for Arkansas. He was everywhere. All right,
So
well.
we're doing kickoff. Needless to say, must score for Ole Miss. That's the thing. Ole Miss defense has actually held up pretty good. They've gotten stops, but they're going to run into a depth issue before the 60 minutes is up.
Okay, so Arkansas has the wind at their back right now. So Ole Miss playing into the wind here in this third quarter.
Is that easier to throw in, though?
No, it's easier to throw with the wind at your back.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't know if the ball would float more on you or you have a hard time kind of.
You got to really put the velocity on it throwing into the wind. And it really takes the deep ball away because it'll float.
Yeah, the deep ball will balloon.
$13 yards on first down, running the football.
I guarantee Lane just didn't tell his team, yeah, you guys are fine. Just got to get a little work in.
No.
I don't think that was the same message that he gave gave the sideline reporter.
Probably not.
Three straight runs to start the series for the Rebels. Four and didn't get it. Going to have to punt.
Is he going for it?
This is a lack of patience.
Yeah, I don't think this is smart right here. I'm just going to be honest. I don't like this, even if you get it.
5 straight runs.
Well, I'm not coaching.
Mingo, a lot of drops today.
Mingo tried to run before he caught it. That was a hell of a throw right there.
that a grounding, or did they allow it to be thrown over somebody?
I don't know. It's a good question.
Corral arguing at somebody.
He might be arguing that he was outside of the tackle box.
It'll be 3rd and 7-ish.
Yeah.
They're trying to run and be patient, but I think it's just 4 down anyway, so it's not really. I mean, if there was an incomplete pass or something, maybe it becomes a bit of a question, but I think he gets 5 or so, he's going. That was either a poor throw or kind of poor vision there by Connor, because that had an opening and he could have run into one another.
What do you do here, 4th and 8?
If I trust him at all, I've got to kick just to get on the ball.
That's what I think, too. I think I'm getting my 3 points.
Matt Corral's on the field.
Lane Kiffin and I do not think alike today. He's making $4 million, and I'm making a little less than that. And he's 2 for 2.
That's one where I'd like to kind of see an all-22, because Arkansas has dropped everybody at coverage, and that was a really big window to throw in right there.
All right, they've had some red zone issues the last couple of weeks when they get close right here. About the 2.5-yard line.
Second time they've run that play today.
They're having snap issues at the red zone, too. And I don't know what that is, but they're having snap issues, and timing plays are getting messed up.
I thought he got in.
No, I didn't think he ever got there.
Did you not?
No. I think the spot by that line judge is right.
The only positive that gives Ole Miss is it does at least let them look at it. It's really close.
I don't think he got there. I think they spotted it right. I just don't think he quite got there.
Didn't get it. They've left 14 points out there from the
on the 1-yard line,
6-inch line. feels like one of those House of Horror games a little bit as it's playing out, where like you said, from a program standpoint, if nothing changes or it doesn't turn around at all, there's going to be some overreaction to the game for sure.
Well, that's for sure. Yeah, everybody's always going to overreact. Look, I mean, I think, this was going into the season. A lot of people thought this was going to be the same Arkansas team, and I think a lot of people put a W on the board. And I still think Ole Miss is probably a little better than Arkansas, but they haven't been today.
They've played very poorly.
And Arkansas has played well, and this can happen.
Pete told us in the second quarter that Arkansas has really focused on taking Yeboah away.
Yeah.
Schematically, that's been one of the main things they've done. Like I say, Ole Miss has been under center a little bit. They've had a pretty good scheme out of that set. I'm a little surprised they didn't do that on either one of those. Which they ran I think that's the same play they screwed up earlier. That was the fake jet sweep zone play there that just didn't get in.
ESPN is obsessed with this narrative. SEC Network, ESPN, all of them. All the announcers are obsessed with it.
Time check, 10:27, 10:26, 10:25, 10:24, 10:23, 10:22, 10:20. That was a better spot than he had, but it was going to be 3rd and inch. But he did not get the first down on that.
What's Boyd's first name? I'm asking for photo purposes. Is it Raheem or Rakeem?
Rakeem, Rakeem.
Okay.
Well, they're going to get it back again. Arkansas he pushed off and he dropped the ball, but Ole Miss will take it. 3 and out there for Arkansas. I haven't looked at stats, but Ryder Anderson has been pretty active today.
Yeah, he's had a pretty active game. Jaquez Jones hurt. Look at that wind, blowing the flags, almost in a 360.
Yeah.
I think I saw Reed Hall in the background.
Did you?
Think
It's
so.
like right there by it, isn't it?
Yeah, you could see the stadium from her room last year. Someone asked we'll give you a timer update. Boxford Beagle wants to know where we are. It's 8:50 to go. Jacquez Jones walking off the field. We'll let you know at the snap. Yeah. Arkansas running out on the field with their punt team.
Our feed is typically behind about 45 seconds.
For whatever reason, I'm on DirecTV, which is
no. It's YouTube.
Oh.
It's the latency because we're seeing it and it's got to get through the computer to
Gotcha.
them. That's the problem.
So Ole Miss takes over at its own 44, 8:42 to go in the third quarter. Dodgers and Braves are through 3. It's Dodgers 3, Braves nothing going to the 4th inning. Walker Buehler pitching for the Dodgers. Game 7 of the ALCS tonight at 7:37, Houston and Tampa. It's going to be Lance McCullers and I guess that's Charlie Morton.
Game 7, right?
Yep. Yeah, the stuff about Plumlee, this is not me picking on Plumlee. This is just not the time to do that. The message that you would send to your roster, to your...
You would be reopening the entire conversation.
Yeah, you don't want to go there.
You only do that if you, for some reason, thought there actually was a complete reopening. That's it. Like,
yeah.
That's all. Look, Ole Miss, look, have they been great? No. Far from it. But Ole Miss has moved the ball some. Like, this has not been a complete whatever. It's been red zone issues. It's a pick six and two. It's a pick six and 2 stops at the 1. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, look, is it good? No. Is it dynamic, which is what it probably has to be for Ole Miss to win games? Absolutely not. But it hasn't been an utter catastrophe either, except for the turnovers and the mistakes.
Well, and listen, if you get a score right here, and I know there's no sign that they're going to get one, but if you get they've been down to the 1 twice. If you get a score right here, it's 20-7, and you still are in the football game. Claude's upset. Claude and Walnut.
He upset?
In the thread, yeah, he says this team ain't worth the darn.
Corral 14 of 24 for 136, 2 picks as of now. Offensively, Elijah Moore, the only person of any note, 8 of 81 on 8 targets.
Yaboa has not caught a ball. Is that correct?
He's called 1. No, sorry. He has 1 target, no catches. Ely has 1 catch for -4. Mingo 1 for 10. Drummond 1 for 14. Sanders 1 for 23. Snoop 2 for 12. Elijah 8 for 81. Targeted Mingo 4 times for only 1 catch. He's had 1 drop and another ball he could have caught. I don't remember the 4th target. Yeah, they've tried to take 4 or 5 shots down the field, and there's just been nothing. The only time Matt's tried to do it was that really bad pick into double coverage on the left side.
Yeah.
Some gun just gets open. Elijah Moore's 9th target of the game for 9 catches.
That's pretty efficient.
Up to about 93 yards on the day. The last two drives have at least looked like their correct rhythm. They haven't scored, but the rhythm
until they get in the
correct.
red zone and the snaps get weird.
Yeah.
The damnedest thing.
Say that just as he gets hit behind the line of scrimmage. I mean, he's definitely 4-down territory again, so it's 2nd and 5 for his purposes, right?
7:39, 7:38 in the third quarter.
Yeah, 3-0 Dodgers, top 4.
Yep.
Butler for the Dodgers, 4 hits, 3 innings, 3 Ks, no walks. First down.
Bueller went to Vanderbilt too, right?
He did, yeah. Kyle Wright, Dansby Swanson.
Yeah. Just the little engine that could.
They have potentially the number 1 and the number 2 pick in the draft as their Friday and Saturday night starters this season. That happens a lot. A lot of teams can do that.
Does such a great job of developing walk-ons. Corbin does.
He has the best walk-on program in the country.
Their development program is just superior to everyone else's.
Jack Leiter is fantastic, but you just give me Kumar Rocker with the first pick, and I'll figure it out and make it work.
Who the first pick? Pirates?
I have no idea.
I think that's right. Ooh, nice balance. That could have been a lot worse than it was.
It's nothing, though. Arkansas has strung out so well to the outside. Their pursuit has been really good today.
Their angles on anything outside of the hashes have been really good.
Ole Miss likes to kind of hit you out, and then go vertical, and they haven't been able to get any kind of momentum left to right at all. Playing mad about something. Really slowed down here. They're going to make the snap under 10.
3rd and 5. All right. I'm getting points here.
Just to get that.
I think maybe just to get off the, I don't know. 17 doesn't help you much. Still 3 scores. I'll take it back. I'm going for it.
I think you have to. I think it's one of those situations where you're just going until.
But it's 4th and 5.
God, that was ballsy.
Woo. That was big. That was a big time play right there because Arkansas had it defended. Look, zero's right there.
That little zone read right there, and good grief. It's a really impressive run. All right,
touchdown.
Ole Miss is in 26 pending the PAT. Elijah Moore now 10 for 105, 10 targets.
All right, so Ole Miss very much back in it. 20-7, 4.5 to go in third quarter.
Still in it? Yeah.
Oh, for sure, definitely in it. Mississippi State and Texas A&M have started the third quarter in Starkville. It is still 14-0, 13:55 to go in the third.
prior to that possession. Ole Miss just kicked a field goal every time they were in the red zone.
That's Spiller for A&M's a back now.
He's running wild again.
He can play for me anytime he wants to. I like those dudes that are tough like that between the tackles and have some burst.
Spiller averaging 7.4 rush today against the Bulldogs.
Dan Mullen tests positive for COVID, according to a couple people on our stream.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. Self-isolating with his family. I'm going to bet that Dan's going to be okay.
Checking on our message board real quick. It's not Auburn.
Is it rough?
I mean, it's not good. It's okay. David Pollock just says because of Ole Miss's crazy offensive tempo, they can still run the ball even down 3 scores. Not normal. 20-7. Arkansas is going to need another score to win this one.
I think that's true. I think Ole Miss has figured it out a little bit. Both possessions have been really good. I mean, look, if Ole Miss doesn't win the game, we're going to be talking about
mistakes.
Yeah, mistakes in the red zone.
A pick six and 2 1-yard line screw-ups.
Yeah, more than
that's 21 points.
More than the penalty on the punt. We're going to be talking about the red zone.
Yeah.
Even forget the pick six.
Yeah.
The red zone. Convert both of those. It's 21-21 right now. Speaking of pick sixes, Mississippi State just got one.
21-7?
No, 14-7.
Okay. He has 14 days, though, before his next game. What's our flag? Mississippi State scored 9 points in the last 6+ quarters, a safety and a pick six.
Ball's on the ground. Ole Miss got it.
It's one with Felipe Franks has got to just get rid of that football.
Yeah,
that's where
not
you just
smart.
You're outside the tackle box. Just throw it as far as you can into the stands at that point. Definitely Ole Miss football.
No. No, it's a fumble and a clear recovery.
Yeah. There was nothing about anybody being.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even know what they were even looking at. Oh wow, he threw a pick. Goodness.
Not only a pick, but a bad read on the RPO.
Real bad read because he walks into the end zone.
Yeah, it's a bad read on the RPO and then a pick. It's actually 2 screw-ups.
He walks into the end zone if he hands it to Connor. Oof.
There's just no. I mean, there's no window there.
Just a terrible read.
This does look like Matt Corral last year. He's not making good decisions. He looks nothing like the quarterback from the first 3 weeks. So for Lane and for Ole Miss, it's why. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure.
That's what you're diagnosing right now. It's really the story of it's the story of the day because it's affecting this game, but it's what affects the rest of your season. Is why is Matt suddenly so just screwed up from a decision making standpoint? Because that should have been the calmest spot he's been in all day. They're only down 13. They get it back right there immediately. You've got no problems at all, and then you make a poor read and mess up the throw.
Oh, you get a score there, and
it's just whatever.
It's a ball game.
Yeah, there's an urgency that is just too high right now for Corral, and
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. Nice catch.
second really good Ole Miss defensive possession of the day that's immediately gone back the other way on them.
Yeah. If you're looking for a bright spot today, it is that they have been much improved on that side of the ball. They've stayed in their assignments a lot better.
I mean, just
that's on the pass rush
seconds.
Because the read for Franks there was the tight end quickly, and Ole Miss had it very well defended. But I mean, if you give 8 seconds for people to get open and move around, they're going to. You can't guard somebody for 8 seconds like that.
Just in general, shouldn't that be a penalty?
I don't know what that deal is.
It's obviously not, but in theory,
it should be because you're supposed to let them.
So you technically could do it constantly.
Where was the official there?
Yeah,
because usually the official's standing over the ball. Another pick. Is that Haynes? 5?
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, the defense has given them every opportunity to win a football game today, and they just simply can't take it. I mean, had you told me Arkansas has 20 points at the end of the third quarter, I'd have thought Ole Miss.
And you've turned them over
15.
3 times? Yeah, for sure. You just said, I'd have thought it'd been a blowout. Big possession coming up here. Because the defense has given you 2 opportunities now to really get back in the game. There's no reason to panic. 1:57 to go in the third. You're fine. Going for all of it.
He had him.
There was some contact there. You're not going to get that call. A&M in the end zone. hell of a play.
I mean, just a complete busted sort of play, but somebody got open and, I mean.
That's a big-time play right there now. He's had a bad day, but
got hit, too.
He knew he was going to get hit, too.
Broker and Yeboah both, on any kind of pull across the line of scrimmage, they move so much earlier than everybody else. It almost looks like they're off sides every time. I don't know how you don't cover Elijah Moore. They did not have a man assigned to him on that play.
Not ideal if you're them.
11 for 112, 11 targets. They've done nothing on play action today. It's not fooled anybody. It's opened up nothing across the middle of the field at all.
Whatever they're trying to get them to bite on, they're not biting. Ooh, another pick. Just a terrible throw.
That's 5 today?
Is it 4? Is it 4, right?
Is it 4?
I don't know.
Is it 4 and a fumble?
Feels like 4. Frankly, a little lucky that's not a pick 6. Look, he jumped it. You know what? And that's not a great route either. Drummond does not run a great route right here at all.
It's a lazy route.
It's a lazy route. It really is. The more I watch that, the more that's on Ontario, frankly.
Yeah, 4 picks and a fumble.
Tight end jumped.
Oh, 1 stop away from Ole Miss, still getting it back down 13. I mean, Romero just tweeted hitch into a cover 2. It's interception all day.
Yeah. I put that stuff in the refrigerator, by the way, if you're going for more, so it won't be cold. I mean, so it won't spoil. Lane is going to leave Ole Miss on the tarmac. That's funny. Just a bad read for Corral. Bottom line, it was a bad route, bad read, not a great throw. I'll tell you this, Costello has taken a beating.
He getting knocked around a little bit?
Getting hit around a little bit. A&M's got some edge dudes.
Robbie Falk says Costello has been sacked 5 times today against 3 rushers.
Yeah. Well, I meant so it wouldn't spoil is what I meant. But you're right. That's what I said.
Do what now?
I said put it in the fridge so it wouldn't get cold. I meant put it in the fridge so it wouldn't spoil. But I did say that, and so I opened myself up to the criticism. Third and 16 to start the fourth. What the hell is that? Oh.
Who got split out here wide, though? Is there a huge mismatch down here in the corner?
I don't know.
Oh, this guy might should have just taken off and tried to go catch the football there instead of celebrating on 3rd down.
Yeah, I don't think he could have gotten to it. They've
played their tail off today.
They've played good defense. They really have. I wouldn't have believed it if you told me it'd be 20-7 in the first part of the fourth quarter. I just wouldn't have believed you.
I had a really hard time getting there, wouldn't you?
I just would have said, I don't see it.
Or suddenly the wind and the rain picked up to the point that we couldn't see straight, one or the other. A little bit of a screw up to cost them 10 yards.
28-7 now in Starkville in favor of the Ags.
Good kind of recovery there up front to give Corral a pocket because he did have it. It looked like he was going to get really pressured off both edges, and he sort of stepped up. The line kind of redirected a little bit. That was a pretty good job by the front. It's been pretty dominated most of the day. starting center fielder is a little broad there for Ely, but he will have a chance to compete in the spring. They do like that narrative, though. That's all they needed. Hey, he started opening day in center field, and he is the starting center fielder then.
Yeah.
Definitely 4 down territory for Ole Miss, obviously. So 3rd and option and got the first down.
Touchdown.
Well,
they're way back in this. I mean, frankly, the way Arkansas's offense looks, I think if Corral can just play clean the rest of the way, Ole Miss is going to win this. See, I started a column.
You did.
Every time.
The oldest trick in the book, isn't it? I mean, it really is. What are you writing about?
I'm kind of just writing a little Corral, few paragraphs for Corral that could go either way. A little sort of just body of.
I mean, 5 turnovers, and you're down 6.
Oh, your defense has played
5
well.
turnovers.
Defense has played really well. Your defense has really played well.
They've been good. Look, they're never going to be dominant.
Right.
This is what they have to be.
Right.
Get some turnovers, tackle some dudes a yard short on third down.
They've held Arkansas to 45 yards in the second half. Take that.
Oh, well.
Arkansas's defense is tired. If you're an Arkansas fan, this is a big possession. Even if you don't score, you need to eat a little clock. Let your defense breathe.
Dodgers still up 3-0 in the fifth. Turner and Sager back-to-back home runs in the first there for the Dodgers. What kind of keyed that? I saw a stat earlier. The last time Clemson and Georgia Tech played on October the 17th,
Yeah.
Georgia Tech won 73-0, and Clemson won 73-0, and they hired Georgia Tech hired John Heisman right after that. Then the next time they played on October 17th, it's 73-7. So a little bit of the same thing there. How does Rod Gilmore get paid to do football analysis?
I don't know. I was literally thinking just then that I find it ironic that he will say Rebels, but he will not say Ole Miss.
That was really piss poor tackling on Ole Miss's part there to allow a first down. Arkansas gets out across the 40, and now the Hogs want to run a little tempo. I mean, I don't listen to a ton of football games, but he's the worst I've heard in a long time. He's terrible. Arkansas a little downhill here. Found a little bit of room. Really big penalty here on either way. I don't know what it is, but
I'm going to guess a hold.
28-7 now, Aggies over the Bulldogs. Yeah, the defense can't block both ways.
Okay.
I'm in right?
I learned new things.
Okay.
A run to the left side. Nope.
Cross midfield, pretty critical spot here for the Rebs. Kentucky had lost 17 straight at Knoxville prior to the win today.
Stoops has broken a lot of slumps there for the Wildcats.
Mark Grace will be pleased.
Yeah. He's going to get him killed.
Yeah. Oh, good grief. You missed the tackle and a horse collar.
Oh, that's going to be.
Ooh.
Wow, that could have been 15.
You had a chance to try to jar the ball loose, blow him up legally. You missed the tackle and then almost horse collar him.
Yeah.
I mean, you played well today, but that was almost the epitome of the Ole Miss defense all in one play right there. Mixed together. Whew.
Could have been 15 either way.
Yeah, because that was a hard face mask. Now that I look at it, never mind. That was more of a face mask in Arkansas.
Yeah.
Right.
Boys, a big 3rd and 2, obviously.
Yes. I like get you paid saying stuff like that. That's all it takes.
Yep. Well, I said obviously. Great play by Jalen Jordan. Where's the spot? Oh, they gave it to him.
Oh, that's not a good spot at all. He was stopped shorter than that. Ooh. For Kiffin, do you have to challenge that?
Yeah. I mean, Kiffin's like, the line judge never even came in and spotted it.
They just put it there.
Because I thought he was a good half yard short. Let's see. Yeah, he's not quite there. He's close, but I don't think he's quite there. He did a good job not getting a knee down, but I don't think he got all the way to the line.
What are you doing for Arkansas? You got to go for it, right?
Where's the ball? Yeah, I'm going for it because it's
45-ish.
Yeah, I'm going for it because it's. I mean, it's fourth and just. Boy, it's a really good job by Boyd to not put a knee down.
He got that extra little lunge that does make it at least close.
Guys, if you put the F word in your post, it's not going to show up in the thread. I'm just letting you know. It's not us. It's YouTube. They're not gonna make it.
Well, the extra contact really helped him out.
Stands. There was nothing to overturn it.
Thanks, Rod.
He is getting paid for his analysis. That's the play of the game for Felipe Franks. That's his best play of the day.
Got loose and had a guy running free.
He's in trouble right there with 14, and he gets away.
That's a pretty tough throw, too.
That's his best play of the day. Is this just like state the obvious today on the broadcast? Now they're comfortably in field goal range. They're at the 14-yard line. Of course they're in field goal range.
Substitution on Ole Miss.
Gilmore's talking about the freaking mask. What a shock. So a kick would be big here, and a touchdown would be huge. Just that's your now. It's true.
And look,
it is true.
Just stating the facts, man.
Do you know that the sun will rise in the east? It's going to set in the west.
A pick six would be a problem for Arkansas here.
A pick six would be a big play for Ole Miss right here. Would seem pivotal. I know I said this earlier in the day. I was talking to somebody up there when I was trying to get tickets earlier this week. They're really high on that 22.
Oh.
I actually think he caught it.
Think he got a foot in?
I thought he got a foot in. We'll see. I mean, it's going to get reviewed, but I thought he did.
Yep. As long as you say he has possession when that foot went down.
Yeah.
I think it stands.
Yeah.
I mean,
let's see. Yeah, it's going to be really close. Wow.
Because he didn't bring it in until after the
live. I thought he had it, and obviously I didn't see the shuffle right there. The right foot comes down out of bounds. The left foot's in. I mean, the right foot's in. The left foot's going to come in out.
I think it's a touchdown.
Yeah, it's a touchdown.
Yeah. He did have one more little bobble there.
The ball moves. He finishes the catch. I don't know how that's ruled. He's got the ball there. Yeah. No, they're going for 2.
Well, 3 straight possessions have to go Ole Miss's way to have a chance to win a football game here. Score, stop, score.
Yeah.
That one throw by Felipe Frank's huge, not the touchdown. The other one for the first down there. He got a little bailed out by the receiver on the touchdown. He did throw it the one place only the receiver could get it, though. As many times as people have thrown the ball to the other team right now, he didn't get it back inside. He didn't do anything stupid. It was going to be a touchdown or an incompletion. Franks has kind of been what you thought he was. He's nothing special, but he's fine.
He's made fewer mistakes today than his counterpart, and that's why he's ahead.
Yeah. Memphis dealing with some pass defense like Ole Miss has had over the years. With a quarter to go, the UCF quarterback has 404 passing yards today.
I'm sorry, say that again.
With a quarter to go, UCF has 404 passing yards today.
Oh.
Fourth quarter starting in in Starkville, A&M 28-7 over the Bulldogs. Will Rogers in the game for the Bulldogs.
Again?
1 minute ago. I see who he completed a pass to Wally in the third quarter. Yeah, no lead is safe in this series. I will say that. These two teams do a lot of really stupid stuff against one another over the course of the years.
Well, that is true.
Half a quarter to go. I doubt Pittman is completely saying, yeah, absolutely, this one's over. First time they returned a kick, and they gained 2 yards out of it. They can run it a little bit, but you got to be pretty efficient. I mean, the clock matters right now with 7:18 and ticking. Really poor possession so far. There are 2 runs that have gotten nothing. 3rd and 10 coming for the Rebels. Wish we had Pete on the line and that just to see what they saw there. That made a lot of sense. Oh, receiver was wide open too. It was open back across the middle of the field. Are they not punting? Okay.
If you're Arkansas, you're probably calling a timeout. Oh, they couldn't because Ole Miss did the mass sub. They had to do it too. I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. Fake. And he got it.
He got it. Well.
Wow.
Hell of a spot for that, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's a hell of a – right there he breaks the tackle.
Oh.
Otherwise, it's night-night ball game.
He's slippery.
To the 1. But what could possibly go wrong at the 1-yard line?
Going to get no ratings compared to football today, but the Mookie Betts is one hell of a catch in the 5th inning of the Dodgers-Braves game.
Touchdown.
Yeah. But Ole Miss still got a lot of work to do to win a football game today, but you do have to give them credit. They, again, for the 4th week in a row, did find something, kind of gathered themselves to show some maturity because, look, Arkansas is not good, and they gave Ole Miss a lot of chances today, but they can get away from you on the road pretty quickly right there. You turn the ball over 5 times. Defense continues to kind of stand a little bit. That's
Has Ole Miss used all of its timeouts? No, they have
It
all
has
three.
all
I
of
couldn't. The graphic was weird just then. Sorry.
Yeah. Lane's not big on timeouts.
Trying to order a pizza for Carson just then. Ordering a pizza is very hard online. They make it difficult.
It is, isn't it?
They make it so difficult.
Stat update while we're on a break here. Matt Corral now 19 of 34 for 203, 2 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. Elijah Moore, 11 catches, 113 yards. He has 11 catches and 12 targets. Mingo now 2 catches, 31. Snoop 2 catches, 12. And Ely 2 for 10. So not getting much out of other wide receivers at all today. Yeboah still no catches on 1 target in this game. Jerry Neely now over 100 yards. He's 23 of 112, along with 15. That's 5 a touch for him. Sanogo, actually the second leading rusher for Ole Miss now after that 47-yard fake punt. And Snoop Connor, 14 carries for 42 yards. That is a 3.0 average. So there's that. Elijah Moore also has a rush for 8 yards. Ely's up over 100 now for the day. Felipe Franks, 19 of 30 for 227, 1-1. Traylon Burks, 9 for 120, including a 55-yard long. That came early in the game after that fake, after the penalty on the punt. Sorry, that was a catch, not a. He has 9 catches for 120 yards. My apologies. He has 4 rushes for 46 yards, and Rakeem Boyd has 14 rushes for 39 yards. Ole Miss really has bottled him up. He has a long of 8 and 2.8 average. Ole Miss has to be ecstatic by the fact that Arkansas has only had 45 rushes for only 126 yards.
Oh, for sure.
2.8 yards carry for Arkansas as a team today.
I think they've been far more disciplined on defense today. They've played fairly good assignment football. That is true. These two teams don't play blowouts. So everybody can quit
They're
talking.
locked in.
Everybody can quit talking about blowouts. That's all right.
5 yards.
It's 6 yards. It's fine.
Yeah, yards are not really a commodity in this game. Like, whatever.
I mean,
It's all right. It is of note, at least at the moment, that Arkansas going for 2 means that if they kick a field goal, Ole Miss is still within 8.
Yeah.
Pittman's had a rough time chasing points the last 2 weeks.
I don't know what he's doing. Weird.
Ole Miss was not expecting Arkansas to throw the football. Miss with a really full box here across the front. Arkansas running that clock all the way out.
It's a really
Good
play
call by
called. A
Franks.
good play by Ole Miss right there.
Just a well-run football play, offense and defensively.
John Haynes made a really good play there because they created a one-on-one isolation in space, and Haynes made a play.
Haynes has played well today.
He did.
He had the pick. I mean, he's for a guy who has had hardly any snaps this season, he's played well. I mean, they picked up 5. I mean, Arkansas is happy with that. It's a really good discipline there for Ole Miss. They stayed with the guy out in the flats when typically they would have run toward Franks right there. That was a good play.
Yep. Great call.
And he
dropped it. Wow.
Woo! It was wide open for the first down there for Arkansas. That's a team that still does not quite know how to win. They still just
it's a legitimate thing, man. Learning how to win is legitimate.
Because last week was a step back. Even though
Chase, he runs 40 yards. It was wide open.
Franks is good and pissed. Arkansas will fake it, right? You're Ole Miss. Don't jump off sides and just stop.
$15-yard line.
85 to go, 3:46. Watching the replay, just straight drop. If you just catch the ball, take 2 steps and fall, even anything.
If he catches the ball, he's still running. I mean, somebody had an angle on him somewhere, but he gets 20 yards. Big time break. They give you no options to put something on the side either. The pizza. I'm trying to order his
You're
pizza.
still doing the pizza thing?
Yeah, it's just he won't let you do it. And I don't really want to call because I want to do the touchless delivery, so they just leave it at the door so you can go get it. Isn't that funny?
So you've been trying to order a pizza for
Well,
like
I mean, I
20
haven't
minutes.
been locked in on the pizza, but yes.
Matt Corral can take 3.5 minutes and score a touchdown here, and nobody will mention his 4 interceptions for a while as they move forward. So, Central Florida today has 9 plays of 20-plus yards, 5 of 30-plus yards, and 2 of 85-plus. So Memphis defense really doing a lot of work.
Having a show.
Wow. I mean, got a lot of key stops. They've been so behind schedule on first down just all day long.
Yeah, that was Jeremy James kind of beaten by his guy, and Connor tripped on him.
Look, they have no linemen. I mean, McIntyre's out today. They're basically playing with 5.
Oh. 31 has absolutely been the player of the game. I'll have to see a replay. He just threw into traffic, Chase.
The decision-making has just been abysmal.
Abysmal.
Five interceptions for Matt Corral today, 6 turnovers for Ole Miss. And unlike the Florida one, everyone has just straight been into traffic. Like, there's been no real, this happened and this happened. I mean, so many of these are simply on the quarterback. I mean,
that's what it looks like here.
Drummond's lazy route was really the only one that's even arguable.
Let's see.
And nothing. I mean,
there's nothing. What is he seeing there?
He's not. Well, I mean, he's not looking at all.
I mean, that to me, that's the worst one yet. Wow, look at that. There's nothing there. Yeah, I agree with what Gilmore just said, as much as I hate to say those words. If 31 doesn't pick it, the next guy does. There were 2 Arkansas guys between Corral and whoever the hell the intended receiver was. He has 19 tackles today?
Yep. Well, the wrong guy was hurt for Arkansas for Ole Miss's sake. Yeah,
No
minus
doubt.
4 in the turnover department. It's going to be hard to do much of anything.
Not only do you not win, you typically don't deserve to win when that happens.
24-0 points off turnovers today.
Yeah, I mean, you can't win like that. So he's thrown 5 picks.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. I mean, you still have all of your timeouts. You can score, get it back, and score, but you can't.
I mean,
there's no margin anymore, obviously.
And you got to score in about a minute and a half, tops.
Yeah. And the running game's no longer an option for you. He's open.
Go catch it.
He didn't finish his route.
I don't think Elijah saw the ball.
I don't guess he did either.
He didn't see the ball. He was open.
He threw that ball 75 yards in the air.
He didn't finish the route. Yeah, I'm really not sure he saw the ball.
He must not have. Yeah, Jay, Stream said he didn't finish his route. That has side to side hasn't worked all day today.
Hold. Got to be hold or defensive holding. Pittman says it's on Ole Miss. What would you have done? I mean, I think I'd decline and still just make it 4th down, don't you?
No, I want to back him up.
Yardage is the bigger deal at the
Yeah,
moment.
yeah. Because you can play all that, everybody back, keep everything in front of you,
Just play umbrella
and
coverage,
force stuff like that. Yeah. Because if it's 3rd and 22, you'll give them 6 yards happily. That kid's got 3, yeah.
You have to wonder if it's defensive stuff to some extent or why. Because Matt has looked like such a different guy. It's one thing to throw the ball in weird spots. It's one thing to play differently. It's another to be a complete 180 on decision making. Because, I mean, look, I'm far from a coordinator or anything else, but this doesn't look crazy disguised. This looks like pretty – I know this one's a little bit of a panicky thing, but in general, it's looked like a pretty basic coverage thing where guys just aren't open. He's throwing the ball anyway. This isn't some crazy schematic, oh, my God, there's a guy in the middle of the lane.
I certainly wouldn't think so.
Fairly unfair to the Ole Miss defense now. They're going to be giving up 40 when they should not have.
No,
they played better than that
They
today.
played, yeah, they did.
Look, this is an indictment on the division right now. Is Arkansas the 3rd best team in the division? From a what they've actually done standpoint?
Well, because they
on
should
the field.
Because they should be.
Because look, Ole Miss is better than Arkansas. They had 7 freaking turnovers or whatever it is today.
Yeah.
But on the field, resume wise, they've got the 3rd best resume in the West right now.
No, that's fair. Yeah.
Straight resume wise, they do.
They should have beaten Auburn.
Yeah,
so,
I'm not counting against them. A&M's 2nd, and Arkansas's 3rd today.
All right, so final in Fayetteville, Arkansas beats Ole Miss 33-21. Here's going to be our plan. I'm going to put the Bear up. Seems fitting right now. He's going to be up for a little while, guys. Probably 30 minutes. You want me to kill this and start a new stream, or?
If it's going to be that long, we need to start a new stream.
'Cause we need to get on the Zoom call. We need to hear what Lane Kiffin says.
Yeah.
Let's do that. I'll stop this stream. We'll come back, I would guess, a half hour. It's 6:01 right now. Let us get on the stream. They'll do the Zoom calls here pretty quick because they're on the road, and road teams try to get the heck out of there pretty fast, always. So we'll do that, and then we'll come back with hand-raised guys for you. So, again, the final, 33-21. Arkansas beats Ole Miss. Ole Miss plays Auburn next Saturday at 11. We'll be back in a little bit.